nephew. With that mighty skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time.
Hang on, kid.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Right here.
Kainum. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
Papa!
This belongs in a different galaxy altogether.
May the Force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me. Zooming at the lightning speed of computer blips.
If Video Man were here now, you'd be in real trouble.
But he isn't. Almost at the speed of light, Video Man streaks through the maze of wires, following the powerful pulses right back to their source. In microseconds.
And this is only the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars news this week. Andor, The Mandalorian Season 3, Dianoga, Bad Batch, Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and some other miscellaneous. I hope everyone's good. Sorry for the delay. I was getting some last-minute things ready. And sorry for the late start, but I had to do a ton of research today for this stream. So we will have some good stuff to talk about. And I will make it worth your wait. So how is everyone today on this fine Friday? Where's the party? Right here. Did you read the Jar Jar Abrams thanking Stephen King for the help for whatever he's going to ruin? I heard something about that, but I didn't read anything. What's up, Andy? It's not like George Lucas had a treatment for Jar Jar to follow. No. He didn't. There's no source material. Currently watching The Bad Bitch. There's a mysterious man in a cloak, and it turns out to be Rex. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. James, have you accepted Rey's hand as our Lord and Savior? Also, an Ithorian talks. Ithorians don't talk. Why does this one that Rex scares off talk? Generally, they only do the sound thing. But I'm trying to remember, in Gendy Clone Wars, he might have spoke. So we would have to go back and look at that. Because while that's not official canon, I would take that as canon enough to where, yes, they can speak. So we would have to look back at that, James. I'm pretty sure he says a couple lines of dialogue because he's getting chased by Grievous with Shakti. Remember? They go through that whole thing in the subway and all that. So I want to say, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he speaks a few lines of dialogue. Good catch, and I agree with you, but I'm just thinking back to Genndy. Now, again, that's not official canon, so would George say they speak? I don't know. We could also look it up on Wiki later, maybe. Not that that's necessarily 100% canon either, but I want to say in Genndy, he did speak a little bit. Raise hand and second coming of Jesus Christ. Let's all say our prayers. Dear Lord, I'm James Skywalker. Amen. Yes. There's the thing from A New Hope that almost drowned Luke in the trash compactor. Dianoga. Yes. The episode gives me nostalgia because Rex is in it. If he wasn't in it, I would be bored as fuck. Yes. I just noticed Wrecker's scar got bigger. Yes, it did. And I'm not sure where that came from to begin with. If it came from Clone Wars Season 7, or I keep looking at that. I'm like, what's going on with that thing? And it gets bigger, yes. What do you think the Bad Batch were like as kids? Like Omega? It would be so funny seeing a buff-ass Wrecker baby. He probably was. You couldn't pay me to watch any more new Star Wars. Can't argue with that. Adaptive. Hey, how's it going there? Hello, Wes and James. Not sure if my first greeting came through. Good to see you, bro. Looks it took that long to knock Wrecker out. Yeah. Hey, Adaptive Rider. Hey, ARB. It took me forever to figure out that Andor was the dude from Rogue One. Thought it was a planet system. Yeah. Yes, the dude. Cassian Andor. Omega, I'm staying with Wrecker. Dave Filoni fans. That's cute and sad. Me. What if Wrecker tries to kill her again? Hey, Ryan John. Good to see you, bro. Hello there. General Kenobi. Up until your comment, I was pretty sure Andor was a planet or system. It's a guy, Cassian Andor from Rogue One. I have a 2-part TikTok short series of George Lucas wanting Star Wars back because Dave Filoni fucked him. I'll have to look at it. They're both on YouTube. I'll check it out. Hello there. Oh man, Rex is leaving. Now the show's going to be boring again. Greetings, D. Good to see you. Hey, envious Rhodians. I know, first, I saw your text. I have been so busy today, but I saw your text. I know that you don't always hang too long anyways, but I saw that you're probably going to drop out. This stream, make sure you catch the replay. I did some massive research today. I have a lot of good stuff I'm going to be talking about. So, you know, on your drive to work or Sunday or whatever, catch the replay because you're going to love. I did a lot of digging around today. What I will try to do tomorrow morning, I got to get tires for the car and I got to go grocery shopping. So I'm going to be busy most of the morning, early afternoon, but maybe like 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock tomorrow, my time Eastern. If not, you know, Saturday night, definitely for Sunday, I'm going to put chapters in the stream to at least get you, you know, for any dead spots so you can jump to the key stuff and for anybody else. But make sure you listen back on this stream because I'm going to be talking about a lot of good stuff today. So, and glad to always see you. Or glad as always to see you. Andor is an upcoming American television. It is a prequel of the Star Wars film Rogue One, following the character Cassian Andor 5 years before the events of the film. Yes. George, have a choo-choo train with a face on it. Rebels. That's fucking mine. You are like a Jedi master to giving me great wisdom about Star Wars and life in general. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. You know, I don't claim to be perfect. I make mistakes. I'm human. But I am a pretty wise guy. Double entendre there. So, you know, I hope, because I don't come here. I'm not an entertainer. So I don't come here. I hope I do entertain you, but I'm not an entertainer per se. I don't necessarily come here with the direct intention of entertaining. I come here with the intention of educating, passing knowledge, and sometimes we talk about other things as well. And I hope, that stuff helps you. I know that most of my audience is younger than me. So I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you get stuff. My ears clogged. I just got out of the shower. I hope you guys get a lot of stuff out of my streams. So I appreciate it. Copy and paste from Google with a bit of deleting because your YouTube character limit. Yes. Andor was the most boring part of Rogue One, and for some reason, he's the only one who's getting a show. Yes. Just because he sacrificed that one guy in the beginning of the film. Doesn't make sense to me. Nope. In Rogue One, Cassian's almost also the biggest prick of the group. He was a rebel, shouldn't be. Yeah, he is totally a dickhead. Draman 6. I personally know many people who have fallen asleep to Bore 1, and me included. Who would have ever thought of Star Wars movie people would be asleep? Yeah. That's where we're at, dude. That's where we're at. That is what Disney has done to Star Wars. On TikTok, someone said George Lucas would be proud of what Dave Filoni did and would only be mad at Kathy. Dave's responsible for all the shows, yes, and all the problems and all the canon issues and everything. It's all Dave Filoni. I mean, he had help from Pablo Dildo and everyone else, but it's Dave Filoni. I showed you guys weeks ago. Kennedy herself says, everything we do, I consult Filoni. It's all Dave Filoni. Who needs a Patty Jenkins, Dave Filoni, Ryan Johnson, and Jake and JJ A-drums when you have the one and only Not My Star Wars making the awesome Star Wars documentary ever. Oh, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. Truly, I do. I work very hard to try to make cool stuff. Now, when I said I'm not here to entertain you, that's in live streams. Videos, yes, I try to entertain you as much as possible. You all know that I put a lot of love into my videos. But, live streams, I just try to be myself, hang out, talk with you guys. Hopefully it is entertaining, but, I'm not an entertainer. But when I get in the editing room, there I can entertain you. And again, thank you. My sister acted like a cat when she watched the first Star Wars, didn't pay attention and said it's boring. Yeah, some people just don't care. Hello, D. Carre. Good to see you, bro. I tell her it's like Marvel and she still doesn't believe me. I tell her Nick Fury and Jane Foster from Thor are in it. Tells me to shut up. Who cares? Terry freaking Silver's back on Cobra Kai. Yeah. AD. So you're telling me if I have a lightsaber and lived on a desert throughout my childhood and defeat Palpatine, that means I would be a Skywalker if I did that. Correct. According to Mickey Mouse, that is exactly what would happen. Hey, Program West. I'm James Skywalker, and then I bury the lightsaber in sand and turn on my new yellow lightsaber. Yes. No, James. Vader defeated Palpatine. You would be Rey's hand. Yes. I'm going to try to count all the times they faked deaths in the Rise of Skywalker. Really? You might be counting for a while. Do you have more than two hands? Wes, you're right. Rey's hand. That Chewbacca scene was so soulless and pointless. There was no point in it. Like, why even bother? Oh, Chewie. And then 2 minutes later, oh, yeah, he's fine. Like, if you're going to do that, stretch it out throughout the movie. Make it a plot point, something that, has weight and changes the actions of the characters and the story. And then later you discover, oh, he's in a cell or something. But to literally 2 minutes later be like, oh, yeah, he's fine. Stupid. So stupid. Anakin, this is where the fun begins. Yes, sir. Finn walked off the set of whatever he was working on. Can't spell his name. John Boyega. Boyega. Terry Silver would just laugh at Palpatine and say, this is where the pain begins. True. Anakin never said that was good. And that was, I like that. That was good. I think that deserves... Anakin never said this is where the fun stops. True. Dave Filoni did. The first fake out is when Palpatine comes back after being dead for 30 years, which destroys the whole purpose of the older movies. The second time is when Rey's hand kills Chewbacca, then comes back. Yes, you have to be careful with Rey's hand. Also, she dies for no reason. She just drops and dies. All the Force ghosts are like, Rey, wake up, come back. Then she kills Palpatine because I'm all the Jedi, and she dies again. Ben Solo also gets yeeted into that chasm and should be dead. Then he comes back and he dies too. They wiped out C-3PO's memory, yes, only for R2-D2 to bring back his memory like nothing happened. Then Zori Bliss comes back, and even though she was on the planet, the Star Destroyer blew up. Yes. The only person that seems to really die, and I love, is Snap Wexley, that dumbass pilot, when he crashes in the side of the fucking Death Star. I love it. Greetings, Adaptive. Today's Bad Batch episode was pretty disappointing. For a couple of episodes now, they were hyping up Wrecker Order 66, then they remove his chip and everything is fine. Can't have Dark Tone and Disney. Yeah, in my opinion, they're all disappointing, but at the end of Rogue One, Jyn, J-Y-N, forgot Andor was going to kill her dad. Yeah, she did. That was the thing. Like, the whole time, she really doesn't like him, and he's like this dickhead. And then, like, towards the last 20 minutes of the movie, he's like all endeared to her, and she's nice, and like, it's weird. They like totally flip their feelings. Yeah. Make sure you spell Jyn correct. You know how I feel about baby Jyn. Video man. Then Kylo Ren gets stabbed by Rey. Then Rey brings him back. Then Palpatine throws Ben in a hole and Rey dies. Then the Jedi revive Rey and she kills Palpatine and dies again. Then Ben crawls out. Yeah, it's a freaking mess. Then Ben revives Rey again. So Ben dies. Yep. It's a back and forth nonsense mess. At the lightning speed of 56K modem. Hello. It's always good to see AT-ATs in the natural habitat. Yes. 8 times characters fake their deaths in the movie. I'm laughing right now. Rey fakes her death twice. Greetings. I'm very scared to see Disney's handling of Ewan's Kenobi. Hopefully, after it fails, prequel memes will finally die. Yes. Oh, they're going to cuck him. Be ready. You thought Jake Skywalker was bad. No, you wait. Ben fakes his death twice. Yes. Hello, Roberto. Good to see you. Fake outs are from 2 characters. Yes. Hey, greetings. Palpatine, Chewbacca, Zori, C-3PO, Ben, Rey. Yes. Oh, boy. Greedo's alive. Coleman Trevor's alive. Pitt's alive. Rey's hand. No, Ithorians didn't talk in Clone Wars 03. Okay, well, I believe you. I have to look back, but it's possible. I remember he did the sound thing. I'm pissing myself counting all those fake outs in the Rise of Skywalker. We'll look at the replay. Yeah, definitely you're going to want to. Tires, go to the Indian reservation. No tax if you can. There's not an Indian reservation around here. Remember when I recommended the Critical Drinkers review of Cruella? There's another one I think you should watch, Possum Reviews. His name rings a bell. Cruella's the first ever movie to star a woman. That's what he says. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Pablo Hilschildo. I've said it before. Star Wars is a real deal. True fan, well-educated in the canon, lore, history, and details of Star Wars, and is here for us. He is directly responsible for reigniting my love of Star Wars. Wow, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. Really do. I really put in the effort. I really do. I try, and I work damn hard to make this shit happen. So I'm glad you enjoy it and that you get something out of it. Thanks for subscribing, Angel Young. Appreciate it. I used to think Jasper and Horace was just hired by Cruella to do her dirty work, but in Cruella, They're all childhood friends. I never saw Jasper and Horace being childhood friends with Cruella. Sometimes I wonder what we would have at this point if Not My Star Wars had been in Cowboy Filani shoes since 2012. Yeah. You would have Star Wars. You would have George Lucas Star Wars is what you would have. Because I would meticulously, very carefully, and very lovingly make sure that it all respected George and his canon. All of it. Every last freaking piece of it. When I saw no going back and tweaking and turning and retconning. No. When I saw Rey shooting lightning from her fingers in the theaters, I legitimately lost brain cells. As did we all. I thought it would have been better if they had to kill Wrecker, but Disney, where no one dies except for parents. Jen, 1N. First Jake Skywalker, now Otis Kenobi. It wouldn't be past them to make Obi-Wan bisexual. I think something like that is going to happen. He just did a movie. I don't remember, but it's about like this clothing designer, and he's very, well, not even bisexual. He's just straight up gay, which is fine, whatever, you know. Plus, he's portraying someone. But what I'm saying is he's very comfortable playing that role. It's very, I mean, it's not like pornographic, but it's pretty graphic. So he's comfortable playing that role. So Possum Reviews review is the title. He's pretty funny. So was he making a joke of it being the first movie, or that's what he actually said? And is he funny like he's funny, or he's funny because you're laughing at him? Watch Loki. This will be the same treatment of Kenobi. But hey, changes are coming. Insert sarcasm here. Yeah, I haven't watched it. Everyone I see, and I mentioned this the other day, but now I'm really seeing it. Everybody's saying it's total shit and just totally breaks the Marvel universe. So I don't know that I will watch. I never was into Loki to begin with. I didn't watch WandaVision. His first video I watched was on Fred, the movie. I truly can't believe Jar Jar Abrams, KK, and Disney decided to begin development and production on Star Wars without an actual plan. What the actual fuck? Yes, that is Disney. There you go. It was a joke. I love you, Philip Morris. McGregor and Carrie were gay characters. Yes. Okay. Trey Rogers 18, thanks for stopping in. If you're still there, I appreciate you watching over on YouNow. I know that most of you will stay here, but it's appreciated if anybody jumps over to YouNow and leaves likes and whatever. I don't expect anything, but just a reminder that this is dual streaming over on YouNow. For the YouNow people, this is being screen shared from the main stream on YouTube. So I appreciate anybody that watches it here, but you also can, up top, you see there's the Twitter, the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Discord. You can very easily come over to my channel and watch the stream on the big show. Either way, thank you for stopping in, and we will do the thing. Cruella's. I've heard Loki and Cruella are trash. Yeah, that's all I've heard. Like, I haven't seen a review like, oh, this is really good. No, like, literally, everybody's like, holy crap, this is trash. And, you know, listen, I'm not someone that listens to critics, or just because 20 people say something's bad doesn't mean you won't like it. So I'm not so, like, you know, saying that it's trash because they say so. But I'm just saying, when I look around and I research and all I see is trash, 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 I got no interest in finding out for myself. I wasn't that interested in to begin with. So the only reason I look at Bad Batch is because of Star Wars, or Fake Me Out Star Wars, but you know, it's in the vein. So, but outside of that, I wouldn't even watch that. Cruella is such an inspiration to all women. Yay, my role model is a crazy dog killer. Yes, Ewan played Halston, yes. And yes, it's a bit graphic. Yes. I'm not sure about Ewan as Halston. He'll always be Obi-Wan to me. Yeah. Now, for what it's worth, the movie is really well made. And, and like always, is a good actor, so he did a fine job. Everyone else did a fine job. They have a girl that does Liza Minnelli. Looks just like her younger. It's amazing, like the way she talks and looks and everything. It's a good film for what it is. Just saying, there's a lot of man-on-man graphic stuff in there, so if that bothers you, Carrie? I'm not sure what you mean. Because I said Carrie? Is that what you mean? I know I've asked you in the past. Didn't you say that it's Carrie? Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's what you're referring to. I'm always going by from what I remember. I asked you that, but maybe I misinterpreted or I'm saying it wrong. I actually hope these shows are bad so we can laugh at them. That's pretty much why I watch them. You now have an app. Yes, it does. You can do it on the computer, or it has a little app in the Android iOS store. Yes. And if you use the app, the like button's in the very top right. It's real small. You can leave 20 free likes per stream, and then you have gifts you can use. You get free bars every day. So feel free to use them up. 101 Dalmatians is supposed to be realistic, and Cruella tries to be a fantasy. 101 Dalmatians is realistic and animated, while Cruella is in live action but acts like a fairy tale. That's true. I looked in the IMDb. Loki has a 9.2. Wow, I can't believe that, but okay. Not really interested in the fart box of similar opinions. Normally makes me rebel and just listen to the opposite opinions. Yeah. I try to always do my own thing. I try to look at stuff for myself. If 20 people I know and trust tell me something's pretty bad, I'm going to take their word for it. But, sometimes people just don't like stuff that you like. So, Cyberpunk 2077 is trash. I enjoyed it. Few bugs. It wasn't amazing. I heard the game was really good. It just had a ton of bugs is the problem. That they put out a game that wasn't really ready. But overall I heard the game was pretty awesome, pretty badass. Right about pronouncing. Okay, good. That does matter to me, by the way. I try my best to. If Gerrera wasn't based around 101 Dalmatians, it probably would have been an okay revenge story. But since it's set in this universe where the main character is a spoiled monster, it's terrible. I've heard it's pretty bad. And why someone would pay $30 on top of Disney Plus to watch that? James, was the Devil Wears Prada better than Cruella? It was a decent movie. I've never seen that. All right. Guys, give me like 1-2 minutes. I just got to do something real quick, and I'll be right back.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
and
so
not nice pirate.
Charles, it says, and Yoda,
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you guys hearing like not an echo, but like it's playing twice, or were you hearing one time? Let me know, because I'm sharing over on the other side and I'm experimenting with things, and you guys hearing like not an I want to know how it's twice, or were you hearing coming for you guys. Let me know, because I'm sharing over on the other side and I'm experimenting with things. Okay. When I was a kid, I thought Cruella came from a rich family that spoiled her so much that she became crazy and started murdering dogs for coats. In Cruella, she broke and 3 Dalmatians killed her mom. Interesting. Give it a watch. Hit that like button. Yes, thank you so much, D, as always. Ray, whatever. I always do my best to avoid reviews, even from friends or from Idiot Box, but when it's Disney, I know I'm going to skip it, so I don't care about hearing about if it's good or not. Translation, George Lucas, Star Wars, whatever, pretty much. Let me say something as we're talking about that. I hope that you guys trust the things that I tell you, and I think and I know that most of you do. Some people are new, some people will come in, but for the core group, I know that you guys take what I say you trust in the things that I tell you. Okay. You know how I feel about Disney. I have no faith in anything they're doing because they show me every day, every single time, not to trust them. Every single time I even think, well, nope, they go and shit on it. So, you know me, that I have not hate, but no love for Disney. And that I always tell you directly the truth, and I should do the research, and I tell you the facts, and I even show you where they come from. Andor, nobody on this earth asked for that show. Just like nobody asked for the Solo movie. It's very likely going to bomb because we all know what happens. Nobody gives a damn about casting Andor. Of all the characters and things, why they chose that, I'm guessing partly because he's Mexican and their diversity thing. Let's have a Mexican guy be the new lead of a show. And for anyone that doesn't know, I'm Latino, so I'm not speaking badly of him because he's Mexican. It's because he's brown skin, and that's what Disney does. So the show, nobody asked for it. It doesn't really make any sense to create it. And like everything that Disney does, it's probably going to be jacked up, break canon, and be nonsense. Break its own continuity, like Disney always does. But I will say this. Rogue One is the closest thing we've gotten to actual Star Wars. Mandalorian, no, that ain't Star Wars. Not even close. Rogue One is the closest. I'm not saying it's Star Wars. I'm not saying that it's there, but it's the closest thing we've gotten. Diego Luna is a good actor. And between my documentary, but also I have been researching what's going on with Andor. And they have gone to many exotic locations, really cool places. And they have spent easily $100 million, probably much more. Mando was $100 million budget. I think 105, something like that. And that's just in the volume. Andor, they're traveling all over England. They're in Scotland right now. All over the UK, better said. So to travel with all that crew, practical effects and sets, all those actors, hotels, flights, trucks, cranes, green screens, They have probably put already $200 to $300 million into that show. When you factor in 5 or 7 confirmed exotic locations. One of them is like out in the middle of nowhere in these caves. So to bring trucks in there and set up and do all that, lighting. I'm not saying that I have faith in Disney or Andor. But what I am saying is that if I think that any show might actually be worth 2 grains of fucking salt, I think that the Andor show might surprise us. Now, again, the story might be dumb as hell. It probably will be a mess and just dumb. But it's going to look really good. And it's going to be pretty cool. And if you thought The Mandalorian was cool, you know, you shut off your brain, forget about story and canon, just like watch it and it looks cool. I think Andor's going to roast the shit out of Boba Fett, Mando, and everything else we've seen. It's like a movie, guys. They're not making a TV show. It's like a 12-part, it's like a movie that's broken into 12 parts. So, again, I'm not excited for it. I'm not saying that it's going to be great. But I think if nothing else, it's the one vein of Disney's mess that was actually trying to be Star Wars. And they have put massive budget into it. So we'll see how it turns out, what the story is, etc. But I think it's going to, if nothing else, be the best production they've done. Even better than the sequel trilogy. And when I say that better than the sequel trilogy, because the sequel trilogy is a mess, but it looked good. And that's right. They're $300 million and $500 million films. So I don't know the number. I don't know everything they've done. But my guesstimate from what I'm seeing is they have spent $200 to $300 million on this show. They're banking heavy on Andor. If Mandalorian was 100 and some, oh, they definitely spent more than that for Andor. So, I will, of course, review it. I will, as always, be critical of it. But if there's any one thing from Disney Star Wars that I would say, okay, maybe I'll go into it with somewhat of a hope. I don't expect it to, like, save anything, change anything, fix anything, be the greatest thing I've ever seen. No. But if there's any glimmer of hope of them making something half decent, I think, and I can't even believe it, but I think from what I've seen, that Andor show is going to be something pretty special, at least production-wise. So, we will see. George Lucas, Star Wars, whatever. Yes. Hey, Disney investors, they paid us to write such profitable Star Wars books. No, not. Yes. Oh, boy. Shit, the last Disney movie I watched was The Last Skywalker. The Last Skywalker or The Rise of Skywalker or The Last Jedi? I'm not sure which one. Epic. Yishen Wu, thank you for coming by. Which part is epic? Thank you for coming. Unless the consensus is overwhelmingly positive, I'll never endorse anything Disney again until there's new execs, which won't happen in my lifetime. Probably not. And again, even if that show is pretty good, it's not like I'm going to be like, oh yeah, Disney, they saved it. It's great. Everything. No. All I'm saying, if there's anything that I would pretend to even look forward to think that, okay, maybe it might be all right, ironically, it'll be that Andor show. Boba Fett, they already screwed up in Mandalorian, so I already know that's going to be I'm going to have fun with that one, because let me tell you something, guys. If I know anything about Star Wars, I know Boba Fett. She became a fashion designer just to spite someone, and people are saying it's empowering. I think those people who said it's empowering have obviously never seen 101 Dalmatians. Probably not. Now I'm hearing your echo. Okay, yeah, it's not really an echo. It's It's because it's playing in 2 places. So I was just trying to figure out. One time, now it's echoing. Got you. Here at once, no echo. Okay. I normally would just batch watch shows like on Netflix, so I'll wait for the Bad Batch. Yeah. Believe me, you're not missing anything, and it's really not worth watching. And in fact, we're gonna go in depth about this last episode. I have all kinds of goodies, and you're gonna see how freaking stupid it is. No echo. Okay, good. 101 Dalmatians was a movie I loved when I was little. Cruella ruined it for me because Disney just doesn't like ruining other people's work. They also like ruining their own work. Yes. That's the biggest, amazing thing, right? It's not like one thing they crapped on Star Wars. They're crapping on their own stuff. They're changing their own stuff. It just goes to show that Disney is not Disney anymore. Walt wouldn't go back and alter his stuff. It's this new generation of airheads that think they have to fix everything. Hi, Kendall Ray. I see you over on you now. Thank you for stopping in. I remember people constantly begging for an Old Republic trilogy. Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of stuff they should have and could have done. I mean, they had George Lucas's trilogy. There's no excuse to have done anything else. What do you think of Poe Dameron? He's okay. I mean, he's a good actor. His character could have been good. He was actually supposed to die. You remember when him and Finn escaped the I guess there's on a Star Destroyer. They escape. Finn defects. They get in the what's that new TIE called? First Order TIE Fighter. Yeah. But that one is actually a First Order TIE Fighter Special Forces Advanced. TIE Advanced Special Forces. Why? Because the shape is slightly different and it has 2 people, a double cockpit, the rear gunner. So that one's actually a Special Forces TIE Advanced. So they remember they go to Jakku, they crash, and Poe's gone. He ditches out on Finn. Why? I don't know, but he does. And Finn wakes up, and then later they meet again, right? Okay. Well, originally Poe was supposed to die there. And Poe begged JJ, hey, please don't kill my character. So then they made it up as they went along, and Poe survived. Now, he could have been an awesome character. Best pilot in the Resistance, okay, no problem, because at that time there's not Luke or Anakin or anybody else around. Fine. Wedge, whatever. He could have been great. But it's like all the characters in the sequel trilogy, they shit on their own characters. So he's the least of the problems in the sequel trilogy. He's at least somewhat consistent. I think that everyone around him is more of a problem than he is. So he had potential. They all did. Even Rey, if she was done correctly, people would have loved her. But, Disney. Only new show I really wanted to see was Kenobi, but right now, holding my breath. Hey, I'm not telling anybody not to watch it. I'll watch it and I'll be reviewing it. But I can tell you right now, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be trash, and they're going to Jake Skywalker his ass. So be ready. And I'm telling you this, not because I, just want to hate, because I'm trying to save you, your heart, your mind, your any expectation, because a lot of people seem to think, oh, it's going to be amazing, Obi-Wan. Oh boy, is he going to get shit on. It's not the Obi-Wan that you guys remember, guys. It's not going to be old Ben, and it's not going to be the badass from the prequels. He's going to be a dumbass. Prepare yourselves. Anybody that's hoping that show is going to do anything, oh boy, I feel sorry for you. That's vodka, not water in the bottle. It's a lot of vodka. No, it's water. Modern Disney sits on and fucks up everything they touch, but they still make sure to add in the death of the mother of the main character. It's going to be because it fucks with an adolescent mind. Did you ever watch Life as a House? No, I have not had 5 minutes to do anything. I will. I have it written down on my notes. I will watch it. My mom died in 91 when I was 5, so it's something I've paid attention to and truly think it's got something to do with subliminal damage to children. Disney does all kinds of subliminal stuff, especially given Disney's track record with twisted subliminals. Yeah, there you go. I wasn't that worried when he was about to blow up Starkiller Base. I was worried in the original trilogy because I knew Luke Skywalker landed Calrissian. Poe renamed FN2187 to Finn. Yes. Did he, or did Finn say, did he say, what's your name? And he said, oh, I'm Finn. Or did he say, I'm FN2187? And he said, oh, Finn. I don't remember now. Pretty pictures don't always make a good movie show. Yeah. And again, I think it's going to be like Mandalorian. If you just turn off your brain and just watch the production of it, I think it's going to be pretty nice to look at. Is it going to be any good or have any substance? I have no faith in Disney. I'm just saying, as far as like production wise, I think the Andor show is going to be a bigger deal than even the movies, even Rogue One, even the sequel trilogy. They're spending serious money and effort on this show, and they're going to a lot of really cool places in the UK. So we'll see. That's the one thing that I liked from Poe. He gave Finn a new name. That also made me think it was going to be Finn's story. Disney lied to me, and they lied to everybody. A 12-part movie. How much of a cow is Kathy? Yes, a 12-part. Not, yeah, it is. It's basically, I think that's what it's going to be, is a 12-part movie. I don't know how long, maybe an hour episode each. I don't know. We'll see, half an hour. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's going to be a big thing. It was fun guessing who was going to die between episodes 2 and 4 before episode 3 came out. Finn would have been amazing from Trooper to Jedi character arc. Yep. The guy who plays Andor must be connected or is a down low brother with the right execs at Disney. I can't think of any other reason they would have backed it for years now and pick it over other shows. Yeah, for years they've been talking about it. Again, I think it's because of the brown skin lead. Literally. That's why. And we're probably going to get in some Asian show at some point. Some Asian lead. Which is fine. None of us have any problem with that. The problem is that they're specifically doing it just to have a brown skin lead and have an Asian lead, not because it makes sense or because it's the best person or story, but just because. Rey basically forced herself in that war. Yes. So what I'm hearing is that Andor is Disney Star Wars' last chance. If it fails after the massive production cost, then we can expect a sell soon. Stupid that they chose something people don't care about. To me, they blew their last chance years ago. So it's all up to you and other people. Some people say Obi-Wan's the last straw if they fucked that up. I know a lot of people were excited about Bad Batch, but that seems to be failing real hard. And we're going to talk about some numbers a little bit later. Mandalorian really dropped off. We'll see what Book of Boba Fett does. But Boba, I don't think, is something that people expect like, oh, well, Disney has to do great. It's going to have to hold the franchise. I think people look at that as a very side thing, and whatever happens, happens. But they haven't even started Mando yet, and we'll talk about that. So, but now that you mention it, they've put massive money into Andor. There's no movies in production. Mando hasn't even started. Yeah, this might be the last chance. If for no one else, the investors, they might be like, look, you guys spent this much money and this much effort on this huge show. So, yeah, it could be. I think from the fan standpoint, too many people don't care anyways. But just like I said, it could be the most impressive thing we've seen in a while. It's also could be the most exposing flop that we've seen in a while because they have put a ton of work, effort, and money into that show. Rise of Skywalker. Sorry, tired. And the Disney shit, not committing it to memory. I don't blame you. She says she wants to get back to Jakku. Then why didn't she just take a ship instead of running in the middle of the woods? It's like she wanted to get captured. J.J. Abrams. I studied Boba Fett's lore more than any other character as a child and teenager, and within the first 10 minutes of The Mandalorian Babysitter, I was already shaking my head at stuff that didn't make sense. Yep. The lady that the Bad Batch worked for, I just noticed looked Raz from Monsters, Inc. Sid. I'm going to tell you something interesting about Sid. Actually, now that you mentioned, that's funny. We're going to talk about that. What about the attack on the Wookiees? I don't know. What about it? Finn, Poe, how did you survive? Poe, a great story that I would love to tell you. Finn, and? Poe, what do you mean? And? a good story for another time. The Force Awakens in a nutshell, yes. Mark Hamill said on Twitter that Filoni is Lucas' Padawan and that that he shows us that this is the way. Yeah, well. Mark Hamill, I love him as Luke Skywalker, but as a person, holy shit, you should see him on Twitter. He's a little bit nutty. Rey's hand is the best pilot in the Resistance, correct. Finn got involved in the war because he was made into a soldier, and after helping Poe escape, he becomes a wanted fugitive. I feel like it'd be more dramatic that Poe dies in The Force Awakens. Yeah, probably. But either way, they could have done much better than what they did. Kenobi's going to be like Picard, a shit show, correct. Oh, by the way, I don't know why this popped in my head, but you guys remember Uncle Owen, one of the slick talkers that used to come in here? And, well, he got blocked. Apparently, he made a new account with the same name. And according to him, this channel is dying a slow death. Rey tells Finn to come with him to space. Rey, yet you're here commenting on my stuff because it's Rey tells Finn to come with him to space. Rey, you have nothing to do with this. This is Finn's problem. It'll be PTSD 1 Kenobi, yeah. It's going to be a shit show. When I mentioned Disney killing the mother of the main character, I was referring to the comment of how Cruella's mom died as a child in the new remake. Yeah. Star Trek Picard, boy, was that a disappointment. It's an even bigger disappointment than my son. They might make Obi-Wan a drug addict. You know, that's funny because he was just talking about that. Not directly that Obi-Wan, but he was talking. We're going to look at that a little bit later. That was hilarious. I came home from work one day and caught my son in a skirt. I was so pissed because he didn't get me a skirt. After that, I disowned his ass. He's a disgrace to the Nerdman 85 family. Oh, wait, Skywalker family. Correct. I feel like someday we got to make a Lego stop motion that really follows a true story of Boba Fett. That sounds awesome. I don't know if you've seen my Boba Fett tribute, but there's some Lego Boba Fett stuff in there. So you should check it out. If you're a Boba Fett fan, you need to check out my Boba Fett tribute. There's two of them. There's the Fett's Vet, which is a short one, the song. But there's the Boba Fett tribute that's like 16 minutes or something. And it's all kinds of music and all kinds of, well, it's all mostly hip-hop, but all kinds of songs. And it's all kinds of different fan films and parts from the movies put into one story. And it's different renditions. Lego, stop motion, live action, cartoons, all kinds of different Boba Fett stuff. So I must say it's pretty fucking badass. If you like Boba Fett, go watch it. If Rose gets a show and Poe doesn't, I'm going to start questioning humanity. Yes. Rose's sister was more interesting. Yes. Don't be surprised if we get a Rose Tico or a Rose and her sister show. It's exactly what they did for Kenobi. Check every ethnic box. Yes. Is Legends canon? No. Legends is EU. The only canon is 1 through 6. Is it right there, sub-canon, respectful, actual Star Wars? Yes. But the only canon is 1 through 6. Please, God, let Disney sell Star Wars back to George. Yeah. That's our only hope, guys. It's the only way. Caitlin 808, thank you for stopping in. I see you over there on I said last chance in that if it fails, people will lose hope. To me, Star Wars died in 2012. Yeah. No, I get it. I think for like the normies and everything else, like a lot of people are going to be counting on that show, especially the investors. They've put a ton into that show. So I think, yes. Rey is one of those characters that only Lisa Simpson would like and be pissed off at Bart for not liking Rey. Yes. You will subscribe. Off topic, but has anybody heard Stranger Things is over and done now? After they were supposed to be doing more, I don't know what happened. I know a lot of people liked that show, and I liked it. I would watch it. I didn't think it was wow like a lot of people did, but it was decent. I'd watch it. Last I heard they were going to, but I haven't heard anything about it. Lisa was always my least favorite of The Simpsons. She complains about everything and forces her beliefs down everyone's throat. Yeah, she's that kid. My personal favorite is Maggie. I always loved little Maggie with her little pacifier. And she's smarter than all of them, has a bigger heart than all of them, has morality and scruples, and I love little Maggie. She's a badass. She destroyed a cooked pig just to make Homer become vegetarian, yes. Interesting about Sid. We will talk about it. It's coming up, and it's CID. Just saying. Wazowski. First Patrick Stewart, now Mark. So many actors are losing it when it comes to their most famous characters. By the way, when I corrected you there, I know I've done it to D. I know I just did it to Wes. It's not because I'm trying to be like arrogant or like you're wrong, or no. It's because it's important to me that the information I give to you guys is correct, even the spelling of the names. So on my channel, it's not about correcting you or making you look bad or anything like that. It's about, I want us all to know what is correct. So that's why I said CID, not any other reason. Now, Mark, so many actors are losing it when it comes to their most famous characters. Worst Star Wars title, I think Rise Skywalker. Last Jedi. What's next? Is Indiana Jones going to get beaten up by a feminist riot? And Harrison Ford says that's how Indy is. Every Disney Star Wars fan that says Disney and Star Wars is amazing, just laugh. Yeah. TJ Carr, hey, how you doing? Disney canon isn't canon, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it never was canon. I don't even know why they call it canon. And the worst part is there's big channels out there that make videos calling them canon. It was never canon. It says canon as Rey calling herself a Skywalker. It's the same thing. Disney says, oh, it's canon, but it's not. It never was. By the definition of the word canon, it never was. They did it to themselves. They decanonized themselves. Dave Filoni. Indy 5 is going to suck. I mean, we don't know, but yeah, you can pretty much bet on it. Rose and Page's recruiting tales, the Star Wars story. Yeah. Remember I said like a while ago, we're going to get an Asian. Well, there you go. It might very well be Rose and Page. I mean, they brought back the Martez. And again, I want to stress, I have no problem with them making an Asian character. It's fine. But Rose and Page show, I mean, they brought back the Martez sisters, despite from being some of the most hated characters, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Rose Tico. Yeah, don't be surprised. I made 2 shorts of George Lucas getting Star Wars back, telling Dave Filoni he fucked him. I got to look at those. Dremen, cool. We'll be here. We haven't seen Dead Girls. I saw her a week or 2 ago, so she's okay. She said she loves everybody. She says we're all the nicest people on YouTube, and that she loves everybody, and that she's okay. So, who I haven't seen in like at least a month is Dana, and I'm concerned. I just want to know that they're okay. Yeah, I have not seen them, so, and I love those 2. Wasn't there another character in Star Wars named Sid? I want to say yes, but right now I can't put my finger on him. Ruining iconic characters is the SJW game plan. This Owen dude sounds pathetic. I hope he keeps up with the avoid posting and moaning. Yeah. Just today I noticed a comment. This channel's dying a slow death. Okay, 12,000 subscribers. I don't think it's dying. Is it as big as I would like? No. Is it growing as much as I want it to? No. But it's far from dead. Sid the Sloth from Ice Age. Yeah, I think there is a Sid though for some reason. Sid Phillips. Disney to Star Wars is like Nick with SpongeBob. Make all these unnecessary shows and movies. Yes. Sid, yes. Science Kid. Bad Boy, hey, what's up? You can never trust them in the span of an endless production. George and Steven are no longer on the Indiana Jones 5 project. I wonder why is that? Well, we all know why. And yeah, not having either of them, but especially both of them, it's going to be a freaking mess. Now, I don't know if it's Kathy's ego who's going to take over, or maybe Harrison Ford's. Maybe Harrison's like, oh, well, they're out of the way, so now I can really be Indiana and do all this off-the-wall shit. Dude, you're 80 years old. It's going to be ridiculous. Rebels only had one thing I like, which was Maul versus Obi-Wan. Ahsoka versus Vader could have been the other thing, but Ezra was there, and I hate everything about Ezra. I see him, I cringe. In Indy 5, he's going to start out being lectured by feminazi and wind up sleeping with her by the end of the film, probably. And she literally will be a femi Nazi. Oh boy, God forbid Kira return in future content. Wait, she could. She very well might. I want to see a Rose and Jar Jar sex tape. 2 best characters, yeah. Boy, that would be a crazy tape. Holy shit. Hey, what's up, Andor, man? Thanks for stopping in. Man, it's odd. And the only one that likes Ezra. Yeah, I think you might be. I don't care. Am I the only one? Yeah. I don't know too many people that like him. He's Aladdin, which Owen said something bad about Not My Star Wars. Uncle Owen, he used to come in here and then I blocked his dumbass. And it takes a lot for me to block you. I let people go because I try to leave open opinion and stuff. But when you just come in talking nonsense and lies, I'm going to block you. I don't like to do that, but here are my thoughts. And meanwhile, I have no idea how many subscribers he has, but 3 maybe. Here are my thoughts on the characters from Rebels. This is the thing. I know a lot of you are just viewers, so I don't expect you to have subscribers. But if you're going to come to a channel, any channel, doesn't matter. You have 100 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers, or a 12,000, or worse, you go to a channel with 100,000 subscribers and you're just like talking mad shit. You look foolish because 1, there's 100,000 people that like that channel, and 2, you have no clue how hard it is to get even 100 subscribers on YouTube. 1,000, most people will never get to, and 10,000, you can forget it. Like 1% of all of you that ever try will even get there. It's not easy. You have to do a shit ton of work and make a lot of videos and do a lot of really good stuff to get there. So for someone outside of you, like the channel, what they're saying, whatever, for someone that has like 3 subscribers to come to a channel that has even 1,000 subscribers and talks smack is just stupid, because it's very hard just to get to 1,000. It's hard enough for most of you to even get to 100. I know channels that are years old and have like 6 subscribers. Here are my thoughts on the characters from Rebels. Hera was intelligent and responsible and beautiful. Zeb is Chewbacca, but he talks, so it's annoying. Kanan runs away from his problem. Yes. Kanan's blind to everything. Fun fact, according to lore, Indiana Jones lives even in the year 1990. Apparently. This channel is as strong as ever. I'm certain one of the masses, once the masses, why hate the sequels, get exposed to Not My Star Wars, this channel will surpass all the other shill and rumor channels. Yeah, know that this channel isn't growing right now because YouTube is just being a dick. Because when it did show my videos, you guys remember how I went from just almost 900 subscribers to 10,000 subscribers in like, what was it, a week or a couple weeks? Yeah. When YouTube does show my videos, there's tons of people. Listen, I'm not comparing myself to, like, let's say Doomcock or Nordrotic, because we're totally different. But if they have 200,000 and 300,000 subscribers, then I should as well. Because I put in more time than they do. I make more edited videos than they do. Now, granted, Neurotic does a lot of streams, but, you know, neither one of them is doing 12-hour streams. And I'm not saying that I'm better than them or that they don't deserve what they have. By all means, those are good channels. They've built their stuff, and I applaud them. But what I'm saying is, if Doomcock and some of these other channels have 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, well, I definitely should as well. Not only do we share the same type of audience, but the videos are there to support it. So it's just a matter of YouTube showing them. And there's nothing I can do about that. Sabine has it going peach. Ezra triggered. Chopper's annoying as hell. You really have a thing for Sabine, huh? I think she's pretty ridiculous. That little girl Mandalorian with her pink and painted stuff, that's nonsense, but teach his own. Understand, in Mandalorian, in military, in cultures, you don't have like everybody's in silver or blue, and then there's the one punk kid with all the punked out hair and pink, and that's not how that works. Not in we're not talking about America or society. We're talking about like tribal. Look at the Wookiees, you know, there's not a pink Wookiee. They all look about the same, because primitive and ancient and/or ancient tribes are very consistent, and that's the same in military. There's a reason for that, so that everyone's on the same page, so that you're equal, so that you're, you know what I mean? There's a lot of psychology to it. In the military, not everybody can be all individualistic. Yeah, your watch can be a different brand, and you might have, you know, some little things like you choose the assault rifle that you prefer, and you choose the pistol that you prefer, and the knife that you prefer, and there's little things. But it's, in general, your uniform, it's all standard issue. You all look the same for a reason. So you're easily identifiable, so that you're on the same page, so that you all are equal to each other. The only difference is the ranks that you earn, right? So forget about liking Sabine or not. She's completely ridiculous that a Mandalorian, they would have that pink Mandalorian amongst that culture. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. I laugh when people hate on Not My Star Wars. They're a bunch of clowns. Yeah. Hey, you know, all I do is try to constantly remind people and show love for George Lucas and do heavy research to give you guys good information and put a lot of love into the videos that I make. Know that, and I think I've mentioned this before, but in life, often when people are talking trash about or to someone, most of the time, not always, but most of the time, they're projecting. They're projecting their own stupidity. So a lot of it is jealousy. I've tried and I've tried to make him look bad, and I've tried on YouTube, and I have 3 subscribers, and he has 12,000. How? Because you don't put in the work. Because your videos aren't half of what mine are. That's why. Did you spend a month making a documentary? No. I have. So a lot of it is jealousy. And I'm not saying that everybody's jealous of me and that I'm so great. Not at all. I'm just saying, when you have a lot of those little dumbasses that come with my comments, and the sad thing is, instead of shutting their mouth, opening their mind, and actually watching like 5 of my videos and seeing why, no, they just see my name, then they get presumptuous. They get so angry because I post what Disney stocks are today. Oh my God. And it's not like I say, oh, Disney's done. Look, they're finished. See, it's down 2 points. Disney's bankrupt. No, I just post the number. And they get all angry and their panties in a total bunch. It's amazing. American Voice for Spike Spiegel. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know I liked Space Aladdin concept. I just had some issues with his arc in season 3. He did have a perfect send-off in season 4, in my opinion. Rey, by the way, is Peter Pan. Disney, if you haven't noticed, just recycles their characters. Rey is Peter Pan. Well, she's Kathleen Kennedy, but she's Peter Pan. The clam digger cutout pants, the pointy cloth boots. All she needs is a little hat. The little top with the hood. She flies. She's magical. She's Peter fucking Pan. I mean, Jess. Isn't she like 13? Come on, dude. I won't leave you this time. Then you will lie. Rebels is a dumb show. It feels like a fan fiction. Vader can't kill Canon. Thrawn is not very smart and can't even defeat a small rebel group. Ahsoka is the key to all at the ending. Yes. Not only can you not defeat a small rebel group, they're fucking kids. Thrawn, the greatest mind in the Empire, is getting outdone by little kids. So goddamn stupid, Dave Filoni. Turns blind to everything, literally. That's why I said that. Also, why do people consider him the best character on the show? Hera's way better, I agree. The show shit about her dad and Sabine's hot ass. Sabine's better. Ezra's better. There's Vader. Ahsoka's better. Kanan's dumb as hell. And it's not even because of Freddie Prinze, who he is also a dumbass. But that character is so lame. That could have been another great way to kill off Ahsoka. Yes. Link to a new video. Well, I did. The Andor documentary. I put it there. Which I might post it again just because. But I did. All the Problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 2, The Child, is about to come out. And boy, I know I'm going to get hate on that one. But fuck Disney. Just make Sabine's character better. Have her and Hera be a lesbian couple, and I'm good. It sounds better than seeing Ezra again. Stab my eyes out to death. Then see this punk again. So you want Sabine to be a lesbian? I get the Sabine represented a rebellious kid from the Mandalorian lifestyle, which honestly I feel like that's why many kept telling me she represents a rebel at a purest form. I have no problem with her actual character or that she's rebellious. I have a problem with her pink and purple Mandalorian suit. And in fact, her hair underneath, I'm not crazy about that either culturally, but okay, she puts on her helmet, fine. But when she's in her Mando armor, no, absolutely not. She should be pink and purple and all that nonsense. That's not how military and tribes and cultures work. This ain't New York where everybody's different and wants to do their thing. These are Mandalorians. They have thousands of years of lore in Star Wars, and they are very tribal and very ritualistic, and they have traditions. And tribes don't just like, oh, this one kid wants to go off and, I get it. Everybody has their personality. Everybody's going to do little variances. But, that's like all of a sudden, Native Americans. You see a Native American walking around all painted in pink. It's not going to happen. They have the certain colors and ways of doing things. Their headdress, their suit, their clothing, that's all tradition. And it's the same thing with Mandalorians. There would be no pink or purple Mandalorian. It's absurd. Now, her, as a child, as a young girl, being rebellious and being snappy and having purple hair and all, okay, I can deal with it. I have a daughter. I got it. I get it. But when she puts on her Mando suit, her helmet, nope. That's nonsense. 342 subs. Thanks to my videos of my handicap. Cool. That's after about 10 years. Yeah, see? I also haven't posted anything within 4 years or done anything to advertise or encourage views. Well, if I can help you, let me know. And if you're into motorcycles, go check out Adapter's page. I don't know a whole lot about his stuff, but I've seen some stuff, and he's talked about his car and stuff like that. So if you're a gearhead, go look this up. And believe me, I know it's hard. It's not easy. 100 is very hard, but 1,000, holy shit! Most people on YouTube will never get to 1,000 subs. It sounds like it's nothing, but trust me, they won't. Never liked Sabine's character. The nice thing I can say about her is that she's hot. And you're okay because you're like 15. Wes, I don't know how old you are. I'm worried. Yeah, and again, don't get me wrong, guys. I don't have anything against Sabine per se. It's just that pink-purple suit of hers. That's nonsense. And it's not that there can't be a pink character in Star Wars. Don't misunderstand. Mandalorian. No, that is nonsense. More annoying than Ahsoka. Can't argue that. Ahsoka was awesome. Up until Order 66, I loved her. She was great. She was an awesome character. But Cowboy Dave, well-regulated army or military group. Correct. And I was in the army. The Marines are like even worse. They're like, man, you all are Borgs. You all are exactly the same, think the same, move the same, talk the same, march the same. The Marines are like really on that. You're the same. You all think as one. In the army, it's a little bit different. They wanted you to be individualistically thinking. An army of one, that's where that comes from. And I'm not saying that Marines are worthless or don't think. I'm just saying that they are trained to move as a unit. In the army, you're trained that way too, but you're also trained to survive and conquer on your own or in small groups if necessary. And not to say that Marines and others don't do that. Just saying that the training mentality, and Marines is more like a Borg. You all are one. In the Army, it's army of one. They want each soldier to be a force. Kevin Smith went from making interesting Superman live script to hiding behind a pathetic SJW emails. Yeah, ever since he had that stroke or heart attack or whatever, that dude is just... He used to be so beloved and so cool. And, man, I don't know. His brain like got freaking reset or something. He's just... Yeah. Some don't. Some just don't. There's people that are like, I love Star Wars, but George Lucas is an idiot. You get those airheads. But some people just don't know it. So they're going by what they see from Disney. They don't know the difference. Rey is Peter Pan. That's exactly who she is. Look at her suit. Look at how she behaves. She's Peter Pan. I liked Ahsoka. Then it was revealed that she betrayed the Republic and lived throughout the original trilogy. Now I hate her. Can't argue with you, buddy. Let the hate flow through you. Older than 13. She's around my age. Okay. All right. 17. Okay. Actually, is a lesbian? I don't know. I'm asking you, do you want her to be? I don't know. I don't really care either way. I don't mind, whatever, but just you're the one that was like, I just want her to be a lesbian and you'll be good or whatever. I thought Sabine was about 18, 20. Yeah, now she may be. I'm saying when we first see her, right, when she's introduced, I thought she was like 13, 15. It's Disney, so probably. Yeah, she does. Snow White's 14 years old. After hearing Walt being a creep, that doesn't really surprise me. No, it shouldn't. 16 according to Disney lore. Ezra was 14. Are Mandalorians in the Clone Wars meant to all be blonde hair, blue-eyed Nordic? Yet in a lot of the Disney media, all we see them as is Latino, white-looking. Total inconsistency there. I don't remember. Are they all blonde? I guess a lot of them are. I never really thought about it. And then we have Django, who is a Mandalorian. Always was a Mandalorian. And he looks different. So, I don't know the answer to that one. You know, I don't really go off of the Clone Wars much, so I always thought of Mandalorians looking like Boba and Django. Not that they exclusively can look like him, but for the most part, that's just how I always thought of him. I have no idea whatsoever who Sabine is, but it def sounds like it would be a sexy name for a good-looking woman. She's cute. She's a Mandalorian girl, young girl, teenager. She's very rebellious and does her own thing. There's a time where she has the Darksaber. She's important as far as in Rebels. And again, her character's fine. It's just that she's like very like the kid that spray paints walls, you know what I mean? Like all out there and hardcore punking, you know, crazy designs, and she's always coloring her hair different colors, and she repaints her suit several times, and usually it's predominantly like a pink or purple. So she's a pretty rebellious kid, very unique kid, and all that's fine. But like I said, her as a person, but when you put on that Mandalorian armor, all the elders would be like, no, Sabine. Yeah. Not to mention camouflage. You're this bright ass pink. I mean, it's just nonsense. But that's because Disney and Dave Filoni are only thinking of diversity and representation. And look, we're going to make the crazy kid that stands out, and she's going to be cool, and all the kids are going to like her because she's different. And you're just shitting all over Mandalorian lore. It's like, fuck it. Just to make one character that's going to stand out and people are going to connect to. You're shitting on the entire traditions and lore of Mandalorians. It's nonsense. Make Sabine paint her armor pink, or was it made pink? I can't remember. From what I know of her, she paints her shit different colors several times. Not just in Rebels. She's been in comics and other stuff, and she likes to paint her shit. And remember that most Mandalorians have Beskar. And Beskar, by nature, is that shiny steel like Mando. It's just that they put trim and paint on it. Because, again, being like dumbass Mando, a bright, shiny reflector isn't very smart. Now, is it? I think we see what Sabine's armor looks like without the paint, but I can't remember if it's pink. Leave the paint on. I heard Kevin Smith's He-Man was going to be awesome. Then it was revealed that it was going to be like the new She-Ra. I need to find the old He-Man and She-Ra cartoons. Those are the shit. But at least Ahsoka isn't Ezra, I suppose. And binge them. Sabine seems bi to me. Yeah, probably. I thought she was a few years older than Ezra. You're so right. It's tough getting 1,000 subs. Hell, I've been doing YouTube 7 years. I only got 100 subs. Yeah, it's really hard. It's not something that, this is the thing. When you're not making videos, some people come on your channel and they're like, oh, well, if you were any good, you'd have like hundreds of thousands of subs, and you don't even have 1,000 subs. And like, that's because you haven't tried. And let me tell you, 80-90% of people that even try will never get 1,000 subscribers. So just getting 1,000 is a huge achievement. Getting 10,000 is holy fucking huge. Now, granted, of course, 100,000 and all that is much larger, and there's channels, guys, that have millions of subscribers. So even like 300,000 subscribers, really in the big picture, is nothing. But understand that as most people won't make it to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 300,000 is a pretty big deal. Absolutely. Hello there, Gordon. Nice to see you. Roberto, I see you over there. Thanks for jumping over there, buddy. I appreciate you. You've been supporting a lot on you now. I appreciate it. I really like you now, guys. I've been messing around over there. Quick side note, by the way, I've been doing the Wednesday streams there. I'm probably going to move it to Tuesdays, maybe Monday, but definitely I'm going to try Tuesday because, one, I've been talking to a lot of bigger accounts, and they're all like, Wednesdays suck. And yeah, they haven't been great. Not bad, but they haven't been great. And also, it's so close to my Friday stream that I'm exhausted, man. Wednesday, I'm on there like 8 hours. Then I'm like doing videos and research, and then I got to come and do the big show on Fridays, and it's too much. So I'm going to move the YouNow like Monday or Tuesday, so I have a little more space there. So I'll figure it out. I'm trying different things, but just a little heads up. Now, it's not to say that I won't do something on Wednesdays or whatever, but I'm going to probably move that stream to Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to start doing more gaming streams. I've been doing some Call of Duty, just working out some technical issues. And I really love that Call of Duty mobile. So I play it because it's fast and it's quick and it's easy. But I've been thinking about KOTOR a lot, and I'm going to start it soon. So for those of you that have been wanting to see me play KOTOR, it's coming. And I don't know how much I'll do, but I'm going to try to do. What I would like to do is at least one gaming stream a week. My YouNow open combo stream, my Friday show, and then maybe a little stream here and there. We'll see. But I would like to at least do one gaming stream, the YouNow open stream, and the Friday big show. Bo-Katan was a redhead. Yeah. Oh, because you were asking about blonde, or because he said something about blondes. Yeah. Actually, that's one thing I'll give them, that Bo in the cartoon looks like Katie. Actually, now granted, they made Bo based off of Katie, so then when you see Katie later, it looks like her. It looks good. The problem is, though, like I remind you, is that she was probably 25, 30 years old in the Clone Wars. Then you go 19 plus 7, that's 26, plus 5 for Mandalorian, that's 31. So if she's 30, and then 31 years later, she should be about 60 years old. She wasn't 60 years old in The Mandalorian. She looked like a pretty nice, yummy 27-year-old, 32-year-old. So that's the problem, Filoni. But as far as what she looks like, yeah, she was spot on. Last season of Rebels, like Rosario Dawson, Ahsoka is fine looking. Yeah, I thought. Now, Rosario fits because Ahsoka would be roughly that age, and Rosario is roughly that age, and it fits. And I thought Rosario was awesome as Ahsoka. It's a mess that she's alive, but isolated, I thought she was great as Ahsoka. She was 16 at the start of Rebels. Ezra was 14 at the start. Obviously, years passed during the show, so they're older now. Sabine is a Mandalorian from Hot Topic. Correct. And that's the thing. There wouldn't be Mandalorians from Hot Topic. I get why they did it, and again, I have a daughter. I get it. But that doesn't change tradition, and it just, the Mandalorians wouldn't be having that shit. Now, if she said, well, screw you guys, and she went off on her own and just, okay, whatever. What are you going to do? But she's being disrespectful to Mandalorians doing that crap. There's one thing being rebellious, and another thing like totally shitting on your tradition and elders and lore and all that. .3D model. Sabine spray painted a captured TIE fighter, yes. At the same time, same TIE fighter bypassed Imperial security, yes. By the way, when Mandalorian came out and there was all that spray paint and the trailer and everybody was speculating, and everybody, if you remember, people were like, oh, Sabine must have been there because all the spray paint. One trade I missed from season 1 was her diction to blow things up. That joke didn't resurface. There are interesting aspects of first seasons and a lot of shows that fade. Yeah. That happens because the people creating these shows are so anxious to do the next thing and to outdo themselves and keep it going, instead of sticking to what it is, instead of respecting what you've developed and established. They want to just go off on some other shit, and that's where they fail. That's where they fuck it up. If Hot Topic existed in the Star Wars universe, Sabine would be going in and out of it. Yes. She'd probably be the manager. HoloNet does. By the way, I recently got 100 subs, and I would love for you to be in my 100 subs special because you helped me along the way from YouTube career, by giving me some advice in your live streams. Of course, any way I can help. Or when you say 100, are you going to do like a live stream with people come on? Or, dude, by all means, let me know. I'll go. I'm not one of those channels that ignores you guys. I'm not one of those channels that's like, I'm too big to be on your little stream. I've been on streams with less than 100 subscribers. I've been on bigger streams too. So let me know what it is you want to do. You can either tell me here, or you can write my email, notmystarwars1977@gmail. You can DM me on Twitter. Whatever. Let me know. If I'm not sure what you mean, but if you're going to do a live stream, yeah, no problem. Let me know. I'll go. Absolutely. I'll be more than happy. Of course, assuming it's not like conflicting with one of my streams or something going on. But if you tell me with some time, I will make a point to leave that time open to come over there and support you. Just let me know. But the sooner you let me know, the better, so that I know to not have something conflicting. With teens in Star Wars, due to pastime, besides Sabak and hologram chess, I'm sure there's plenty of things. Well, for one, lightsaber training, blaster training, fixing mechanics, robot droids, ships, moisture evaporators, trading. They go to the cantina and drink. Just like any universe, there's girls. I know I would go to a couple Twi'lek dance shows. So it wouldn't be that different. I'm sure there's all kinds of board games, and remember, they have much higher technology than we do, so they would have video games and, you know, all kinds of stuff. They don't really show it, but imagine they're not so different from us. What? Pod racing. Yeah. Cool parallel. Anakin was rebellious. Also, notice how he's the only Jedi who wears black clothing. Did he get those from Hot Topic? Does Hot Topic exist on Coruscant? I need to ask George some questions. Yes. Well, he's not actually. Remember that Grandmaster Luke is wearing black when he goes to the throne room. I mean, in our world, we have a whole variety of dream jobs kids want, but in Star Wars, it seems like most kids just want to be pilots. That's true. A lot of them seem to want to do that. Then again, if you're living in a galaxy where space travel is common, a lot of people would probably want to see other planets. That too. You'd have people traveling all over the place. Yep. KOTOR's a masterpiece. That's what most people say. I will be firing it up soon. Top of the best things EU. Yeah. Star Wars Canon extended wiki. Sabine is 21 at the end of Rebels. Yeah, could be. She's too old for you, James. Unless you're, you have the Anakin Padme thing. According to some lore I studied, since Jedi get to pick their type of robes and how they look, Anakin intentionally chose dark robes, which Jedi don't commonly choose. Yeah, and that was to foreshadow his fall, Just shows how he felt like the black sheep. Yeah. All you have to do is send a video clip of yourself saying congratulations to Ryan John. If you don't want to, that's okay. I thought it would be a cool idea. Have my role model congratulate me. Well, first of all, here on live, I will tell you congratulations because, again, that is a big deal. Second, thank you that you value my advice on to help you grow. Third, I will be more than happy to. You just have to let me know where to send it. Rosario's in Clerks 2, yes. Reaching this goal, yes. Did you know that Palpatine's throne in Rise of Skywalker was concept art from Return of the Jedi? No, I have not seen that. If you would like to show me proof of that, and I'm not saying that you're incorrect or lying, I'm just saying I have not seen that. If you would like to show me proof of that, I would love to see it. I just wanted The Mandalorian to be its own fun little show. Now it's trying to connect to everything. Clone Wars, Rebels, and of course, the stupid trilogy. Yes. If you want to see a better realistic version of Ahsoka than Rosario's, look up Vintage Collection Ahsoka Tano. That's literally the only reason for Mandalorian to exist, to see animated characters in live action and trying to make the stupid trilogy work. That's exactly what The Mandalorian is. Introduce characters from all over the place, because it's not about The Mandalorian. It's not about Din Djarin. Babysitting and justify Rey. That's what The Mandalorian is. My respect for you went up after you said you are always down to help us. I have always said that. I have always given advice. There's streams where I talked about YouTube for hours, giving certain creators advice. And yes, I would help any creator because I know what it's like, how hard it is. What do you think about SWTOR animated shorts of BioWare? For me, the duels have the perfect balance of elaborate choreographies like the prequels and the precise duels of the original trilogy. I don't know them. Animated shorts of SWTOR? I don't know them, Roberto. Where are they? On the game, you mean? Or BioWare website or something? Where are they? What do you mean? Because I'm unaware of them. Do you mean the cutscenes in the game? It's even more confusing. I found an action figure of Anakin from the Clone Wars. It was supposed to be, if it was in live action, looked nothing like Hayden Christensen. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer exists in Star Wars and Attack of the Clones. We see people playing Racer in the bar when Obi-Wan and Anakin were looking for Zam. Yeah. DM you Twitter to tell you more about. Okay, yeah. Absolutely, go ahead. And I will be more than happy to help if I can. And as far as like a little clip saying that, yeah, sure, of course, dude, no problem. It should be fun to be a fashion designer or a pilot on the Star Wars universe. Are there filmmakers in the Star Wars universe? Fashion designer or pilot in the Star Wars universe, are there filmmakers? I would think, right? There probably are some films. I mean, there was an opera in the Revenge of the Sith. There's got to be some sort of films, shows, something, I would think. There's the HoloNet, so there's got to be, right? The HoloNet has news and stuff, but I'm sure there's got to be some sort of shows. Or maybe it's just like sporting events. I don't know, but I would think there has to be some sort of shows. Musical numbers, something. It's funny that it would be kind of neat to see in Star Wars, like a film crew filming stuff inside of Star Wars. It's funny that someone should connect NASCAR with pod racing because I did the same thing as a kid. Parents took me to a lot of races at Talladega, the intense heat vendors, and loud engines sold it. Yes. Now, nothing against NASCAR and not saying that that analogy is wrong, but what pod racing is truly like, and also, if not from George Lucas, I remember someone at Lucasfilm saying it. It might have been Ben Burtt. The pod races are Formula One. Why? Because one, it's much faster than NASCAR, and two, they're making very sharp and aggressive moves. As opposed to NASCAR, you're just doing this. And I'm not saying there's no skill or that it's not anything. I appreciate driving and racing. I'm just saying NASCAR ain't Formula One. It's just that simple. So it's Formula One. It's not actually NASCAR. Not that the NASCAR is a bad analogy, but Formula One. Oh yeah, we're also watching sports in the bar with Anakin and Obi-Wan. I would love to check out Star Wars Galaxy Sports. It would be hilarious. Yeah, it would be. That would be not a bad concept for games. And I meant to look back at that because James mentioned that months ago or weeks ago when we were talking about that or watching Clone Wars or something. And I meant to look back because if I remember correctly, there's several screens and there's different types of events going on. So I have to look back closely, but yeah. Can you think of anyone else who faked their deaths in The Rise of Skywalker? Not off the top of my head. I'm thinking, no. Yeah, Chewie and 3PO. In A New Hope, when someone dies, it's done. When Tarkin died, he never came back. Yeah, well, remember what I always tell you guys. Star Wars is not lightsabers and spaceships. Star Wars is stakes and emotions. That's the magic of Star Wars. I'm kind of interested in seeing the food of the Star Wars universe. We get glimpses in Dex's diner, I think you mean. But that's not enough. Yeah, it would be kind of neat to. That's a book they never made, like The Food of Star Wars. There is a little Star Wars cookbook or recipe, and it has like 5 or 6. There's Wookiee cookies and how to make Jawa juice, and there's a couple little things in there, but not like anything official. Nintendo 64 exists in that universe? Maybe. Texas, yes. Sex's Diner. I got you. Didn't George say paper doesn't exist in Star Wars? I can't remember if he said that. If he did, Ray shouldn't have those books. I want to say that he did say that, James. Right now, I can't think of the reference, and it wasn't something directly in the movies, but something in behind the scenes. No glasses and no paper. I think you are correct, young man. Right now, I don't know the direct reference, so I can't say, but that does ring a big old bell. And yes, that's why there are holocrons. Thought the Jedi text was holocrons. No, they're just regular old books. That takes away from the imagination. Does Disney have to make everything look boring? Well, Rian Johnson. Remember the Jedi library? There's no books. It's all computers and holocrons. I don't remember the reference, but I'm willing to bet, and I seem to remember that Lucas said there is no paper. Yes. Disney listened to George? No, they didn't listen to him, not one bit. No. Real badass Mando on KOTOR. Yeah, I've heard. I'm very much looking forward to it. The reason I haven't started is this. I'm a completionist, and I hate to start something and not finish it. Now, I'm pretty sure when I get into KOTOR, I'm going to be like nonstop playing that shit. But the reason I haven't is because, one, I have all these other videos and projects and shit going on, which now that I finished the Andor, I'm about to drop Chapter 2 of Mandalorian. The only thing really kind of hanging over my head is the Empire Project. So I can breathe more. But also because I had started SWTOR. And I didn't dislike SWTOR, but I wasn't blown away by it. And that's something I don't like about PC games. They're so big and so many controls and so much shit to do. And it's like, I like big games. Fallout, I had like 800 hours on that damn game. Okay, so it's not that I don't, Final Fantasy, all those games, I've played those and I love those. But it's just like SWTOR just wasn't, I don't know, it felt like a lot of running back and forth. And I know that KOTOR, you like make decisions and you grow your character, and there's all this lore in there. And I think SWTOR is going to be so. Anyways, the reason I've avoided KOTOR is because I don't want to like jump game to game and leave this one halfway and go back. I don't like doing that, going back and forth, unless it's like a totally different thing. Like today I play Gran Turismo and tomorrow I play Call of Duty. Okay, that's different. I'm in the mood to drive or I'm in the mood to shoot. But as far as completing games, I'm a trophy hunter. I'm a completionist. So, and when I say completionist, I don't like to finish the game 60% or 80%. I'm talking about 100%. I want the platinum trophy. So that's why I've stayed away from KOTOR, and I have KOTOR 1 and 2, by the way. I stayed away from it is because I don't want to get too much and bounce around, but yeah, I have been itching to. It's coming. It's coming. If they did, Disney's M stuff would also as good as George's stuff. They took some ideas he had for the sequel trilogy, but ultimately went their own way and completely disrespected his vision. Yep. Disney tried to pull the ancient text nonsense because every order has dusty old books that has never opened or relevant to story. Yes. The old bio for the character Baron Papanoida, played by George Lucas, got rich from making several famous holodramas, space operas. Correct. Good point. I forgot about that. Good one. That's funny. Oh man, what's the Jedi text? Is it holograms? Is it ancient crawl from stone? No, it's just a bunch of books. Ancient Jedi text. But the sacred, yeah. I know what you mean about Formula One, but as a kid in Alabama, NASCAR was as close as I could get to pod racing. There you go. Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't saying that it's like a terrible analogy. It's just that not only have I heard someone at Lucasfilm say that, but more of a close, relation would be Formula One. That I barely read. They really shit on Luke. Yeah. Palpatine Throne concept art link is on the Star Wars League's Reddit page if you want to see it. I tried to send a link, but it wasn't working. Okay, yeah, YouTube doesn't let you put links, but I will look. Remember hearing Miss Santhroponi saying George says the Jedi had no books. Hey, that guy says. Good to see you, buddy. You can search Star Wars The Old Republic Deceived Cinematic Trailer. It came out 9 years ago on YouTube. There are 5 animated short films. All of them are high-quality animation. All right, I wrote it down. I'll take a look when I get a minute. It makes what was it? It makes sense. We never see paper. Yeah. Yeah, I remember somewhere somebody saying that there is no paper in Star Wars. And I can't remember if it was George or somebody, but I remember the rationale being like they're so advanced that not only do they not need paper, but it's like wasteful and damaging to the environment. Played Star Wars? No, I don't own a console, so I have not played it. I've seen a lot of it. I have a pretty good understanding of it, but no, I have not played it. The stories in SWTOR are great. KOTOR is definitely unique and a completely. I'm not sure what you meant there. Yeah, it's not that I didn't like SWTOR. It's just that I only played like 5-6 hours. So yeah, I have to go through and develop my character more and do more. And it's not that I didn't like it. It's just I feel like KOTOR will be a little more exciting. I remember Miss Anthropine saying The Last Jedi is most respectful thing from any franchise than The Last of Us 2 came out. Different, completely different. Okay, got you. What's up, Riker, by the way? Thanks for stopping by. I traveled the galaxy, collected artifacts, studied the rules, but one Force vision sent me off my mojo. Now I'll sit here while my fallen student tears the galaxy apart. That's Ryan Johnson. Rise of Skywalker is a video game. Story mode if you only do the side missions. When I do play the story mode of a game, I do explore and play side stuff. Then when I play the story mode again, I skip the side missions. I'm a very completionist, thorough type of person. So I know most people don't do this, and it maybe annoys some people, but I'm the type, like, if I'm going through a dungeon, let's say it's Zelda or Final Fantasy or whatever, I look in every room, I check every chest, I look at every item, I pick up whatever I can, I want all of it. I want all the monies, all the cake, I want it all. I don't want to not have the gem so that I can upgrade the sword, or not have the cash to do this, or you need extra spoons to melt down to make a bomb or whatever. I want all of it. I, for myself, I don't care what anybody else knows or thinks. I, for myself, like to know that I checked all of it. There's not one stone unturned. So every room, up, down, every door, closet, everything, I check it all. Under the bed, I move the chair, all that shit. I check it all. I touch it all. I go through it all. And I very rarely, I'm like, okay, you come into a place and there's like 5 branches. Okay, I'll go straight through and then I'll come back and do the 5 branches. No, that's where you fuck up. Because you go straight through and then you forget. Or if you remember, you come back, but you only go through 3 of the branches and not the other 2. That's why I don't do that. I walk in, I go to the first branch, completely do what I got to do, come back, go to the second branch, make sure I do everything I got to do. Then I go to the third, the fourth, the fifth. I don't skip. I don't jump. I don't go forward and come back. I don't like doing that. I go step by step, methodically. And most people like to just go through and beat the game. See, I beat Final Fantasy. It only took me 200 hours. And you have none of the swords. You have none of the summons. You have none of the stuff. You just got the basics to beat the game. I don't like that. I like to build my shit up and make my characters fucking badass so that when I get to the final boss, it's like, I don't like to, I'll on the second or third playthrough, I'll do the sword and I'll do me personally, I do as much as you can first playthrough. Now, some games you have to, on the second playthrough, play it on a different difficulty, or you had to have an item that's upgraded, and then in the second playthrough, I've been through all that. I've been playing games since Pong. So I know about all that. But me, I'm the thorough. I like to go step by step. And while other people are way ahead and want to see other shit, and I just want to fight, and I just want to see, and I want to get the... James does that when we do the deep dives. He's always watching the movie ahead. And that's okay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Me, I go methodically, room by room. A big reason I had 800 hours on Fallout was because I would carry as much as I could. Spoons, knives, paper, pots, stim packs, whatever I could carry, I would take it back to the home base. And sometimes you're so heavy, you're like, you can barely move, and it takes you a while to get back. Because remember, you have weight. For those of you who played Fallout, you have weight. So if you're all heavy, you move all slow. And most people don't have that patience. I do. I'm very patient. Because when I get back to the house, now I have a ton of loot. And right then and there, I don't have to go back 5 times. I now dump my shit. And I've got all this money and materials and source. And I can sit there for the next hour building Nuka-Cola grenades and doing all kinds of nonsense. as opposed to, oh man, I need that one little piece. Now I got to go hunting all over the place for this one thing when I could have brought back 5 batteries in that cave that I was in. I don't like to go back. I like to go somewhere, finish everything there, and be out and move on to the next section. I don't like that I have to go back and forth and I miss something and I need that part, or I know where those are at, so if I ever need them, I'll come back. No, I like to stock up, get that shit out the way so I never have to come back there again. That's the difference. Most people want to go through and then come back to stuff. Me, I like to get a section done and never deal with it again. Move on. That's just how I play games. On Rebels, there's a character that wears glasses. Yeah, Dave Filoni. Shout outs to all the completionists. That's how I play games. It's clear TLJ was a disgrace because Ryan just wanted to tell his story. Lore didn't matter to him. That's why he didn't care if episode 9 changed. What he did, he just cares about being shocked. Yep. Every time I replay Spider-Man 4, I skip the Tombstone side story. Yeah. When I play Grand Theft Auto 5, I skip the side missions where Trevor steals stuff from celebrities for 2 old British people. And that's kind of why I don't like the Grand Thefts. And that's what I was kind of getting at with SWTOR. There's so much of that little stuff that it's like, oh, fuck, man. I've been through this with Final Fantasy. I've been through this with Fallout. I want something that's a little more fast-paced, a little more like... I love building my character. I love learning skills and getting items and all that. I love all that. But, man, when you have just like 82,000 side missions, it's just like, ugh. You know, I like side missions and side quests, and I like getting stuff and building items, but man, Grand Theft is just like every 2 minutes, phone call, ring, ring, go here, drive across town, drive back here, pick this up and take it back to this garage, and you know, the cops are chasing you, and it's just like, oh fuck. That makes me a little bit crazy. You should do reactions to some of the Star Wars fan films. Some of them are really good. I have a whole playlist of them, and I intend to do so, but I'm just so busy. But that is something that I will do at some point. To be honest with you, most of them aren't very good, but there's 10 or 20 of them that are pretty good. I like the Darth Maul one. Yes, that's arguably the best Star Wars fan film ever made. That shit is badass. Jedi Fallen Order was pretty fun. That's a Night Sister. There's a Night Sister named Marin, and she makes me blush. Is she the one that you have to fight her, and she's like, I think she throws her lightsaber, but she also like moves real quick. Like she does this dash attack from a good distance. Because I've watched a lot of that. She was pretty cool. You would really enjoy Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. That game is amazing. I don't know that one. And I know most of the Zeldas. Ocarina of Time. Of course, original Zelda. I've played like 4 or 5 Zeldas. I don't know that one, though. Breath of the Wild. Is that a new one? I love going on YouTube and watching the cinematic cutscene movies for old Star Wars video games, as well as walkthroughs. Enjoy old Star Wars games stories. Pretty cheap, too. Don't have to buy console or game. Yeah. Speaking of which, from what I understand, KOTOR, you can be good or evil, dark or light. What do you guys want me to do? Put an L for light or put a D for dark? I don't know if there's a third option, like Mandalorian Bounty Hunter, because if that is an option, then that's what I will be doing. But from what I understand, you're dealing with like Revan story and stuff like that, so it's light or dark. What would you guys like to see? Now, I know that you can play it light or dark, so probably I'm going to play it twice. I will do one and then the other, but I'm just curious. I love going on, right. I do like side missions where Trevor gets angry and starts killing people who are racist towards Canadians. How do you all immediately figure out that Trevor's a Canadian? I barely notice it. Does he say a lot? When I play side missions, I usually do them for something like if I need more money or I need to upgrade my missions, that stuff. Yeah, see, I'm different. Like, if there's 86 side missions in the game, I'm going to complete all 86 side missions in the game. Again, most people will never know that. For me, so that I know in my mind that I, like that game, destroyed that game. That's my MO. Devastate video games. And I have done that since I was little and played the first video games. I get a controller in my hand, I thrash the shit out of games. And it don't matter what it is. Gran Turismo, Uncharted, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy, FIFA, Madden, whatever, bring it. I crush video games, especially when it's campaign stuff. Now, I don't claim to be the best Madden player out there. There's guys that have been playing Madden for the past decade, straight. That's all they play. So I'm not saying I can just beat everybody at Madden, but I will give you problems. As far as live, NBA Live, I have played most of them. I will give you big problems. I'm good at hockey too. All that FIFA, I will give you problems. But when it comes to campaign stuff, I destroy the fuck out of games. And to the point, like I said, if there's 86 side missions, I'm going to complete all 86 side missions. So that's just how I play games. I think I've mentioned it to you guys before, but I'm a professional level video gamer. You will see. Unfortunately, I don't have the money for a console because that's where you would really see it. But you will see when I play KOTOR. I have no doubt of that. I'm currently playing Batman Arkham. Yeah, I whooped the shit out of that first one too. It's shorter than Arkham Asylum. Yeah, Arkham Asylum City, but it feels longer. And also, does it look worse than those two when it came out in 2013? That I don't know. I haven't played the newer ones. If only ever I had 4 Star Wars video games as a kid for the Wii, my only console. The Force Unleashed 2, Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels, and Clone Wars Heroes of the Republic. The last two I never played. Force Unleashed 2, I don't remember if I beat it or not because I don't remember if I owned that one. I think I played it on someone else's console. At the time that it came out, other stuff in life was going on. Force Unleashed, I whooped the shit out of that game. Loved it. Asylum came out in 2009. City came out in 2011, and they look much better than Origins. Asylum was pretty cool. There was no other game like that at that time. I'm going to get going. It's been an honor to watch your live streams like always. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I haven't even gotten into the news yet. You guys are so chatty, but it's cool. You have a good night. The Legend of Zelda. By the way, you may want to watch the replay because I've got some heavy research that was done today. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is the most recent Zelda game. Okay. Won the game in the year 2017. That's why I don't know it. I don't own a console, so that won't be happening anytime soon. When I play GTA 5 and I get control of Trevor, I immediately give him a mullet, a beard, and a lot of tattoos. KOTOR is big, but also linear. It's 7 times smaller than SWTOR. Oh, wow. Maybe you can finish it on a week. Oh, okay. I tend to play pretty good sessions, 5 hours, 8 hours. So, I mean, there was times where I used to play 24 hours. SOCOM, holy shit, that I used to fall asleep with the controller in my hand. I would wake up like hours later, like I used to play the shit out of SOCOM. I really feel like that's what I would look like if I lived in the desert running a drug company for 9 years while being upset about my dead best friend, who I just found out is alive. Michael was a dick. Arkham Origins is so slow. I play for half an hour and turn off the console. Asylum and City, I played for hours. All right. We're a little bit over 2 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break. I need to pee. I want to stretch. And I'm going to come back and we're going to get right into the news because I've got a lot of stuff to show you guys. So, Origins is so slow. Right. I admit I'm not much of a video game player. I've loved video games forever since I was little. And I had most every system. Atari, Odyssey, ColecoVision and Television, Sega Genesis, Super Famicom, NES, SNES, 64. I didn't have PS1. I did not like the PS1, mostly because the machine itself. Everybody I knew that had that game would have to load the game, close the top, and turn the system and play it upside down. And that was just ridiculous to me. But PS2, PS3, my last console was PS3. Xbox, I don't like. Never liked it. I hate the controller, and I don't like the system. And it was always inferior to PlayStation, so why bother? So, but most every system I've had and played. Now there's thousands and thousands of games, but over the years, like the beginning of gaming, first few decades of gaming, I've played most every video game that you've heard of or know of. Even crazy shit like that ET game that's buried out in the desert. Back then, there wasn't as many games, naturally. But yeah, I just always love video games, and I've always just been very good at them. It's not just that I enjoy them, it's that I shit on games. I destroy the fuck out of them. I've just always been very good at video games. I just have that coordination and patience and timing and all that. And I don't play Hannah Montana either. I'm talking games like Dead Space and Uncharted and Gran Turismo, games that you need some serious skill and patience and timing and practice. And like Gran Turismo, you can play for hours and hours and hours because there's so many tracks, and you know you have to beat all these achievements. And anyways, I've just always been very good at video games. And for anybody that's going to ask, well, how come if you're a pro gamer, you're not on the circuit? Because none of the games, it's always Super Smash Brothers or Pokemon or like games that I just don't give a shit about. I know that game battles, like I never liked Counter-Strike. Plus that's a PC game and I'm not a PC gamer. I've always been a console gamer. I know that Call of Duty in recent years, I don't know if game battles is even around anymore, but for a while they're game battles. But I know that Call of Duty's been on some tournaments. Plus, like in my Call of Duty Mobile, they tell you all the time, World Championship, blah, blah, blah. But I don't have a console, and most of the time those games are the ones that I just don't like. Fucking Pokemon and shit. Like, you know, if there would have been world championships for SOCOM, holy fuck. But anyways, multiplayer, yeah. Call of Duty Mobile, I play every single day. When I had consoles, I always played SOCOM, COD, Uncharted Online, Metal Gear, Solid Online. It's been a while, but you know, pretty much all the online games, I played them. Yeah. Madden, Live, whatever. Yeah. Final Fantasy was Tactics. It was good. It was just so good on the PSP with what limits those consoles were used to. I had a PSP, and in fact, I had a what is it called? It's been a while. I had a buddy that would do it. Not hacked, but there was a name for it, where you would unlock them. There was a word for it. There was a name for it. It's been years now. I used to have, unfortunately, something else I lost throughout life, but I used to have a special edition white PSP with Darth Vader's helmet on the back. It was from a Star Wars game, exclusive. And it was unlocked. There's a word for it, and right now I can't remember what it was. It had emulators, but the act of unlocking it and putting those emulators, there was a name for that type of PSP or device. When you would unlock them like that. And right now I can't remember unkeying or what was it? It basically meant like your shit was hacked, like you hacked your own thing, but there was a name for it. It was like hacked or unlocked. And right now I can't think of the damn word. But I had a buddy, I still have a buddy. As a matter of fact, I talked to him recently in Miami who's like really good with computers and shit like that. And he unlocked and did all this shit to my PSP, and man, I had like 100 games on it. I didn't need a disc. It had all these classic games and even some new ones, and you could do all kinds of shit on there. I can't remember what the term was called, but there was a name, a term for unlocking them. Anyways, yeah. I think my favorite Final Fantasy is 7, and I think it was 10 with Titus and Suna. Love that. You have 11K subscribers. You sign up at Fortnite, support a creator. You get paid every time someone uses your code. I don't play Fortnite, and I kind of don't like it. I've never played it, so I can't say. But it just looks, I don't know. I love shooters, but not those zany, crazy character shooters. I like true to life, SOCOM, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, that type of stuff. That's like as if you're really a soldier. Fortnite, I know that guy says plays that a lot, but I just now I've never played it. Maybe I play it and I like it, but I just doesn't call my attention. Emulators, yeah, it had emulators, but there's a term for. Maybe I'll remember, but it's been a while. Take your own choices. It's more fun that way. Call of Duty Warzone has a. I don't have a console. I can't play Warzone. I only play mobile on my phone. All right, I'm going to take a break. You need some of this in your life?
Uba. Uba. Uba.
In about 10 minutes, and we're going to jump into the news because I have a ton of stuff to show you guys, talk to you about some interesting stuff. So let's I thought I had fixed this. Okay. Well, I hope this is right. All right. I'll play a little intermission for you guys, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll get into the news. There's lots of stuff to talk about and some stuff I'll show you. It's on PC also. Okay, but I only have a laptop, so is it going to run it that well? Second, I don't have any money to be spending on that. And third, if I'm going to play it, I want to play with a controller. And I've been having a nightmare setting up this controller, mapping this controller, which is basically a PS3 controller, to Call of Duty Mobile. It's been a freaking nightmare. Now, granted, maybe Warfare is much easier. Maybe it's just like the old games. You could just pick your controller configurations. On this shit, I got to map it all out, and it's because it's a mobile emulator, probably. But then that means I got to get probably a different controller. This Bluetooth, mine's a wireless. So and right now I don't have the time or the money to. Plus, I don't know that it would even run that well on my laptop. Before I got my Wii, I played educational games and Hot Wheels racing games. KOTOR, there's a lot of side missions, but all of them are well written and makes you dive into the world. Yeah. Uba. Pokedex? What do you mean? What I was saying about how unlocking the PSP? Is that what you mean? Pokedex? No. I gotta ask my friend. I gotta ask him. Yeah, I would think, but for some reason that one I can't. I have to map it. Now again, that's probably because Call of Duty Mobile is a mobile game, and I'm using a mobile emulator on my laptop, and then trying to map this to a mobile game going through a mobile emulator on a laptop. You see what I'm saying? As far as in general, like this, I think will be perfect for KOTOR, no problem. But as far as Call of Duty Mobile, it's all wackadoodle. And part of that is because at first they allowed you to have controller support, then they took it away. Now I think they brought it back. It's because they don't want people to have the advantage of a controller. But it's, for me, it's not to have an advantage. It's because I'm playing on, I mean, I have a decent sized phone, but you know, I like it. I want a controller. I want to be able to aim better and move around. And like, I'm tired of playing on my damn phone. I want to play on my laptop. And on my laptop, I mean, I can play with the mouse, but I'm not a PC gamer. I'm not a fan of using the mouse to aim. Now, if you watch my stream yesterday or you watch some of my gaming streams, I destroy people in Call of Duty all the same. But it's just not natural to me. I like playing with the controller. This, you know, WSAD controls and all these buttons. I like having my controller and then the buttons and sticks and the buttons. Pokedex. No, that's not the word that I know for the PSP hack. I got to ask my buddy. There's some word. There's a name for it, and right now I can't think of it. Yeah, again, easy. I think for most games, like a PC game, I got you. You just basically hook it up, and you know. But the problem is the Call of Duty Mobile. It just doesn't translate right. So you have to on the screen key map all the controls. But it's not just like, okay, here I'm going to put left stick and then assign it left controller stick. No, it's like you have to put where that thing is in the right spot. So, for example, right trigger, you know what it does as far as what Call of Duty is. Okay? Like for me, left trigger would be zoom, right trigger would be shoot. Some people like bottom. I don't. I like top. But on the emulator, you can't just like make a spot and then hit right and it does that function. No, you not only have to set a spot and do the button, but you also have to move that spot to the right place on a blank screen. Do you understand? Okay, look, you have like reload, right? There's a little graphic for reload. So you just move a bubble over reload and you hit like X, for example. Okay, to reload, and it maps it. That's easy. Change weapon. Okay, I use right on the pad. Fine. A is jump. On the pad, like down, I use for the turret. Left is to call in the helicopter. Right is for the UAV. So that's simple, but there's actual like buttons on the display that show you the chopper, right, as a score streak. So you just put a bubble over the chopper and then assign, okay, like left. Simple. But stuff like the paddles and the sticks, it doesn't have, it's just on the screen. So if you put a bubble for like, let's say left trigger, well, first of all, where I found where it works is on the right side of the screen, not left trigger, like left side, like it would logically, right? And then if it's in the right spot, it does what you want. It zooms. For me, I would like zoom. But if you move it, then it does something else. It's like right trigger zooms. It's all wacky. So if all the buttons were there and all you had to do was assign them, okay, mapping, you sit there for half an hour and do it, fine. But it's not like that, guys. It's some of the functions, reload, choose weapon, that stuff's there. You just move a bubble, assign it. But some of the stuff, like the paddles, isn't there. You have to like guess and try all over the screen, like where does it function? And then you got to go into a game and see if it works right. And then you got to get back out of the game and reassign it. And it's just like, It's not like Call of Duty or most games where you go into controller configuration, you have A, B, and C, or custom. You know what I mean? And A like is what you like, but then you can customize it to tweak something. You see what I'm saying? Like I've done that all 1,000 times. But because it's a mobile game through a mobile emulator going on the laptop, it's just doesn't fucking map right. So the other day I tried doing a stream and like I can't shoot. It doesn't move around right. The zoom is on the wrong side. It's just like a whole freaking thing, man. But I think KOTOR will be different. That I think will be like direct, like A is, this and B is that. And left stick is just, it's just Call of Duty because it's a mobile game. It's being a pain in my freaking ass. I never care for online games. There's full 5-year-olds who do nothing but scream racist slurs and get pissed off when someone tells a joke. Then when you kill them fair and square, they ban you. There is a lot of that. But Call of Duty, I don't tend to use the mic. I go in and I just kill people. I just pwn the fuck out of people. That's it. I don't talk. I don't want to listen. I go in and I pwn. By the way, 2 days ago, I got 110 kills and 102 kills. I destroy people. Trust me when I tell you. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not talking shit. Like, I pwn the fuck out of video games. When you take a break, I will watch the ending of Rot's. Best way to pass time. Cool. I'm going to play a little intermission, but yeah, I'm going to go here in a second. And thanks for being here, G-Man. It's totally because it's a mobile game. Didn't even think it was possible to have a controller on it. Yeah, that's why. It's because it's a mobile game. It's all fucking stupid. I like bottom. Yeah, a lot of people do, and mostly because it's a bigger surface. Me, I like here, snappy. That's what I like. I've always done it that way. My sticks, right? Aim and move, zoom, shoot, and then this is like alternate, like, mine or alternate thing, and then deploy it with the fire button, and then like A jump, X reload, B, whatever, depending on the game, switch, whatever, Y switch, it varies per game, of course. But yeah, I always like the top triggers. I know a lot of people and a lot of games are default by bottom. I don't like to shoot with my finger. I never understood that. If you've ever shot a firearm, do you like to shoot like your finger down? That's weird to me. Why would you want to, shoot? You should be shooting straight on. In fact, maybe try it, because the proper way to shoot is your finger, your hand level, straight. Pulling the trigger on a firearm, you don't want to be pulling it like this down. You want to be straight. Your finger has the most accuracy, precision, and strength straight on. If you try to go up or down, your timing, your precision is going to be off. So maybe try swapping it and see how that works for you. Because in reality, that's how I look at it, is as if I'm shooting a real firearm. And, not bragging or anything, but I get 100 kill streaks in Call of Duty. And a lot of times I don't even die in the match. I'll do 50, 80 streaks, and I didn't even die the whole time in the match. So, just saying. Controller isn't supported, makes total sense. The game and GUI wasn't designed for an emulator, let alone a controller. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just, the problem is I love that fucking game. Now, if I had the money to pick up a console in the newest Call of Duty, by all means, I probably wouldn't even mess with this. But I'm poor, and I have to do what I have to do, and I can play Call of Duty Mobile for free. It's close to the real thing. It's actually a really beautiful game. And like all shooters, I pwn the shit out of people, so I like it. But if I had the money, well, I'd get a PS5 or 4 and just get Call of Duty, and that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be wasting time on my phone, naturally. But it is what it is. You have to do with what you have, so it is what it is. All right. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will get into the Star Wars news. I got a lot of stuff to show you guys. So, all right. Enjoy, and I will see you in about 10 minutes. Thanks, as always, for being here, and I'll be right back.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour. This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7'2". The gold insect droid from Star Wars, and there's a Jawa at his feet. R2-D2, C-3PO, and a Stormtrooper from the Star Wars movies. There were many R2-D2s used to make one character from the films. These are some of those. R2-D2 was sometimes played by a man in a suit named Kenny Baker. Luke's Landspeeder from Star Wars. This was an actual car that was ridden. The miniature Landspeeder was used for long-distance shots. They gave the impression of the Landspeeder floating by putting mirrors underneath the fuselage of the ship. The Imperial speeder bike used in Return of the Jedi. At times it was doubled by a miniature speeder bike with a puppet representing the different characters sitting on it. The TIE Interceptor from Return of the Jedi, along with some miniature TIE Interceptors.
It's broken. Can you understand what he's saying?
I'm not a protocol droid.
I'm pretty sure that beep is down.
I sense Count Dooku is above us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Beep is up. I think.
The Rebel X-Wing fighter, complete with R2-D2 in the back. Boba Fett's Slave One. The ship was inspired by a street light post. The Y-Wing. The Snowspeeder. Both Rebel crafts. A miniature pilot from the Rebel Snowspeeder. This is the probe droid that found the rebels on the ice planet Hoth. The generator on the ice planet. The Millennium Falcon. This is a large 4-foot version of the model that was built for Star Wars. You can see the corner of the smaller 6-inch model that was built for Empire Strikes Back. The ship was also built full-size in England by a shipbuilding firm in Wales.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
That's the thermal detonator that Princess Leia threatens to blow up Jabba the Hutt with. The Rebel blaster. Imperial Stormtrooper blaster. Luke's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. The Tusken Raider and his gaffy stick from Star Wars. The 3 helmets here are 2 Imperial helmets and Luke's X-Wing helmet from Star Wars. This is the Imperial Beetle helmet. Luke's X-Wing helmet. And the Imperial Guard helmet from Return of the Jedi. 3 bad guys helmets from Star Wars movies. The Stormtrooper. The Snowtrooper from Empire Strikes Back. And of course Darth Vader from all 3 Star Wars films. C-3PO's mask from all 3 Star Wars films. An Imperial controller helmet from Star Wars. And Luke's Rebel helmet that he used on the Imperial speeder bike, seen here in the miniature. This is a prototype for the Tauntaun, the creature that Luke and Han rode in Empire Strikes Back. And this is a stop-motion version of the Tauntaun. These are miniature figures used on the sand skiff when the rebels escaped from Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi. The Jawa Sandcrawler from Star Wars. This is a radio-controlled model that was filmed in the deserts of Southern California. The different versions of the Millennium Falcon. The Imperial Shuttle from Return of the Jedi. 2 different versions. This is one of the creatures from Jabba's palace. This is Bubo. And that's Jabba himself. That's actually a half-scale Jabba. Boba Fett from Empire and Jedi. This is the cockpit dashboard of the land speeder. Jabba's sail barge from Return of the Jedi. This was built full size in Yuma, Arizona. The Wampa ice creature from Empire Strikes Back.
May the Force be with us.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
Arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
All right. Sandy Macy, on you now. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the stream. See what you guys are talking about, and we're going to get into what Not My Star Wars does best, the research and news. IGN's logic. The E-rated SpongeBob is clearly for kids. 5 of 10. IGN's logic. Last of Us 2 is very mean, and you play as a girl who kills a character you like. 9 to 10. I wish I could drop 20 likes on YouTube. Yeah, unfortunately. I appreciate it, Roberto. SpongeBob game sucks because it's a kid's game. What did you expect? Red Dead Redemption? Last of Us 2 is a masterpiece. You're fine with Abby killing Joel, who did nothing and forced you to play Abby like she's a hero. Yes, it's great storytelling. Not every product needs the same narrative. That's also why The Last Jedi is the third greatest Star Wars movie. It makes characters into something you didn't expect them to be. 9 to 10. Needs more rows. Not really. It's a complex story, but I get most people don't like it. It breaks conventional storytelling. I haven't played it. I don't imagine I ever would. And I don't like subverting expectations like Last Jedi or Game of Thrones. You're kidding, right, James? There was one moment where I wanted it to subvert my expectations, and it doesn't. I don't watch Star Wars to have my yeah, me either. I would have been surprised if Ben switched to the Resistance and Rey switched to the First Order, but no, we can't have them switching sides because women good, man bad. I didn't really have expectations, but that wasn't it. I really didn't understand the expectations thing either. Girl annoying. I also didn't get those bombers at the beginning. They're in space. Why are they moving so slow? I was so excited to see The Last Jedi. I heard a Yo Mama joke. Luke hates everything. Leia's in a coma. Holt is a Karen. Rose wants Finn's time. We know nothing about Snoke, and Rey is praised because, yep. That's what made it so stupid. Yeah, he was kidding, Greg. And by the way, good to see you, Blockhead. What a disappointment. Yeah. All right. So let's get into the news. After 3 hours. All right. Hopefully it will share correctly because I'm sharing and okay. All right, good. It's working on you now. He was? Yeah, about The Last Jedi being 9 out of 10? Yeah, he was totally kidding. The experience of watching Last Jedi on the tether was like something died inside of me in the theater. One can never tell with these millennials. Okay. Collider, 2 days ago. Exclusive. Here's when The Mandalorian Season 3 is filming. New details on the Book of Boba Fett. All right. There's not much here, but there's a couple points of some interesting stuff. Sources have provided us with some exclusive updates on The Mandalorian Season 3. All right. We don't know the sources. We don't know how true it is, but it is Collider. Collider does have clout. They do get exclusives and stuff. I'm going to take it as they probably did get this information provided to them. Updates on The Mandalorian Season 3, Book of Boba Fett, and Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi, which we wanted to share with our readers. Star Wars fans are going to have to wait just a little bit longer for more adventures from The Mandalorian. Upcoming spin-off series Book of Boba Fett has officially wrapped filming and is on schedule for a December premiere on Disney+, as was previously confirmed. Okay, first, this is like the 5th time I've heard that the Book of Boba Fett just wrapped. This is also ironic because some of you will remember I made a video that said Rian Johnson might direct the Book of Boba Fett rather than an episode of The Mandalorian. And I showed you why, because he had done an interview that he wanted to do something with Boba Fett and the timing and everything else. A few people were like, you're dumb. It's already wrapped. Rian Johnson wouldn't have anything to do with Boba Fett. Well, apparently, according to this, it wrapped 2 days ago. So, guess who was right? Again. The Mandalorian, which reintroduced Tamora Morrison's bounty hunter to the Star Wars franchise, revealed the new spin-off at the end of Season 2. Book of Boba Fett has been filming in Los Angeles on the same stage as the first series created by Jon Favreau for Disney+. The Book of Boba Fett will be a more closely linked spin-off, as well as sources have told us to think of the series as The Mandalorian 2.5, with characters from The Mandalorian slated to appear in the series that currently co-stars Ming-Na Wen and as Fennec Shand. So, it's not going to just be a Boba Fett show, as we thought and was supposed to be. It's Mandalorian 2.5. So it's going to tie into all that nonsense. And here we go again with all the guest fucking appearances. I was really hoping Boba Fett was going to be Fennec and Boba doing their thing. But no, we're going to see Mando and Ahsoka and Bo-Katan and blah, blah, blah. Here we fucking go today, Filoni. Which is not a surprise. Boba Fett is Filoni and Favreau. However, Season 3 of The Mandalorian is not currently heading into production. That's because the LA stages are, for the moment, in use by the upcoming Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi limited series starring Ewan McGregor in his official return to the galaxy far, far away since Revenge of the Sith in 2005. This show is set 10 years after the events of that film, and production on this series will reportedly take months. We hear the plan for The Mandalorian Season 3 is to begin filming at the end of the year or in very early 2022. What that means is the season will not be premiering on Disney Plus until late 2022. Delay in The Mandalorian filming timeline can also be likely in part be attributed to Pedro Pascal's commitment to the TV adaptation The Last of Us, which is slated to start production in July this year. Pascal has been cast to play Joel alongside Bella Ramsey's Ellie and Gabriel Luna's Tommy for the HBO series. Okay. Now let's point out a few things. What did I guys tell you? We might not see a Mandalorian season 3. I also told you if we do, it ain't going to be till 2023. Every season of The Mandalorian was filmed the year before. So there ain't no way, no chance in hell, Andor, Book of Boba Fett, all this stuff going on, that they're going to get Mando done by the end of 2022. If they begin in 2022. So as far as Mandalorian, if it even gets made, you're not going to see it till 2023. A 2-year break in Mandalorian with Andor, Book of Boba Fett, and other stuff going on is not smart, Disney. Everyone's going to forget and drift away from Mandalorian. I never gave a damn about the show, but I'm just saying, from a business strategy, no bueno. Now, as of 2 days, they've reported they just wrapped the Book of Boba Fett. The Book of Boba Fett was filming in the volume in LA. But yet they're claiming that Obi-Wan has been filming in LA since May in the volume. So somebody's lying because they're not doing both shows at once. And I very much doubt that they have like 12-hour shift Book of Boba Fett and then people working all through the night doing Obi-Wan or vice versa. Somebody's lying. There's a conflict there. They can't be doing both shows in the volume. They could be doing 2 shows in 2 totally different places, but 2 shows in the volume at once, there's a problem. As it says here, it's going to be Mandalorian 2.5. So it's like the continuation of Mando. It's not even going to be a Boba Fett thing. And as far as this, late 2022, nope. If it happens, it's going to be 2023. That's assuming they don't sell Lucasfilm. That's assuming other things don't make it go away. And then as far as this, the delay might be in part to Pedro's commitment to the TV adaptation Last of Us. Okay, no, I don't believe that for 1 second. It's not like Mando was doing great because the numbers aren't as good as people think. And they're like, oh yeah, dude, we're ready to do Mando season 3. And Pedro's like, nah, I'm going to do this movie instead. You guys got to wait a year. No. Disney, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, they're not going to let Pedro just go off and do whatever and wait a year for him. No. What happened was they said, hey, we're going to do Boba Fett, and we'll see what we're going to do with Mandalorian. So you have at least a year off. So therefore, Pedro went and he got an opportunity, and he's going to do The Last of Us. Because Disney and Favreau and Filoni aren't going to just be like, oh, you decided to do a movie. Oh, well, we'll just wait around for you for a year. No. That was because Pedro was told Mandalorian season 3, if it happens, isn't going to happen till 2022, if even then. So, number one, there's a conflict. How can Obi-Wan and Boba Fett be filming at the same time? Somebody's lying. Number two, they haven't even begun pre-production of Mandalorian. And just because they wrapped filming, they still have a whole lot of post-production stuff to do before they can even begin to look at Mando season 3. So if they're lucky, they'll start in early 22 pre-production of Mando season 3. By the way, the links to all of these articles that I'm going to be going through, about 30 of them, are in the link in the description of this live stream. If you would like to follow along, or if anybody would like to check my research, there it is. Because I'm the only YouTuber, apparently, that not only shows you the sources, cites the sources, but gives you the link to the sources. So then, ain't no Mando coming anytime soon. Now, why are they saying that it just wrapped? Just a moment. I might be able to do this a better way. I think this might work better. Let's see what happens. There's a delay, so let me see what happens on the other screen here, just to confirm that it's working. Okay. Ming-Na Wen. I gotta say, she's freaking hot for a... she's about 50 years old. Man, is she something. All right. Apparently there's Black Series figures coming for Boba Fett, Cobb Vanth, Mayfeld, Bib Fortuna, and then a Jedi Patrol Stormtrooper. Also in Fennec. It might be nice. Black Series. Okay, we'll come back to this in a moment. This is why Collider and others are saying that the book of Boba Fett just wrapped. Latex gloves and Star Wars shorts, where she's wearing Star Wars shorts. I know, sexy. Okay, and then here, wrap gift, Book of Boba Fett, Fennec Shand. Now, I'm not sure what the hell these are. Earphones, a camera, I don't know what this is. But apparently she's sending gifts to somebody. Now, I don't know if it's her crewmates on Mando, but everybody's assuming that this wrap gift means that the show wrapped. She could just be talking about that she's wrapping gifts for whatever, a charity, her friends, who knows what she's doing here. Book of Boba Fett, well, she's on the show, and she is Fennec Shand, so for her to put those hashtags is totally normal. Everybody's correlating wrap gift to this, and that's not necessarily true. So she might not be saying that this wrapped 2 days ago or recently. Everybody's assuming that, but that's where this is coming from. I'm not saying that it's not that, but that's a presumption. She didn't say, like, because Gina Carano had said in a tweet, like, we just wrapped up filming season 2. Like, she very specifically said that they, whereas this is up in the air, wrap gift. These gifts could be for anybody, and she could be wrapping them in paper. Now, there's not wrapping paper and, but this is very presumptuous wrap gift. But that's where they're getting it from. And she doesn't look a day over 27, 30 years old. Now, here, model LK8. Yeah, I don't know what this damn thing is. It might just be this strap thingy. I don't know what it is. To hold your phone? I think that's what it is. It's like a neck strap thingy to hold your phone. All right. So it appears that she's putting these cards in her presents or in these gifts. All right. Now look at the key here. The Book of Boba Fett Season 1. So we had all assumed the Book of Boba Fett was going to be so many episodes, whatever, and then done. But apparently, she was told there's more than one season. So again, if this is going to be Mandalorian anyways, and all these people are going to be making guests anyways, and everybody cares about Boba Fett, and if you didn't care about Boba Fett, well, you're going to when you see the show, and you're going to forget all about wimpy, goofy, dumbass Din Djarin, because the only reason you even watched him or cared about him was Baby Yoda anyways. You're going to forget all about little Pedro Pascal, who was a little girl on the set and complaining that he couldn't take his helmet off, and you're going to be caring about Boba Fett. So not only did they say that this is Mandalorian 2.5, but here it's showing you that there's probably more than one season. Now, this is, again, a presumption, But why would you say season 1 if there's not more than one season? And it might just be 2 seasons. But why would you indicate season 1 unless there's more than one season? And then here again, another card, Book of Boba Fett, season 1, Love Fennec. Okay, so a lot of this is speculation, but the Book of Boba Fett should have wrapped right around now, and she does say wrap gift. And here it says season 1. All right. And there she is in her little shorts. She like blatantly put this picture. Anyways, that's where that's coming from. So it's very interesting. Now, we're going to go back up here real quick. On June 10th, yesterday, July 17th, Saturday only. Very excited to see my Mingalings. She's going to be, I think it was Houston. Yeah, Houston, the 17th and 18th. Fine. She's at some show. Cool, whatever. But what I found interesting is this. The tweet earlier, before that, FYI, this info is wrong. This is wrong info, sorry. I am not attending this year due to many factors. London's COVID protocol and work conflict. I do hope to be able to do this con next year. Love to all. Okay. I forget, what does this link do? Right. The tweet doesn't exist anymore, which is weird that that got taken away because her tweet is there. The tweet that she shared is different. Now, what I find most interesting here is work conflict. So I did a little digging. Wayback Machine, here is the tweet. We are so excited that Ming-Na is also attending Showmasters London Film and Comic Con July 24th and 25th. I have a work conflict July 24th and 25th. Maybe that week, maybe this month, but she has some work conflict. Now, she maybe is doing a movie, she maybe is doing another TV show, whatever. But if Boba Fett just wrapped, there's always post-production. They go back, they do pickup shots, they do B-roll, they have to do all the editing, the special effects, sound, music, etc., etc., etc. So, I don't know. This could be for another movie or show. It doesn't necessarily have to be related. But the fact that she just yesterday was saying, well, I have a work conflict, it makes me think that she's got to go back and do some pickup shots on Book of Boba Fett. So again, is it really wrapped? No. Plus they have to do post-production. So Mandalorian season 3 ain't coming anytime soon. Now again, I am speculating here. I'm going by what I see. But I do see that she has a work conflict, and if nothing else, July 24th and 25th. Probably the week of, if not the month, or several weeks, maybe a week before, 2 weeks after, whatever. All right, so that's not anything real solid, but just saying, digging around, it's very interesting. Next. All right, this, I really wanted to edit it, but I just did not have the time. So I'm going to play it on 2x speed. A lot of it is just flim-flam, them talking about other stuff, but there's a few things they talk about. So I'm going to play this, and also I have to pause it and kind of jump around because of copyright, but we'll get through it. I'll put it at 2x speed, and we'll do it. I need to reshare it, though, for the sound. So we're going to listen to these two knuckleheads. For a few minutes. And I'll play the stuff that's important at normal speed. But I do want to get through it, so we have a lot of other stuff to cover. But I wanted to cover this because this just happened.
Are you doing the third season? Have you shot it? Are you doing that?
We haven't shot third season, so confidentially.
We have a lot of other stuff to cover, but I wanted to cover this because this. Okay, hold on. I got to put earphones, or we're going to be hearing all kinds of loop-de-loops here. Let me know if the sound is working properly.
Oh, maybe.
So anyway, let me tell you what's going on. Pleasure to be speaking to you.
I just came directly from our set on the Kenobi series. And I'm working with so many of your crew from The Mandalorian. In fact, Deborah Chow is directing all of our series, and I know she.
All right, can you hear now? You should be able to hear now. Okay, so you do hear the video. All right, that's what I needed to know. All right. Yeah, I plugged in the earphones and... Okay, let's get through this Obi-Wan. So basically, he said, if you didn't hear, that he's in the volume where they did Mandalorian, and that Deborah Chow is the one that's doing Obi-Wan, which, by the way, Dave and John have nothing to do with Obi-Wan.
She directed a couple of. episodes of the first season, and it's just, I don't know, I'm having such an amazing time down there with that incredible technology and the volume and the not being in front of too much green screen and blue screen.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's spectacular.
You would think that you would have to really invent all of it in your mind.
Okay, hold on, because I'm hearing it twice. How can I get around that? Probably here. All right, let's try it now.
And more than any set I've ever been on, it's there.
Yeah.
Meticulously created in the production design. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's like being in an amusement park, right?
Having done loads of it in the first one, I did the first 3 films in late 90s and into the 2000s. By the time we did episode 2 and 3, we were literally 90% of the scenes were just on green sets with green.
Okay, that's because that's what it was. That was the technology then. That's what you had to do. And because of that, you now have the volume. Now, him and Liam Neeson also always kind of complained about the blue screen and green screen, but it is what it is. It was what it was.
Green floors, green walls, or a blue set with blue sides and blue walls, and we're doing stuff on there that you just, to the eye, is like you're transported.
And it's unbelievable to me to think that it'd be such a different experience, but with the same character.
Yeah.
That you were doing before, and then coming and doing it with all this new technology.
It reminds me of old Hollywood. It's like the beginning of Hollywood.
I have to pause every now and then for copyright.
No, it's almost like when you imagine Hollywood when they had 3-sided sets all in a row and a bunch of guys with the wind-up cameras, and you would just go from one stage, if you like, to the other, one background to the other. Well, we're doing sort of the same thing, except it's just the background changes instead of the stage thing. You know, first of all, you can invent stuff, interiors or exteriors that don't exist in the real world, and put us into that environment, which is cool.
Yeah.
And also, you don't have to, you don't have to fly. I mean, traveling's been great for the first 30 years of my career, but now I just want to stay at home. You know, I just want to drive to work and drive home from work. I want a proper job. Oh my God!
It's so immersive, and I don't know. I love that you're experiencing it. I'm gonna jump out of Star Wars for just a second because I have to tell you. In '96, I the very first thing, and that began my. There it is. Speaking to you.
Oh well, that's nice. Thank you very much. That's very good.
28 to 45. Finer things.
All right.
No.
Austin, how did that come about?
No. My agent set up the whole series of Halston, and he started talking about experiences of always looking for those people. And the second I started that I felt like I trust instincts about him were right. Like and
the instinct that he has of fashion.
Well, it was just lucky. I was lucky that I had a long period with him, and years ago.
It was just something that.
Pick it up, but just nobody was interested. It went very quiet, and I just assumed do it. I mean, we've just got to do it. So I think he then went to Netflix, where he has his.
Been like Ryan Murphy knowing exactly what he wanted, and getting the director and doing it, relate to it on so many levels.
I have never in my life.
And I want a little acknowledgement in print and how they come together, and it's so similar in our business, in our work. There's shoes, do these carpets, do these airline seats. Like he designed everything and anything, and nobody had done that yet. He was the first of anything with his name on it. He had to do it, But
him sort of physically, and because you're doing this incredible voice that I'm assuming is inspired by the real person.
There's lots of great footage of him. I mean, he tower all the time. He loved to be on display in his life, gets sort of grander, and footage of him backstage at fashion shows where you see he's got a drink in his hand and a cigarette, but he's really he liked doing what he was doing, and
like I don't know, a physical sort of effortless.
Studio 54, and to tell that story, and then I think it was a beautiful opportunity to tell that story too. Going on.
False alarm.
Going on. Tragedy of the AIDS coming in and everyone losing their loved ones in that time. I don't know. I think it was a beautiful opportunity to tell that story too. I don't know.
You got drug addiction. You got past trauma. You got pretty delicious.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Are you like?
No, maybe I shouldn't.
Oh no, maybe. You like?
No, maybe I shouldn't.
Oh no, third season. Have you shot it first?
Ahsoka Tano. Bo-Katan sent me.
Are you doing the third season? Have you shot a third season, or are you doing it now?
We haven't shot a third season. So confidentially.
Are you like?
No, maybe I shouldn't.
Oh no.
Okay, so there you go. Pedro himself reconfirms we have not shot the third season.
Maybe.
So anyway, let me tell you what's going on.
No, I know better than anyone.
Say it.
For years, I've had to not tell people about Star Wars. It's so secretive.
So they are. Yeah, we're going to be doing a season 3.
That's great. It's so loved. I tell you what it's done is it's sort of for me because I'm about to start. I'm started doing this Kenobi series, and it's similar in the technology, what have you. But it pulled me back into the Star Wars world, the Mandalorian series, in a way I didn't.
Now he said, "Yeah, we're gonna do season 3, but we'll see."
I had my experience doing it in the '90s, and it sort of blew me away how much I loved it.
It was sort of the first thing that I noticed when I started meeting with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni was that they were finding a way to totally realize their love of Star Wars, all of our love for Star Wars, for all of the movies we'd seen up to that point, and so creatively to step into something, it felt, I don't know, it just felt so safe. It was so clear to me that they knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
we started with their heart being so in the right place, and doing it, with a lot of love.
Yeah,
and then of course, like, these technical achievements with all the most talented people, all the best design team that it can possibly imagine, like pre and post and everything. But starting from the kernel of love of Star Wars.
What was your relationship with Star Wars when you before?
Well, I was born in '75, and my parents we were absorbing going to the movies. Experience the Star Wars and Indiana Jones and E.T. Lucas.
Nobody cares, Pedro.
Of the first season. It was really surreal to see such sort of familiar imagery, kind of realize that they're sort of cool they're doing is they sort of know the impact that it had on all of us, and therefore really speak to that, and we close our eyes and think about it.
Into system shutdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2. Facial scan complete. Facial scan.
Universe of possibility, really. We've got they've got the original movies, the sort of linear nature of those, but galaxy far, far away. It's a universe.
Facial scan complete.
It's a galaxy far, far away. It's a universe of possibility, really. We've got they've got the original movies, the sort of linear nature of those, but also I just love that they and you took it into this different direction, slightly different tone, but in the same world.
It's like all the.
Oh, they took it in a different direction. All right.
All the old and all the new,
Some old friends and some new friends, and of course, how did you keep the Baby Yodas? It's not called Baby Yoda, Grogu. How did you keep it? How was it kept secret?
Very good.
Thank you. How was it kept secret?
Nobody cares.
That's
I didn't tell anybody. Basically, is what he
around leaked information, and so what his name's going to be, as well as they hoped it would, and that I imagine.
People across the U.S. look to Alex.
When I saw the image of this thing and started reading the scripts and everything, I think I didn't want that to I didn't want to compromise that.
Yeah. People are trying to drag things out of you.
It's incredible.
Unbelievable, like how clever people are. You suddenly find yourself going down an alley, like, oh wait a minute, was he Grogu on set? Was it a puppet? Was it like a?
Yeah, there's this incredible puppet. It moves remotely.
Yeah.
There are tighter shots, and then there's one. Eyeballs moving around, its eyebrows moving.
Yeah.
I remember doing this one moment, and they didn't coming out of a jet, me and back off, and be like, oh, okay, kind of unbelievable. He's a really good scene partner.
Ewan was saying how he preferred Yoda as the puppet as opposed to the CGI.
It's time to go.
I was lucky to do my scenes with Yoda, with the Yoda puppet, and Yoda. I couldn't believe I was acting with Yoda. And then at the end of because there's so many people operating next to each other, and placed him with from the original 3 movies as a puppet. So when it was suddenly computer generated, it didn't feel like Yoda to me anymore. It's interesting that they went back to using an actual puppet with your series because
and to not have had the puppet for that, and also from the world and how everyone felt about experiences that I've ever had.
Well, it's all right. There's no secret to when this series is being set, but I had to walk past 2 stormtroopers. I realized I've never acted with a stormtrooper because I did all mine were clones. It was the clone army.
Yeah.
So I'd never seen a stormtrooper. So when I was walking past in this scene, I turned around and I was like 6 years old again. Like,
doesn't it do something to you?
Something
Isn't it complete
insane? Like I was like feeling like I was 6 again or something because I was so close to him. And I got a fright, you know, so crazy. And then I just asked someone, were there stormtroopers in my films? Because I don't think I've seen a stormtrooper for real before. And they were like, no, they weren't stormtroopers, they were clones. And Jawas, I had another scene of little Jawa.
I'm gonna force you back into Halston real quick because I think that there's an interesting relationship from one of the very, very first times in the first episode with Joel Schumacher to embody it. How different did it feel then versus
guys who I don't know why they were all. It was maybe just a guys' club, but there's A or something, but and some matches and like soak it through. You know, he's giving us like a. It was so funny, and I didn't realize I would end up, you know, and became sober in 2000, and every day part of my life is that Halston was doing. Just being glad that they weren't real, you know, just being happy about that. But understanding it, but it gives you an understanding, of course. I understand about addiction, and I could imagine Halston. I don't.
Okay, here they're talking about how in that movie Halston, he does a lot of coke and different drugs and alcohol, and Ewan's like, yeah, it's interesting to see and to play that role because you see it from a different view. And he's like, I had addiction problems, and he was like, I'm just glad it wasn't real, that I was just acting, blah, blah, blah. So somebody had mentioned in the comments earlier about that Obi-Wan will be an addict. Well, it's interesting that they're talking about just that in this interview.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how honest the.
Not Obi-Wan being an addict, but Ewan being an addict, playing an addict. So.
The portrayal of his relationship with Schumacher is in that I don't think that the relationship in our series. I auditioned for him a couple of. I worried that we weren't sort of servicing their relationship, being creative enough. If he wasn't, which might have been the case. That might have been everybody all the time.
Yeah.
People, beauty, and
we will bump it.
Okay. So the takeaways from that is that one, he said, I'm in the volume with working with some of your people doing the Obi-Wan show. Okay, but again, Boba Fett just wrapped 2 days ago. So there's a story conflicting there because both shows aren't filming at the same time in the volume. So there's a problem there. Somebody's lying. Something's not matching up. Second, he said that he did a scene with Jawa. Okay, fine. Tatooine, Jawas, no problem. But he also said he did a scene with 2 stormtroopers. Why are there 2 stormtroopers on Tatooine? Now, is it unreasonable the stormtroopers could ever be on Tatooine? Yes and no. No, in the sense, well, it's the Galactic Empire, people go in and out of the port, etc., etc. But remember, according to lore, Jabba controls the Outer Rim. No one, not even the Empire, goes into his territories without his explicit permission. So we are already breaking lore by having Obi-Wan dealing with stormtroopers in Tatooine. Regardless of it being 10 years or 19 years when A New Hope happens, there shouldn't be stormtroopers on Tatooine. That is Jabba's domain. Okay, so here we go with the nonsense. But of course, member berries, we're going to see stormtroopers all over the place. And of course, Darth Vader is going to show up on Tatooine. So that's the key takeaways. Season 3 has not started. And we're going to see stormtroopers. So here we go. Let's see. Man, you guys typed a lot. Too funny. Okay. So what's going on in the universe? I'm sorry, but Boba Fett surviving the Sarlacc pit is stupid. I can't agree with that. There's no way Boba Fett would die inside the Sarlacc pit. That's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Can't agree with that. Long time ago, James was so excited to see what happened. Finn, Rey, Kylo, and of course Luke. A lot of people were. I wasn't excited, but I was open. I was like, okay, you know, if they do it correctly, fine. No. I actually loved it when it came out because I was just too afraid to accept that it was a bad movie. Then as time went on, my liking for it got lower and lower. Now it's 2 for 10. I can't help myself to find out this time. Star Wars news. Well, welcome back. I'm just starting to get into it. The fact that I lied to myself saying The Last Jedi was better than Rots makes me want to go back in time and kill 13-year-old James. I walked out of the movie like someone punched me in the face. Yeah. Oh, shit. Filoni is going to give advice to Ryan. I probably did hate it and kept denying it. Used to deny being bi, now I accept it. The Last Jedi is one of the worst movies in any franchise. Yes. What? The Last of Us? Is that something? Yeah, The Last of Us. They're making a movie, and Pedro Pascal is the main actor. I assume you know about the game, The Last of Us. What a coincidence. By the way, it's sounding Book of Boba Fett is basically Mando Season 3, just with different names. So at this point, I'm having doubts we will get it. And that's what I'm saying, is that it's going to shift into the Book of Boba Fett. It's going to be the same nonsense, guest cameos and all that. I did an interview with Mark Anthony Austin, who was the guy that played Boba Fett in the special editions A New Hope. And he brought up a good point. Mando was just a trial run. Because I said, you know, Mando's a really stupid show. Everything about it is ridiculous, it's dumb. But why would you even, you had a Boba Fett movie, and everything that the Mando is Boba Fett. The suit, everything. It's taken from Boba Fett, from the 1313 game and everything. It's literally Boba Fett. And he made a good point. It's because they were scared to go straight into Boba Fett. Mando was just a trial. And reality is going to become Boba Fett. And that's what it's going to be. Mandalorian Season 3 is not going to happen. It's going to be the Book of Boba Fett. They were just testing the waters, the technology, everything. And then it's going to be Boba Fett. Because, again, Boba Fett is 1,000 times the badass that what Din Djarin is. So if you don't know Boba Fett, you're going to see him and be like, holy shit. Tamora Morrison is also a much better actor and much more charismatic than Pedro Pascal. For those of us that know Star Wars, and by the way, Boba Fett is the most expensive and sought-off Star Wars toy, and it has tons of fan clubs, more than any other Star Wars character. Boba Fett has a serious, hardcore cult following. So as soon as you see the Book of Boba Fett, it's game over for Din Djarin. Everybody's going to be like, Din who? Just like Luke with the lightsaber. Din who? So you're not going to see Mandalorian Season 3. What you're going to see is the Book of Boba Fett. And they literally just said the Book of Boba Fett is Mandalorian 2.5. So that's, I've been saying this for months, and here you go. There's the confirmation. I would be shocked if we see an actual Mandalorian Season 3. I was just talking about The Last of Us, and yet Pedro's going to play Joel. Yep. Heard of that show. Is it good? Last of Us is a video game, if that's what you're referring to. Lucasfilm sucks. Yes. I'm not going to see The Mandalorian Season 3 until 2023. I have no issues with the setback. Me either. What show? I think he was talking about the game. Or we're talking about the game, and he's thinking this is a show. They're probably going to tie it into Thrawn with Mandalorian and Ahsoka. That's going to try pulling off what Marvel did and bring everything together. Yeah, that's what they're going to attempt to do. But one, that's not Star Wars. And two, they'll fuck it up. So oh yeah, that there's still the unresolved plot with Thrawn and Ezra being sucked into space by the weird whales. Correct. John Favreau said maybe Robert Downey Jr. could play Thrawn. That's not going to happen. Plus, Tony Stark is Thrawn. Yeah, but he did say that Robert Downey. He didn't say necessarily that he's going to play Thrawn. He said that Robert Downey could maybe cross over into Star Wars, do a Marvel Star Wars mashup. Last of Us, it's a video game with Pedro. No, but they're going to make a movie about the game, and Pedro signed a contract to do the movie. What's the game about? Ugh, I can't even begin to get into that. Star Wars has been building a larger story for years. The High Republic is setting up. No, absolutely incorrect. Star Wars has had zero plan and has not been building anything. They're just throwing shit on the wall as they go along. So absolutely not. Just a year ago, they decided, oh, well, maybe we can tie this all together. That's why you started seeing all the guest appearances. They have not planned or built anything. If anything, they're constantly destroying it and making a mess. Incorrect. It's about a guy named Joel who survived a zombie apocalypse for many years and meets a girl named Ellie, and they both try to have a father-daughter relationship. Yeah. Story's amazing, but the gameplay hasn't aged well. The first one was amazing. Second one, most people can't stand it. It's very controversial. Pedro had free room on his schedule. That's why he accepted to do exactly. He was told that nothing's going to be happening for at least a year or two, and that's why he went and did that. And in fact, we know for a fact his contract for Last of Us says that he cannot do anything. Nothing else can conflict with that movie schedule. So Pedro knew in advance that he has this much time off that he could take that movie role and nothing else can conflict. And this is ironic because if you watched my video about now I can't remember the name of it. The Mandalorian isn't who you think he is. And I show you how Pedro is not in the suit hardly ever. It's the stuntman. And I show you why, the way he moves, the way he acts. And also that when Bryce Dallas Howard did his episode, she said he wasn't even on the set. I didn't even see him. He was off doing some other show. So what I'm getting at is that actors sometimes do multiple movies or shows at the same time. So it's not unprecedented that, you know, for a week or a few days, he would leave this show and go do whatever other filming he had to do. But this specifically, he has a contract where I don't remember the length of the contract, a year or two, but at least a year, he cannot do anything that conflicts with that. So the only way that he's going to give up his lead role in Din Djarin to do another project that he cannot go off of it under any circumstances is because he knew in advance he wasn't going to be wearing that suit or doing anything with Mandalorian for like 2-3 years. That's why he accepted The Last of Us. So anybody that thinks Mandalorian Season 3 is coming anytime soon, if at all, I got news for you. It ain't. Hopefully by the time of Mandalorian Season 3, Lucasfilm will be sold by then. I hope so, and it might happen. Why do I feel like Pedro knows nothing about The Last of Us? He doesn't. He's probably never played a video game in his life. He just took, you know, he just heard this big controversial game and they threw money at him. I don't think they'd even consider selling off Lucasfilms. Yeah, it would be great if it went back as Lucas owned, but Star Wars still makes Disney good money, just nowhere where it should. Well, we'll see. My mom laughed when Boba Fett got beaten up by a girl. Yeah, it's pretty pitiful. The best bounty hunter in the galaxy beat up by 5'3", 115-pound. Oh, Lord. She's a badass. I have no problem with, now I can't remember her name. Mercedes, but her wrestler name, I can't remember it right now. I have no problem with her. You know, she's an athlete. She could whip a lot of people's ass. No, she could not toss Boba Fett like that. It's ridiculous. He's twice her weight and size, and that's Boba Fett. Be real. Thank you all for sharing their experiences on seeing the trashed Jedi, not The Last Jedi, when it first came out in cinemas. Sadly, time has made it worse. Indeed. How come we never see Boba Fett on Moff Gideon's Star Destroyer? Because Dave Filoni. Why does it say Love Fennec? I don't know. I'm guessing, you know, those are gifts she's sending to friends or family or the crew of Mandalorian. So she's saying Love Fennec. It should say, I guess what you're asking is why doesn't it say why Love Ming-Na? Right? It is kind of interesting that it says Love Fennec. So again, that rap gift thing could be for anything. It's not necessarily have anything to do with Boba Fett. I mean, they sold a somewhat big IP like Power Rangers due to lack of profit, so them selling Star Wars wouldn't be far off since they're not making money. Correct. I have explained this before, but since Riker, I don't know that it's ever heard this, but this is the reason why I'm pretty sure Lucasfilm is going to get sold. Number one, they are in debt with Star Wars. Never mind that Disney is $50+ billion in debt. Star Wars alone has only made about $2.5 billion. They paid $4.05 for it. Plus, 2 Galaxy's Edge. They're $1 billion each. They're $6 billion they've paid for Star Wars. Plus, reshoots, marketing, toys that don't sell, fans that are pissed off, all the things that they have lost money on. High Republic is not selling. Bad Batch is not getting views, which we're going to talk about. Mandalorian didn't do as good as people think. Remember, last quarterly report, Disney Plus picked up like 5-6 million subscribers. They thought they were going to get a ton more. They don't even have 100 million subscribers on Disney Plus, and Netflix by itself has over 200 million. Disney Plus is not doing good, and neither is Mandalorian or Bad Batch. Now, Mandalorian was a big reason Disney Plus blew up, and it's one of the most successful things on Disney Plus. But just because it's successful on Disney Plus doesn't mean it's successful in the streaming and views world, because it's not that successful. So you have a combination of they're in the hole several $1 billion, a sequel trilogy that is just a fucking mess and everybody hates. Every turn they make, they send a tweet. May the 4th, we're going to use your rights. Fans backlash. They don't say happy birthday to James Earl Jones. They don't say happy birthday to George Lucas. They celebrate all kinds of wacky shit. They stand by a racist, Christina Ariel. They publicly say, we stand by a racist. We support and stand by a racist. They publicly said that. Not a racist, but they said that they support Christina Ariel, who is an open racist. Then they publicly fire and shame Gina Carano, who is like the most beloved live-action character they've had in years. Pablo Hidalgo insults Star Wars Theory, who I don't care, but I'm just saying it was wrong. So at every turn, everything that Disney does, every tweet, everything they do, they post. They avoid posting Leox Jossi on YouTube because all the High Republic videos are getting ratioed. So that kid aggressively relaxing, who a minute ago said High Republic setting up. Bullshit. It ain't setting up nothing. It's retconning everything. It's disrespecting the Star Wars universe. It's making ridiculous rules and things. It has a rock, and it gets all the videos get ratioed. So they're not setting up nothing because nobody likes or buys the High Republic. All 1,000 people in the world that read the High Republic. The point here is at every single turn, Disney has a problem with Star Wars. They can't get it right. The fans just get angrier and angrier and angrier, and they keep losing money. They can't sell a single toy. The only thing that they can sell is Grogu. That's it. That's the only thing that sells. No Rey dolls, no Kylo Rens, no Rose Ticos. None of that sells. So it's been nothing but problems. They've lost, and they haven't even recouped the money that they paid for it. Never mind amortization, where you have projections of how much it was supposed to make at this point. If they're in behind and haven't even made what they paid for it, they certainly haven't hit their projection goals, because right now they should have made over $10 billion, and they're in the hole like $4 billion for Star Wars. So the fans are pissed off. Every step they make is wrong. They're in the whole billions of dollars. Disney's in massive debt. Everybody hates Kathleen. They have a terrible name now. And then you have the precedent of the Power Rangers. They bought the Power Rangers, fucked that all up, and sold it back to the owner for half the price. So there's a very high chance they will be selling Lucasfilm, because it has been nothing but a problem. And no, it does not make them money. They're in the hole several $1 billion for Star Wars. Why is our host so mad at Mando? I'm not mad. Nobody's mad. Nobody's pulling their hair or throwing thongs or yelling, or I'm not mad. That was the story until they destroyed the relationship in 15 minutes, the most brutal way to say F you to the fans. They'll probably bring Abby Savage in season 2, possibly. Is the animated Mulan's voice? Yeah, she said, she had a tweet something about I love you, Mulan, or something like that. She is gorgeous, man. That woman is something. Wow. Ming-Na, if you hear me and you're single, holler at your boy. I have 2 shorts on TikTok and YouTube. That's basically what I imagine would happen if George Lucas wants Star Wars. I have 2 shorts on TikTok and YouTube. That's basically what I imagine would happen. Yes. There is a high probability that Lucasfilm will get sold. They won't want to, but at the end of the day, they may not have a choice. Marvel's made its money back. Fox, they're not going to get rid of because of all those properties. Pixar and all that stuff, they paid off. The one thing that they can't make money, that they haven't paid off, that's been nothing but a headache, it goes wrong every turn, whatever they try to do, is Star Wars. So it's going to get to a point where they're just going to have to dump it. Not only do they need the money, but they don't need the headache. If you want them, you can put them into your intro. Okay, I'll look at them. It was her university that said she was attending. What, the London thing where she said she can't be there? That's interesting. If that's what you're talking about, Ming-Na. What do you mean? Makes a lot. No, they don't. Absolutely do not make any money off of Star Wars. Solo literally lost hundreds of $millions. The sequel trilogy made maybe $1 billion combined. Maybe, if that. They lost a lot of money, dude. Rise of Skywalker, if they're lucky, made $300 million. If they're lucky. They don't make money off of Star Wars. There's no Star Wars toys. There's no nothing of Star Wars selling. And yes, they probably will sell it. And that's the thing. Disney is not going to keep investing billions of dollars. That's the thing. They should have already made that back and then some. They're not going to keep investing billions of dollars into it. Nope. Not making money off of Star Wars. I thought I was listening to Star Wars news, but this is actually some weird roleplay chat I don't get. Okay. They don't make money off of Star Wars, dude. Well, it doesn't count until you actually have some interaction. No sound. Okay. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh boy, one of my childhood franchises is going to get thrown in Dave Filoni's basement. Yes. Power Rangers isn't even the same realm or dimension as the Star Wars IP. You can't remotely compare them. You can't even compare it to Trek, and that's got 50 active years. Yes, you can compare them because Disney does not know or care about what Star Wars is, dude. Disney just looks at it as a physical asset, and that physical asset has cost them billions of dollars. They have not made back the primary investment of buying it. They can't sell anything. Everything they do backfires in their face. It's become a problem. It's become a major problem for them. And Power Rangers, while it's no Star Wars, I agree, it's a pretty well-known and big IP. So it's not just like some random thing. Well, I've got to head out. Get some shut-eye. Good night. God bless. And I'll see you all down the trail. Yeah, take care, Gordon. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yes. You know him? Yes. If Dave is not involved on Kenobi, it brings me a little hope that it might be decent. Yeah, it's Deborah Chow. Dave and John are not involved at all with Kenobi. Which is funny because some people were like, Kenobi's going to be great. Dave's going to do an amazing job. Well, first of all, no, Dave is not going to do an amazing job of anything. And second of all, he's not even involved with it. Kathy's in charge of everything, so we're still fucked. Correct. Which is another reason why they might sell it off, because they don't want to get rid of her. And if it's true that they're so worried about public image, which to me I think is ridiculous. They fired Gina. They fired other people. There's no reason why they can't fire her, especially since they have all the rights, the grounds to do so. She has cost us billions of dollars. We had to get rid of her. But if they're so worried about firing the female, well, you sell off Lucasfilm. That's one way to get rid of Kathleen now, ain't it? So I can tell you with 80-90% probability, Lucasfilm is going to get sold. Ewan talks pretty fast, or did you make it faster? Yes, I made it faster. Yes. That's funny. I actually don't mind the green screen. Rots to me had the best cinematics of any Star Wars movie. I don't know about that. Rots is awesome, but best of any. But yeah, the green screen is what it is. Everyone complained about the green screen and having to be a good actor to talk to nobody and react to things that aren't there. Yep. But it wasn't so much that way. Even in Phantom Menace, they had TV screens so they could see what they were doing. It's not like they were just talking to a green wall. You know, they over-exaggerate a little bit. I get it. You're in a green room. I get it. But a true actor doesn't need props and shit anyways. You're in character. So it shouldn't matter. And that's what it took to create those films. I mean, the green screen made it seem like they were always in front of it. You know what I noticed? Anakin keeps stealing Obi-Wan's haircut. I guess he does. Whatever they used for the Senate Hall and Jedi Archive scenes where it was so huge, I don't believe that they were real for a second. No. The Jedi Temple, all that, Coruscant, all of its paintings and the green screen. Obi-Wan braid and pigtail, ponytail. Or yeah, I guess it could be a little pigtail. Anakin braid or pigtail. Obi-Wan long straight hair. Anakin long straight hair. Quit stealing his style, bro, or I'm gonna cut off all your limbs and set you on fire. Well, to be fair, Jedi, it's more so Jedi. When they're young, they have very short hair, and then they get their braid, and then when they become knights, they let their hair grow out. Now, granted, each one has their own style. Qui-Gon, right, kind of had it like tied, right? Like parts of it were tied back. But just as a general, like Padawans have the short buzzy hair, and then knights and masters have longer hair. Humans, anyways. Cut off your limbs and set you on fire. Kept saying season 3 will come out in December. Yeah, no, we're not going to be seeing season 3 anytime soon, if at all. Pedro said too much. Pedro's going to have to step on you, and now it's a reference you might not get. Technically, it was real. Industrial Light and Magic built miniatures for the sets, Senate Hall, and Jedi Temple archives. Yeah, also the Geonosian Arena was a model. Smaller scale, but yeah. A lot of it was. People act like the prequel trilogy is 90% CGI. That is actually a lot of practical effects. Yes, from Lucasfilm themselves, the film with the most practical effects of all the Star Wars movies was Phantom Menace. And everybody thought it's all digital. It's like shit. Yoda was a puppet, and most of the film was practical effects. So you can tell by watching this interview, Ewan isn't really a Star Wars fan. He's more of a casual moviegoer. Yeah, he doesn't even know Star Wars, and that's another thing that I think is funny because people like Dumb Dick.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
That act like, well, I worked on Star Wars, so I know what I'm talking about. No, actually, you don't. The vast majority of people that work on Star Wars don't know a goddamn thing about Star Wars. These actors are handed a piece of paper, and they read their lines, and they go home. They don't know the context, story, backstory, none of that. And furthermore, the way that Disney does it, you get like one page at a time. You don't even get to like read your script, develop your character, understand him, know who he is, his last name, none of that. Nope. They have no clue of what even their own character is about, never mind what Star Wars is. And Ewan many times is displayed, he does not know Star Wars. I want to show my face in this. Me. But Mandalorians never take off their helmets in front of others. Pedro. I'm Pedro Pascal. I can do whatever I want. Me. I've never seen the Game of Thrones. Too funny. I didn't like the prequel puppet or CGI. The puppet was ugly, and he didn't look like Yoda. And the CGI version didn't look like Yoda exactly. TLJ. Yoda puppet looked like more the real Yoda. Yeah, I did think that the TLJ Yoda looks decent. Wow, you guys are chatting away over here. Holy shit. Halston from the 70s, yeah. Oh no, don't tell me Disney's gonna force Ewan to get back his alcohol addictions. Maybe. I think it's the opposite. He actually wants to do more Star Wars. Pedro got a little taste of the power Ryan had, and is going to do whatever he wants, even if it breaks the lore. Did I just see Cruella? Yeah, but there's a ton of stormtroopers on Tatooine and Mandalorian. Okay, Mandalorian is 2 decades after Obi-Wan. Number 2, Mandalorian is completely inaccurate in everything that they do. So seeing stormtroopers on Tatooine and Mandalorian is irrelevant. By the way, that wasn't Tatooine. That was Navarro. All the stormtroopers with the spikes on the pikes, and when they talk to Werner Herzog and he does the deal, he gets the bounty. That's Navarro. That's not Tatooine. No, they're not. You're confused. That's Navarro. That's not Tatooine. And that's, again, Obi-Wan is 10 years after Rots. Mandalorian is roughly 31 years after Rots. There's a whole accepted lore in the EU that Boba lived. Yes. Ryan, then Disney said that's where he officially died. Then they brought him back at Riker. He would... How would he even get out, though? Han Solo shoots his jetpack. No, he doesn't shoot his jetpack. He bumps it. He gets digested and has no way to escape. Lucas himself even said, had I known fans like Boba Fett so much, I would have given... Okay. He doesn't shoot his backpack. He bumps it by accident with the stick. Those jetpacks are known in the data bank that they're a little bit sensitive, that if they get jarred, they go off. So it's not to say that it was damaged or can't work again. Second, he could climb out. Third, if you eat an apple right now, do you immediately digest it? No. It sits in your stomach, the acids break it down. You don't eat an apple and necessarily shit it an hour later or the next day. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you eat corn and then you see it right later. So it's not to say that it never happens. But did you digest it then? No, because it's still solid. Okay, so the Sarlacc digests you over 1,000 years. So if Boba Fett gets out in the first year even, he's barely even begun to digest. Second, in lore, he does get like acid burns and his suit is all fucked up and all that, but he gets out. He could climb out. He could potentially jetpack out. He could grappling hook out. There's several ways, dude. That's Boba Fett. It's not just a Star Wars character or just any bounty hunter. According to out of George Lucas's mouth, out of Darth Vader's mouth, the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Boba Fett escaped the Sarlacc pit. Reminds me of J.K. Rowling after the 4th Harry Potter book came out. She said Gwendolyn is dead. Then the 7th book came out and Gwendolyn was alive. Yes. More noble death. I don't think he said normal. I think he said exciting. I know the quote. That he didn't realize that Boba Fett was going to be so popular. And if he had known that, he would have given him a more, I think actually he says glorious death. I know the exact quote. And that's a big reason why Boba Fett is the clone. Django didn't exist. Django existed because he was like, ah, shit, I fucked up. People love Boba Fett. So how am I going to reconcile bringing back Boba Fett? I'll make him the template. Well, he's too young. So then what I'll do is I'll make his father the template that then creates Boba Fett. And there's the correction. That's where it all fits and makes sense. So I'm well aware. But according to EU, and I'm the first one to tell you that's not canon, but according to the EU, there's several stories of where he escapes. Again, that's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. That's not just nobody. That's Boba fucking Fett. He could easily get out of the Sarlacc. Now, at the end of the day, if we asked George and he said canon-wise, no, he didn't survive. Okay, I'm not. It is what it is. But to think that Boba Fett just rolled in the Sarlacc and boom, he's dead, he's gone, and that's it. No. People keep thinking J.K. planned out all the Harry Potter books. I don't know. I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. Ahsoka's going to be bad, and someone said I'm being negative. That wouldn't work having Marvel crossover in Star Wars. Well, Jon Favreau said that out of his mouth, so get ready. He also said that he loves connecting all the stories, the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, the sequel trilogy, EU, canon, the games, all of it. I've shown you guys that quote many times. So it is all connecting. It's similar to fan favorite characters like Palpatine and Maul being resurrected due to the fan service. Just leave them dead. I got my answer. Disney also disavowed the EU, then said they have no source material when the last dumpster fire came out. Now they're cherry picking good characters. Rumor is they're thinking of Mara Jade. Yes. I'm not being negative. I'm saying what's going to happen. I told him Ahsoka's not a Jedi, but yet she's one with the Force. Then he said maybe that's what the show's about. I should have told him, and Ahsoka didn't bother helping Luke bringing Anakin back and defeating Palpatine. And where the hell was Hera during the Battle of Endor? Yeah. Where was Ahsoka during the Battle of Endor? Oh, that's right. She died in Order 66. All Disney does is cherry pick from the old EU. They don't have a single original bone in their body. That is absolutely correct. He was holding back. He didn't want to hurt her. It's that toxic masculinity, yes. If someone hired him to kill her, he would waste her ass. I get it. Love Fennec. I didn't connect that it was gifts she was giving. Yeah. The question is what are those gifts for? Why? So, because the presumption is that for wrapping Book of Boba Fett, but it doesn't say that. We don't know that. Everybody's presuming that. I'm not saying it's a bad presumption. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, there's a presumption. Boba and Fennec going to become a thing. I have a feeling that's going to become his wifey. Shut down for most of 2020. Disney, yes. Very unlikely. The way they're portrayed, it's most like father adopted daughter. At first, I thought that too, but the way she gets that bottle and sits next to him and all that, I think she's going to be giving it up to Boba Fett personally. Possibly. Remember that Boba Fett is going to want a particular type of woman, and that's going to be a bounty finder. Furthermore, there's precedence in EU because he had a thing with Zam Wesell. Or I'm sorry, Django had a thing with Zam Wesell, which Boba's just a reflection of Django at this point. So, or vice versa, Django's a reflection of Boba. So, I'm pretty sure they're going to get it on. Ever wanted Palpy back? In the EU, he was cloned, and there was a shadow-like command that took over to carry on the lie that he was still alive. Yes. Racist. I can't wait for the High Republic, says the three blue-haired whales on Twitter. I agree with you on all of that, but the fandom menace is still a small minority of the fans. Well, I'm not the fandom menace, so there's a lot of people that have no idea of what happened with Gina Carano. Yes, but more and more people are finding out. And it doesn't matter if the normies know or not. The precedent is still there. The fact of what happened. You understand? So they can't use the excuse of we can't fire a woman because they not only publicly fired Gina, but they publicly tried to ruin her life and shame her. So there's not... We've set the precedent that, oh, yes, you can fire and shame Kathleen. That's the point. Whether a lot of people know her. If Kathleen got fired tomorrow, most normies don't know who the hell Kathleen Kennedy is either. Now, I know she's been on a lot of big films, but most people don't pay attention to who the producer was of Indiana Jones and all these movies. Most people know Harrison Ford. I don't know Kathleen. So the precedent is there. Precedence is there. I remember at Walmart when there was an entire shelf for Star Wars. Now it's just Baby Yoda in one part of the shelf that they have to share with Marvel. DC and Hot Wheels, yes. I don't like that this Boba doesn't have the Clint Eastwood vibe, correct. He would never paint his armor either. No one has any feelings for Mando, correct. They just get large pupils for Baby Yoda, yes. When Georgia and Star Wars, everything sold. Even the less known characters sold well. All the characters. unknown behind-the-scenes characters sold. Mugs, hats, underoos, towels, stickers, comics, everything used to sell. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Right now, Disney can't sell a single fucking action figure. Not one. And by the way, there's, 1,000 people out there that like Din Djarin, but it's 1,000 people. There's no Mandalorian fan club and Din Djarin's the best, but there's the dented helmet that's been around for decades. There's the 501st, which is based off of Boba Fett and the clones and the stormtroopers. That all comes from Boba Fett. There's tons of Boba Fett club, Boba Fett group, Boba Fett this, Boba Fett the other. Boba Fett has a massive hardcore following. Din Djarin has like 1,000 fans. And when I say that, I'm talking about actual hardcore fans, because there's probably like 1 million people that like think, ooh, the Mandalorian's cool. Look at his shiny helmet. Normies. But actual hardcore that know his story, have the suit, have a hardcore fan club thing. It's like 1,000 people. Compared to how many people know and love Boba Fett, from Wichita, Kansas to Tokyo, Japan. At least 1 million. You're talking about a giant legend compared to a babysitter bitch. That's Kathleen Kennedy's fault. Yes. Disney has never really shared what things cost. They've never given out their subscriber count. Yes, they have. Actually, they have done both. Views or real budget. Yes, actually, they have. Everything is questionable. No, they've actually said even the real budget of Solo isn't known. Yeah, actually, it is. You may not be aware of it, but it is. Mandalorian has a budget of $100 million per year. Each episode, roughly $15 million. Galaxy's Edge is public information. Each part costs $1 billion. What they paid for it is also public information. 4.05 they paid for Lucasfilm. Subscriber count, every quarterly report they do. You need to hang around on my Star Wars more, because, oh yes, they do. I have those numbers. The research is right here on this channel. They just hit 100 million subscribers. And they gained roughly 6 million from their previous quarter. So they did awful this quarter. Oh, those numbers exist. Milan, the much better Disney movie about a strong woman. Bob, the 2021 filmed in concentration camps. Me. No, the much better Disney movie about a strong woman. I look at the Instagram and YouTube comments, and all I see is salt towards the mouse. We are the silent majority. Yes, I like the little salt shaker and mouse. 80% of the time, Pedro's is not Mando. Yeah, maybe 90% of the time, but at least 80% of the time. It's not him in the suit. And if you have any doubts, the Mandalorian isn't who you think he is. That video came out about 6 months ago, and I break it all down. Does a live-action Milan not have Mushu, however it's spelled, the dragon? I believe it doesn't. I haven't seen it, but I remember hearing something like that. By the way, what's up, Julian? I see you've changed your frog there. Didn't Mickey Mouse do a blackface once? I can't remember if he did it. I believe he did. My brother is at Disney all the time. Says the lines at Galaxy's Edge were still a solid 45 minutes. People still buying all that overpriced shit there. They charge some ridiculous price for a saber. They have a lightsaber that's like $250. Yeah, but that's not going to do it, dude. What does it is when all the Walmarts and all the Targets and all the Toys R Us's have shelves, not a shelf, not a section, shelves, entire row of Star Wars toys. That's where you get it, not the little Disney shop at Galaxy's Edge. They ain't making money. And you have to understand, maybe per day at Galaxy's Edge, they make, I don't know, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 off of Star Wars merchandise. But that's not making money. That's just like the box office. Force Awakens made $2.5 billion. No, it didn't. The box office did. Off the top, box office takes 50% of that. Then you got reshoots, extra fees, travel, security, stipend, catering, hotels, premiere costs, marketing. You charge 2.5 the film budget. So that film, I think, they claimed $250 million. So right there, off the top, that film is $600 million with marketing, plus all the fees I just mentioned, plus box office takes 50% of that, plus other things, other promotions. Okay, so they're not making. Making is profiting in your pocket, free money, or not free money, but it's clear. It's like your money. That's not happening. What they are making is maybe enough, and probably not enough, to run just the electric bill for Galaxy's Edge that day. Never mind the cast members and food restocking and air and gas and light and maintenance. And you do know the Rise of Resistance breaks down every single day. They're not making money. Not to mention that shit's been closed down for what? A year and a half? They're not making money. They said they took out Mushu to be more realistic. Then they put in a shape-shifting, which that's getting oppressed. And by the way, you said solid 45 minutes. You do know when Rise of Resistance came out, there was over a 2-hour wait. Not to mention, the only way you could get on that ride was you had to be there like at the park at like 6 a.m. and use the app to get into a queue, and you may or may not get into the queue. Do you know about this? You can look it up. There's all kinds of YouTube videos on it. Disney friendly channels that talk about Disney and how they love it, and they go to the parks and they show you how to get on Rise of Resistance, and they will tell you that they would have to be there bright and early, 5, 6 a.m., use an app, get in a queue. Hopefully, you get picked, and they're waiting like all fucking day, like hours, to then get in the queue. Once you're in the queue, then you got to stand in line like 2 hours. Then you go finally in the ride, which is like 10 minutes, and it's broken half the time. So solid 45 minutes. You used to have to wait all day. They ain't making money, dude. They're bleeding money. They said they took out Mushu to be more realistic. They put a shape-shifting witch. Right. Mice have hurt trying to find interesting things on YouTube. Disney hates other people's work and their own work. Never heard of this Deborah Chow. Probably some woke no-name director. She did 1 or 2 episodes of The Mandalorian season 1. She hasn't done much else, but she has done a few things. If you do a search for Deborah Chow, especially IMDb, she's done a few things. Many people say the best episode of Mandalorian season 1 was Deborah Chow's, which right now I don't remember which one, number 2 or 3, I think it was. I don't remember. But no, she's not like some big known. She's done little TV stuff. Look up channel called Forest Fire 101. Your search for interesting stuff on YouTube will end. What do you mean? Not my Star Wars. What the hell are you talking about, dude? Forest Fire. They got shape-shifting witch, but no Mushu. Aladdin got the genie. Yes. Dumbo's not even about Dumbo. It's about Colin Farrell and these emotionless kids. Danny DeVito was the best part of the movie. It was made by Tim Burton. Doesn't feel like it was made by Tim Burton. And, of course, they couldn't get Johnny Depp because of the Amber Turd. I don't know if it's sharing.
Doesn't feel like it was made by Tim Burton. And
okay. I forgot to put the sound back on. I hope on you now there's a sound. Oh, well. Lego stop motion. Oh, wait, it's still going because people are denying that Amber is a terrible person. They want Johnny to lose everything. Yes. All right. Man, you guys are chatting away. I'm going to skip some of this stuff because there's just so much. Let's see. Duck song. You guys are talking about other stuff. Sarlacc even burped after it ate Boba Fett. Yeah. Well, it swallowed him. But you don't see him chewed up. You don't see the time passes. There's not, listen, many deaths in Star Wars, like Palpatine going down the shaft blowing up, the Death Star blowing up. Okay, you can't argue. He died. But Boba Fett, all you see is him roll into the pit, and then you don't know what's in the pit. And if you've seen lore and diagrams, it's a big thing. As a matter of fact, my Boba Fett tribute shows you what the Sarlacc pit looks like inside. So it's very probable that he survived. Now, if he was in there for a year, okay, guys, I get it. He died, but he could have got out 15 minutes later, a day later, 3 weeks later. He wouldn't have much time. I give you that. But to just say, well, you saw him roll and it burped. Unoriginal copy and paste, Planet by Disney. Yes, Navarro. Bodies can't digest corn. Well, but the thing is, most people, when they eat corn, it's such small kernels, you're swallowing it. So then you shit and you can see your corn kernels. If you actually take the time to chew it up. What's Navarro? I've never heard of it. Well, first of all, Navarro is a name. And in fact, ironically, it's a name in my family. Second, Navarro, the planet, is Neva, I believe, RRO. Just saying. That is where what's his name? The black guy, Apollo Creed. Shoot, I'm forgetting his damn name right now. He's the Bounty Hunter Guild. That's where the Bounty Hunter Guild is, and he goes. The Mandalorian tunnel is, and he takes the bounty for Baby Yoda, and he goes to a different planet to get Baby Yoda, Queel's planet. But the planet that he starts on, where the Bounty Hunter Guild is not Tatooine. That's Navarro. Now, he does go to Tatooine later. Not arguing that. But I'm trying to remember that, for example, the episode with the other kid bounty hunter, right? And they have the lady comedian that's the mechanic with the pit droids. I don't think we see any stormtroopers in that episode. Where Fennec Shand is there and they end up killing Fennec, but then somebody comes and it was Boba Fett. We all knew it was going to be Boba Fett. And he apparently saves her. And now she's got the Westworld robot stomach. That was Tatooine. No argument. I don't think there's a stormtrooper in that episode. It was Navarro. Location Mandalorian. Tatooine 2.0. Yep. Jawas in gray cloaks and red eyes. They're also on Queel's planet. Disgusting what if from my 8th grade science teacher. Yep, what if? Asking so many questions. What if you shit instantly after eating something? Yeah, that would suck. You would always be hungry. The Flash would never need a diaper. I see Ewan as a true Jedi in real life. Why the fuck would an 8th grade teacher no show that? Shippers in 80. I ship Luke and Leia. They are totally in love. Shippers 1983. Zam Wessel, yuck. Well, because she's a changeling and she looks weird. But the girl that plays her is a real life model, and she was cute. It's just you see her change and she's like lizard lady. So, but the human side of her was cute. Now, she's not my particular taste. I like curvier, meatier women. She's very string beanie, like a most models, right? Very thin, but her face is very pretty. She's an actual real life model. So you have to think of it that way. Although Django, I guess, would know she's a changeling. So, I don't remember. There was the story that's about that. I don't remember if he does know she's a changeling, or if at least at first he knows. It's a good question. But they definitely have a thing. Vader and Tarkin. Vader and Tarkin shippers, 83. No, he's making that up. It'd be Tarkin and Jabba. Shippers are the weirdest part of the fandom. Yeah. Did you say underoos? I had Spider-Man underoos, and I had Star Wars underoos. Yes, underoos. Riker, wow, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Truly, I do. Thank you so much. And know something, that I'm not here to like shoot people down or correct them or whatever. It's just I know a lot of shit. This is my life. This is what I do. So not only do I know what I'm talking about, but I can show you where the stuff is at. But I never try to make anyone feel bad or shoot them down. It's just I know what I'm talking about. Now, if you ever have a question or doubt something, you know, by all means, I will clarify. I can show you, you know. But I don't want you to think, well, I guess you don't think since you did that. But I don't want you to think that I'm like trying to just contradict you or shoot you down. No, it's just that I know what I'm talking about. Anyways, thank you so much. Truly, I appreciate it. And by the way, for what it's worth, it's always better, any of you, to do it like he did through Stream Elements. I will get that for full $50. If you do a YouTube super chat, they take 30%. So, always best, if you guys ever want to donate, even $1, do it through Stream Elements. I mean, you do it however you're comfortable. You can also do it through PayPal. There's several ways, but just saying, Stream Elements doesn't take anything. So, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I ship Mario and Luigi. They're brothers. Not the Mario brothers. Shippers, they truly have feeling of each other. Me, what kind of Mario games do you play? Ice Cream Man was a great story. Kids wanted the toy. Disney can't even sell Ray's. I bet they could sell Ray's hand, though. I bet they could, ironically. Shooting lightning effect. Shippers. And I ship Bowser and Toad. Me, the Mushroom Midget and Giant Turtle. The Mandalorian is gone and done for. It was one of those things where it was trendy for a while, Baby Yoda appealing for masses, but now the time has run its course. Yes, absolutely. You have several problems. One, the show didn't do as good as people think. Two, at the end of the day, what was the Mandalorian about? Be honest. It's the Baby Yoda show. It's the only reason anybody watched it or cared. What's going to happen to Grogu? It is a trend, and it's going to wear off quickly. And Disney should have said, fuck Andor and Boba and all this stuff. We need to exploit and capitalize on Mandalorian full throttle, get as many toys and make as many episodes and go all out. Marketing, promotion, t-shirts, hats, and they didn't. They dropped the ball. And now people are already fading and not caring and thinking about it and like, well, that didn't make sense and that wasn't that great. And now you're going to have Book of Boba Fett and Andor and all this other stuff coming out, and they fucked themselves. I will be shocked if we see a Mandalorian season 3. Luigi, let's go. I visited Lucasfilm ILM in San Francisco recently, and it was beautiful as well as sad. Sad to think it belongs to Disney and no longer to Georgia. It is sad. It is very sad. And lucky you. I've done many cool things in my life. That is something that I never got to do. Shippers, I ship Batman. However, I do intend to rectify that, not by going to Lucasfilm, but when the George Lucas Museum gets made, I'm going to do my damnedest to go there. And I'm thinking of doing like a meetup with my fans, and I will do a whole video about it. So if nothing else, I'll make a documentary of my trip to the Lucasfilm Museum. That's something that I do I'm going to try my damnedest, because I never went to Skywalker Ranch or any of that. I guess I always, like a lot of us, took it for granted. I just, hey, Homesick Angel, thank you so much for stopping by. I don't know if you're still around, but I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, baby girl. I definitely intend to go to the Lucas Museum. So, something for the future. Not necessarily right when it opens, although I would love to go to the grand opening. We'll see. But I do intend to get out there. James, I don't think there are those shippers. Last ship existed. I would be in so much therapy if I found fan art. Railers are the worst of the shippers because they believe that's entirely what Star Wars. Yeah, that's true. They that's all they talk about is that. They don't care about George Lucas or the story or what does it matter or how does it. They're just like, oh, they were so romantic. See, they're in love. They touch fingers. You can see it's such a romance. Oh, did you check out that channel, James? Get a reservation. I didn't do that. Reservation for what? ILM or? They even stocked Daisy Ridley and Adam Driver to force them to marry, and the media calls them Star Wars fans. Those are not Star Wars fans. The only ships are like the ones I like are the actual ones that make sense. The only ships I like are the ones that are on the sea. Whisper Le Duexime. I'm sure it's French or something, but I tried my best. Sorry. Your documentary is quite the piece. How long did it take you to collect and piece it together? Which one? The Skywalker Legacy or the Andor? The Andor was like a month, almost to the day, between what I first started seeing, reaching out to all the creators, getting their permission, getting their stuff, and then editing it all and putting it together, doing various drafts. It was like a month, almost to the day. The Skywalker Legacy was probably a 3-4 month project. Well, that's really like a 40-year project because of all the experience and knowledge and stuff that I've seen and known. But specifically, this rendition of the Skywalker Legacy was like a 3-4 month project. Finding all these documentaries and pieces and bits. Then spending hours looking through them and more hours cutting out pieces. Then I have a huge timeline with all these pieces. It's not like everything was in order. No, I have pieces from different eras, decades, documentaries, different things. So I had all these pieces in the editor in a timeline, and then I had to figure out how they all would fit and in what order to where they would tell a story. Because the Skywalker Legacy, like I did in the promo videos, if you just watch some of those promo videos, they kind of are like, they're good, but they don't make as much. When you watch as a whole story, you realize, oh, okay. So getting all those pieces, weeks, getting them all together, putting them in the right order to make a story. So all together, that was like a 3-4 month project. Plus, some of the stuff would get copyright, so I'd have to go back and take it out or alter it to fix the copyright. So it was like back and forth. It was a lot. That documentary is some serious. The Skywalker Legacy. I assume that's the one you're talking about. That was a good 3 to 4 month project. Actual editing was maybe a month, but like getting all the source material, looking through it and finding what I wanted and needed, editing, chopping it all up, getting it into pieces to work with, and then putting it into a story, plus getting some music because not all of it could be used. So I assume that's what you mean, because I think you were here last week or the week before, and I was telling you, go look at the Skywalker Legacy, because I was telling you how George Lucas said, was talking about Anakin, right? That he's the chosen one and all that. I believe that was you, because you have your little foxes, and I remember your little foxes. So I think you're talking about the Skywalker Legacy. They're hemorrhaging money. Yes, they are $50 billion plus in debt. They're in serious trouble. I'm not saying that tomorrow Disney's going to go bankrupt, but they're right there on the edge. They're in serious trouble, guys. So that's why I was saying there's several precedences for Lucasfilm to get sold, but one of the biggest ones is it's been nothing but a headache, and they need money right now. So something tells me you like foxes. Yeah, he always puts them in his comments. I like them. I think they're cute. What is your thought on Rey's force healing when no Jedi nor Sith has used it, like her, apart from Sidious, keeping Anakin alive, and Mustafar and Kenobi waking up Luke in New Hope? Yeah, why didn't Kenobi save Qui-Gon? It's Dave Filoni nonsense. That's what force healing is. There is no force healing. Star Wars is about stakes and emotions. It takes you on an emotional roller coaster and a ride, and there are stakes. People die. You don't get them back. You can't just save them. You can't just heal them. People get hurt. People lose limbs. People die. That's the point of Star Wars. That's the magic. That's the weight and importance of what everything happens. So Rey's force healing is Dave Filoni fan fiction. I hated Dumbo the Restorer. It was done after an hour. When I woke up, there's some out in Africa. I never saw well, he was saying that Palpatine would have, right? When he was on Mustafar, burnt bacon, why didn't he just force heal him? That's what he was saying. Anakin could have force healed Padme. Correct. Just saying, I didn't mind that Boba Fett survived. Yeah. He's my favorite character of all time. I've told you this. Not just Star Wars, like anything. Any comic book, story, movie, anything. Boba fucking Fett. So I'm biased, but I'm also realistic. He's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. He's got a belt and suit full of all kinds of tricks, traps, gadgets, years of knowledge. He's the baddest mofo out there that's not a force user, anyways. He could have called Slave One. I mean, there's many scenarios. He's got a jetpack. He's got a grappling hook. He's got all kinds of like climbing equipment, and there's 2 spikes, if you don't know, on his boots. In the front of his boots, he's got spikes. He could get out of the Sarlacc pit. Anybody else, I get it. It's short of a Jedi or Sith, you're fucked. But that's Boba fucking Fett. Palpatine just put Vader on the ship. They go to Coruscant, then Vader gets surgery and isn't sedated, so that's going to be the most painful thing ever. Yeah. Well, but he doesn't just put him on a ship. He does say, bring the medical capsule. He's in a capsule to preserve him, to be fair. But yes, for overall, yes, he transports him to Coruscant. Yes. If you don't chew it, it comes out whole kernel. Yes. Grief Karga. Yeah, but that's not Carl Weathers. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Yes, I know Grief Karga. I couldn't remember the real name. Karga. C. No, I think it's a K. I believe it's K. Rocky, yeah. Surely Death Proof with Kurt Russell is a good movie. Yeah. Star Wars ever shoots space scenes where there is no sound in space, like Gravity? Probably not. And that's okay, because that's been established from the beginning of the lore of Star Wars, the canon, that they have sounds in space. Remember, the Star Wars isn't meant to be like 100% accurate to real science, but it has to maintain its own continuity as the rules and lore of its own universe. So from the very big first thing you know about Star Wars is, right, 10-4, Star Destroyer is chasing it, and you're hearing the blast. So while it's not scientifically correct, it's Star Wars correct. Don't understand how there are high-ranking clones in Geonosis. Were the clones before Geonosis? Well, yes, they were being... It is kind of funny. When you look at it, you're like, well, how come some of these guys have higher rank? Because if they've never had battle, how would they have achieved rankings? Okay, so in a way it is kind of weird, but there was first 200,000 clones and then 1 million more. Total, there are 1.2 million clones. They are trained for 10 years. But since they grow at twice the rate, to us, a 10-year-old is them 20 years old. At 20 years old, and this is in lore, is when they are ready to be deployed to the field. So all the clones that you're seeing in the Clone Wars are 20 years old. They're really 10 years old, but because of the acceleration, they're 20 years old. 20 years old. Okay? So in those 10 years, some of them might have excelled a little more, or some of them might have just been appointed. You need commanders for any kind of battle. So some of them would have been appointed, like Cody, like, hey, you need to lead, you know. So in a way, it's weird because it's like their first battle and how there's people with ranks. But remember that they're being trained for 10 years with each other under controlled conditions. So again, some of them might have stood out, or some of them might have just been appointed. The exact answer, we would have to ask George Lucas that. But it does, I've been in the military, it makes sense. 10 years, they could find some that maybe would make sense to appoint to some ranks. You have to, in any kind of team, group, military, whatever, squad, anything, firefighter, troop, any of that, you have to have leadership. Because if not, everybody's just all over the place. So you have to have some people as leadership. I was too old for Under Ruse. Too old or too young? How could you be too old for them? Or are you that old that by the time Under Ruse came around, you were already old? I think you meant you were too young. Yeah. I had Spider-Man and I had Star Wars, and I think I maybe had something else. But I know I had those two. If they did scenes where there's no sound in space, they pretty much retcon that there is sound in space. Yeah. Well, to be fair, they did it in Star Wars too. The pod races had, well, that's not in space, but to be fair, there's a section of the pod races where it goes sound. But the asteroid field, Jango Fett, Jango and Boba chasing Obi-Wan. Well, no, I take that back. There is sound in space. There's no music, but there is sound. So, yeah. 30%. Yeah, they take 30% of everything, dude. Yeah. So it's not even like, you know, my channel doesn't make anything to begin with, but then if you guys donate or anything, YouTube takes 30% of that shit. Yep. Same thing with ad revenue. I don't get all the ad revenue. I get a percentage. So if I'm lucky enough to get ads shown, they take some of that shit too. Which, I mean, they have to make money too. I get it. But what it should be is the ad, like, okay, Chevy goes to YouTube and is like, here's $1 million for ads. Okay. But YouTube doubles down. They take the $1 million for the ads, but then also they run the ad against you and are on your video, and then they're taking a percentage of that. Yep. Super chats, they take a percentage of that. The channel memberships, they take a percentage of that. They take a percentage of everything we make. The only thing that they don't take money from is when you do the fundraisers. That 100% of whatever you guys donate goes to the that particular fundraiser. But outside of that, YouTube always takes 30%. So if you donate $2, imagine I get like a like a buck by the time, you know, it's all said and done. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When the First Order fleet is destroyed, it's silent and has no sound. Yeah, when they do the Holdo maneuver. There is some sound. You hear the where it goes through the ship. But yeah, for the most part, it's silent. Yeah. Oh boy, that's tough. I have a lot of ideas. I would definitely do. The thing is, well, for one, I would do something Boba Fett because I love Boba Fett. Two, I like a lot of the underground stuff, like Coruscant. But there was the underworld. I don't know why they didn't just do that shit. You said if you had to, why would I have to write a Star Wars story? That makes me think, well, if I worked at Lucasfilm, okay, well, if I worked at Lucasfilm, I wouldn't be writing anything. I would be using George Lucas's sequel trilogy outline. So I love Scout Troopers. Could be a story about that. Boba Fett, Mandalorians. I like Jyn Erso, so maybe a Jyn story. I haven't thought much about it, but I know this: it would be canon, and it would be about freaking Star Wars, and not any agendas or diversity or any of this other mess. After 2020, the pandemic changed things, especially for Disney. Had to write the sequel to Force Awakens in 2021. How would you continue that story? Again, I wouldn't have made Force Awakens. I would have made George Lucas' sequel trilogy. So I don't know what's in there. I can't say. But I do know it's about the whales. So this is the thing, Whisper. And I know that you're kind of newer. I haven't seen you. I've seen you the past week or two or three. But I've said this many times in the past. Star Wars is not yours, and it's not mine. It's George Lucas's. So it's not for us to have an opinion or want or whatever. It's what George said the story is. So Disney doing anything but what George said the story is where their first fucking mistake was. You have to take the ego out of, well, but I would have liked to seen this, and I would have done it this way. And if you want to change Star Wars that much, then you weren't a Star Wars fan to begin with. I'm not saying that you have to love every last thing that George did. You're not saying that it's perfect. I'm not saying that you have to like and go with everything. But at the end of the day, it's George's story. And either you like that story or you don't. And it's okay if you're not a Star Wars fan. It's okay if, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm just giving you an example. It's okay if you like stuff that's not Star Wars, like the Clone Wars cartoon and Rebels and all this Dave Filoni nonsense, Mandalorian, all this fan fiction bullshit. If that's what you like, that's fine. But you ultimately then weren't a Star Wars fan. Because a Star Wars fan isn't someone that wants to, but I would have done this, and I want this. A Star Wars fan is, oh, George Lucas made a beautiful movie. It's 6 pieces, but it's one movie. As George himself said, it's one movie. And either you like that movie or you don't. Some people like me love it, adore it, and think it's amazing. Not perfect, but it's amazing. But if you didn't at least like that one movie, those 6 episodes, and you're not okay with the Ewoks and all the prequel, Anakin, baby Anakin, and all those things, if you have a huge problem with that stuff, then you're not a Star Wars fan. Because you don't get to pick and choose, like, well, but this sucks, but I like this. No, either you like Star Wars or you don't. That's how life works. You don't get to, because Star Wars is what it is. It's like an apple. If you take 3 bites out of an apple, either you like apples or you don't. Now, I understand if the apple's rotten or has a worm or a problem, but in general, if you eat an apple, you take 3 bites of it, well, then you obviously like apples. Or you don't take 3 bites because you don't like apples. You don't get to like, well, I bit this side and I love it, but then I bit the other side and I don't like it just because I don't like it. No, that's not how it works. You either like or love Star Wars or you don't. So at the end of the day, I don't want to create Star Wars. I want to make and see George Lucas's story. That's what it's supposed to be. So when people ask me, like, what would you make, or what would you do, or what would you change? That's not for me to do. It's George Lucas's story. That's the same as if you told me your life story, and then I'm like, oh, okay, great, I'm going to make a movie about it. And then you see the movie 2 years later, and it's totally different from what you told me. What was the point then? Why didn't I just tell my own story? Understand? The point here is it's George's story. So I wouldn't continue anything. I would have made George's story from the beginning. I would have made his trilogy. There is no Force Awakens. There is no continuing that nonsense. There's real Star Wars to be made. I hope that answers your question. I'd have it about Starkiller from The Force Unleashed. Yeah, he's cool. He's not as cool as Boba Fett, but he's cool. If I'm able to do George's trilogy, then yes. Is a museum being built in California? LA, yes. ILM worked on The Mummy. The movie still scares me. The kid in us. In general, no. But apparently some people have been able to, well, ILM, they've been able to. But Lucasfilm, like Skywalker Ranch and stuff like that, no, it doesn't tend to. Although there's a little shop in the lobby, and for the most part, you had to be invited, or, you know what I mean? You can't just... Such a lame for Galaxy's Edge. Episode 1, Ben and Ray were on a romantic date. Episode 1, they were embryos. Stalked. I imagine embryo romance story. Painted class, Lars, the sons, Anakin mourning his mother. Yes, your mind is full of other stuff. You guys are all over the place. Obi-Wan could force heal his master. Anakin could have force healed his mom. Correct. Mindfuck. I'm not sure what I'd call it. Entire sequel trilogy sucked. Insanely, terribly sucked. If any other party would have the rights to Star Wars other than Lucas or Disney, who'd be the best to have it, especially in regards to creating a one-man's vision or consistent vision? Me. Honestly, me. Because 1, I know Star Wars better than most people on this earth. 2, I love it more than most people on this earth. 3, I would have no ego and opinion or try to make what I want to make. Everything would be very meticulously respecting canon and making George Lucas a sequel trilogy. Now, first and foremost, George Lucas. Second, me. I'm the only person that I trust, because everybody else goes off on some other shit. I want this EU. I want that. I want the other. And there you go with your opinion and your ego. It's not about you. It's about George Lucas's story. That should be the priority. Nothing else. What did George say is in that sequel trilogy? That's what needs to be made. And I'm the only person that I know and trust that will do exactly that. Outside of that, Netflix. Why? Because you saw Cobra Kai. That's why. So if anybody's going to be respectful and do it right, well, Cobra Kai is the example right there. Cobra Kai is done exactly correctly how it should be done. There was a movie with that concept called The Cell, but it was really lame. I'm going to actually show what I imagine would be going on in the mind of a twisted murderer. Vader also didn't get any recovery time, no physical therapy. They installed the legs, and he's up and walking. The sound in space is for us, not the movie. True. May we ask when you served in the military? Thank you for that, by the way. 92 to 95. Too old. I think I'm older than you. Oh, okay. I thought you were much younger than me, blockhead. but okay. I didn't know that. Actually, we were too poor to buy underwear. They must think they're the U.S. government. That's BS. Which part? Do you report your earnings to the IRS? YouTube earnings? This channel's made like a couple $100 in the past almost 2 years, dude. There's nothing to report. This last month I made $76. There's nothing to report. They took out the sound because they actually thought you would be sad to see Holdo go. The lore, like light speed skipping being a thing now. So much for having to input coordinates into the Navi computer. Ain't like Dustin Crops, boy. Yep. Exactly. Wait, it's easier. Light speed skipping is so stupid. Poe kept coming up in the city and other inhabited places. It's supposed to only work in space. Yeah. Or habited places. We kept coming up in actual locations, not in space. He kept coming up. Yeah. So stupid. I would have had Leia and Han having twins. I wouldn't have another empire. I would have had a different kind of threat. I would have made Luke and Leia Jedis along with the kids. Yeah, well, I mean, that's all the EU stuff, and I'm not against that. You know, I've said it many times. I love the EU. But at the end of the day, it's what George says. And one example is George said there is no Mara because Jedi don't marry. And it breaks my heart because I love me some Mara Jade. But regardless of my personal desire, lust, want for Mara Jade, doesn't mean dick. What matters is what George said. And if George says she can't happen, she can't happen. Now, can we tweak her to make her fit in canon correctly with proper love and respect? Yeah, I could, yeah. And it's not to say I'm the only one, but yes, we could. But as she stands, she can't exist. She's another Ahsoka. She would cause all kinds of problems. Star Wars is Lucas. We took a dim view when the people said they own Star Wars when they were protesting Lucas re-editing and creating the originals. Lucas owns it. Yes. And that's the same thing with the special editions. People are like, I hate him. Again, I'm not saying that all of it's perfect or that I love all of it. But if he says that fucking Jabba needs to be in episode 4 there in the hangar, well, then that's what it is. We don't have to like it, but you have to respect it. And if you can't respect it, you're probably not a Star Wars fan. Because at the end of the day, what is the true definition of a Star Wars fan? Appreciating, respecting George's story. Star Wars is George's story. And if you don't like that story, that's okay. But then you're not a Star Wars fan. It's really simple math. I mean, it's not anything complicated. Either you like apples or you don't. It is what it is. So, do I agree with everything he did? No. Do I love everything he did? No. Is there things I would have loved a lot more Boba Fett? I am not happy that he fell in the Sarlacc pit, and I would have loved him to fly out and whip some ass. But at the end of the day, if George says he gets knocked, flies into the skiff and tumbles into the Sarlacc and you assume he's dead, well, then that's what George says. I can't argue with that. But if the story dictates that Boba must die, okay, I can live with that. I'm okay with it. It is because that's what the story is. We don't always get what we want. It's just that simple. Yes, it is George's story. Not mine, not yours. Glad I caught the stream. It's been a while. What's up with Star Wars lately? I haven't been following lately. Hey, Chinks. These guys are chatting away today, so I have still a bunch of stuff to cover, but that's okay. We're going to get to it. The first and only real news that I covered was that Mandalorian season 3 may not happen. They have not started filming it. They just finished Book of Boba Fett. They're claiming that Book of Boba Fett just finished filming in the in LA in the volume, but yet Ewan McGregor's claiming that he's filming in the volume in LA. So there's a problem there because both shows can't be filming at the same time in the same volume. So somebody's lying, there's a problem. Ewan McGregor said that he interacted with Jawas in the show and stormtroopers, and that's kind of a problem. There shouldn't be stormtroopers on Tatooine in that era. But that was basically the news that I've covered so far. Is that the main thing is that Mandalorian hasn't even begun pre-production, never mind filming. So, and we're going to get into some other stuff here in a minute. Thank you for subscribing, Mitchell Silagi. Or Silagi. For some reason, when there's a video about changing the stupid trilogy, it's never about what George wanted. Exactly. It's about what this... Everybody always says, well, I would have done this, and this is that, and they should have done this. And I feel like I'm the only person, maybe you guys say it too, but I feel like I'm the only true Star Wars channel that actually says, no, it's not what I want. No, I wouldn't do anything. It's what George Lucas had in those outlines. For better or worse. I might even read it and be like, this isn't what I really want. But even if I didn't like it, it doesn't matter. I would still make what George said because it's George Lucas's story. It's not my story to tweak and manipulate and add on and opinionate and all that. My opinion, my thoughts, all that mean nothing. What George put in those outlines, if I own Lucasfilm, that's what the fuck we're making, is what George said. Period. I don't care if it makes money. I don't care if people like it. What George said it is what it's going to be. Because that's showing respect for the maker. That's just like I said. If you wrote your autobiography and gave it to me and said, hey, can you proofread this? And I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Here, I'm going to buy the rights. But know that if I buy the rights, we can do whatever we want. You're like, yeah, sure. And then 2 years later, it's like, oh, a movie's coming out. And you expect, well, they bought my story. It's going to be all about how I wrote the story. And then it's just something totally different. But I own the rights. I can do whatever I want with it. That's nonsense. The point is to make the story that the maker told us what he says it is, not what you want it to be. Because this is the thing. It's like a girl. I always say Star Wars is like a woman. Your wife, your girlfriend, or just a sexy chick that you want to hook up with, whatever the case, and you see her and you're like, oh wow, look at that ass, oh her hair, wow, her eyes, and it looks all good and amazing, and you start talking to her and you have this whole impression like, wow, I might make her my wife, she's amazing, blah 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 blah, and then you get to know her and she's nothing like what you thought. She looks awesome, but she's not at all the girl for you. So now what do you want? Well, you want to keep that beautiful ass, but you want to change her so that she's how you want her to be. You want to mold her and change her, make her the woman that you want her to be. And at that point, you're not in love with or interested in Stacy. You're interested in that meat that has a great ass, and you want her to be Jennifer. So therefore, you didn't truly love or have interest in Stacy. What you had interest is pew pew, lightsabers, pew pew pew. And you want it to be how you want it to be. So therefore, you didn't truly love the girl, nor did you love Star Wars, because all you're worried about is changing it to what you want it to be. And the idea in life is not to find a woman and to make her your slave and make her be how you want her to be, or to take a story like Star Wars and change it around to how you want it to be and what you think it should be. No, what you're supposed to do is find that woman that is the right woman for you, that you love and cherish and appreciate for who she is, even her flaws. And the same thing with Star Wars. Star Wars is not about what you want. Star Wars is about, do you appreciate the art that it is, or you don't? I would have R2-D2 and C-3PO in it. I would have featured the original heroes and introduced the new gen as the story unfolded. Yes, if it was like there was no script and George was like, hey, I'm done, dude, but I trust you. I want you to take on the torch and make a story. Well, then I very much would have done that. Yes, absolutely. I would have made the first entire film and probably the first 2 films all about Luke, Leia, and all them, reestablishing the past, where they are, what's going on, what's happening with the galaxy, Luke training, the new Jedi, and all this thing. And then in the second film, or towards the end of the second film, you bring in Rey, or who was supposed to be Kira. You bring in Kira, and you bring her in, and she's humble, and she doesn't know a damn thing. She's stumbling around. She doesn't even know about the Force. She's like lost and confused, and Luke and Leia recognize the Force in her. They take her under her wing. They teach her everything. She trains properly. And then they come across Finn, and Finn maybe is a Jedi too, or there maybe wouldn't even be a Finn, whatever the case. And you develop her, and you endear her, and then she gets not only trained, but properly passed the respect and the torch to Kira. And then Kira from the second half of the second movie, or the entire third film, it's all about Kira. And I'm all for that. But she has to earn her stripes. She has to respect. She has to do the training. The original OG characters have to be respected and properly pass the torch. Not that some kid comes in, shits all over them, and she's just great and can do everything. No, they did it completely wrong. Completely wrong. Your point on Lucas Star Wars not being perfect. Are there any pieces in the 6 movies you would have made different? Again, no, because it's not my story to make different. I've been asked this before, and again, at the end of the day, no, it's not my story to change. Now, Jabba in episode 4, I don't like at all. It should have just been Boba Fett there. So if you want something, there you go. I would have taken Jabba out. But at the end of the day, it's like I said, it's not for me to say that or do that. It's whatever George says. Not because I think he's God or he's perfect. It's his story. It's not for me to do anything. But there's very little I would change. Jabba in episode 4 is one of those things that, yes, I would take out. Can George Lucas join a rebellion of fans, also independent movie studio personnel, to make new Star Wars to his expectations? Is that legal? I don't know because I'm young. No, because now Disney owns the rights. So technically, I mean, he could, but Disney could just copyright it and get all the money for it. So why would he put the time and money to do that? Now, could he make a story that kind of parodies and has totally different names and characters and all that, but you know it's the story continuation? Yeah, I suppose he could, but then what's the point? I don't think he wants to make fake kids. He wants to make his kids. But legally, no, he couldn't. Unless he buys back. Harrison Ford wanted out. I would have at least had Leia and Luke there to witness Han's death. Oh, yeah, they should have. Even 2 minutes. They should have been on screen together. What was Disney thinking? Oh, that's right. They weren't. There was no plan. Oh, that's right. People only talk about what they would have wanted for Rey because they're still butthurt about George Lucas ruining their childhood in 2002. Yeah, I never understood that, but okay. The prequels are beautiful movies. Since I wouldn't have had the Empire, there was no reason to have a stormtrooper who didn't want to be one. True. Done George's sequel trilogy, then I would do whatever I want to make sure it fits well. Yeah. How much information was in George Lucas' treatments? I wonder. Yeah, no idea. I don't know if it was 1 page or 50 pages or 500 pages. We don't know. We don't know. But whatever the case, that's if I own Lucasfilm, that's what I would have done. Or if somehow some miracle that falls into my lap, that's exactly what I'm going to do. First priority, making George's movies. Whenever the main characters die, everyone just moves on or doesn't care. JJ Wright and Dave really love Star Wars. Then how come no one cries when a character dies? A great story. The life of a Twi'lek stripper hooked on death sticks who has to turn risky tricks to support her addiction while on the run from Bib Fortuna. I'm not opposed to that. The problem is it's a little racy for kids. And I don't know, it's kind of racy for Star Wars, but I'm not against it. It's like I've said many times, I have no problem with if you want to make a side movie, like a Stormtrooper zombie. I just have this thing for Stormtrooper zombies. I don't know. I think it would be cool. If it was a totally non-canon side, but an actual episode, real Star Wars movie, no, you got to be careful. But a side story, okay. Good night, Julian. Have a good night, buddy. Star Wars story. I would make a Palpatine story, Vader story. Yeah, it's enough stuff you could do. Riker, dude, thank you, man. Damn. I appreciate it, man. I very rarely get any super chats or tips or anything, but even if I got 1,000 today, I still very much appreciate it, especially since you did it twice. Thank you, dude. Whenever anyone does die, they feel sad for Rey. Damn it, Rey, not everything's about you. Oh, well, Kathleen. The Cell was a pretty good flick. The Cell, that's with J-Lo? Or your hand. What's your experience as a YouTuber? Has it changed your life in any way? Huh. That's a good question. I like that. I'm afraid to walk away right now because I know you guys are going to chat away. Okay, let's do something here. Because I want to take a small break and I want to get to more of the news. Not that I don't love talking to you. We could do this all night. I always do. But I do want to get through some of this news. So here's what I'm going to do. I just jotted down your question because I really like that question. And we can talk about it. I'm going to try to get through. I'm almost caught up in all the chat. So I'm going to try to get through the other stuff real quick. Then I'll take a break. And then when I come back, I'm going to talk about your question. And then we'll get into the news. So that way I can think about it for a minute, but also so I can give you a proper answer. For anybody, does your YouTube report people's earnings to the IRS? Okay. You know what? I'm going to answer that with the previous question. We'll have a small YouTube conversation. So, report earnings. What I'll do is I'll take a section here and we'll talk about YouTube and my experience with it and so on and so forth. Because it's not exactly how most people think, and I'll explain to you a few things. Luke's Jedi teachings didn't have to follow that rule. Which rule? For people who complain about the prequel trilogy's dialogue, say what you want about them, but they were original. The sequel trilogy is the original trilogy, but tries to make you hate yourself. Yes. And remember, when I did the deep dives, I showed you guys that George Lucas didn't make mistakes. There's not foolery. Even I hate sand. There's a reason Anakin says that. It's not like George was like, well, I don't know what to say, so I'll just say that Anakin hates sand. No, there's a specific reason why Anakin says that line. And if you're not connecting the dots or understanding or appreciating the dialogue, then again, you didn't really understand Star Wars. And that's okay. Some people don't pick up on it or don't get it. But to just hatefully be like, see, it's so fucking stupid. I hate sand. Instead of thinking for a second, well, why did Anakin say that? Because there's this very specific reason he says it. So every bit of dialogue in those movies, from Anakin as a little boy to the very end, Luke in the throne room, is all very precise and calculated. George Lucas knew what he was doing. And if you just look at the dialogue on the surface, you're going to be like, whatever. If you actually sit there, humble yourself, shut your mouth, and open your ears, eyes, and mind, you're going to see, holy shit, that George Lucas knew what he was doing. He's a fucking genius. And you know that, James. I'm not saying it to you. I'm just saying in general. I meant what I would have done or wouldn't done for The Force Awakens. I can respect the Jabba was there. I just don't like that scene. It's unnecessary, and the Jabba model looks awful. I just skipped that scene, but I don't pretend it never happened. Yeah, no, I agree. He looks terrible, and it's unnecessary, especially since you get the same information you just got from Greedo. But I do like my idea of just Boba Fett there, like, hey, leaning on Han's ship on the Falcon, kind of disrespecting, and doesn't really say anything. Just like, Han looks at him and like, it's like, all right, let's get out of here. And they start going up the ramp. And Boba just, cricks his head and says, I'm watching you, Solo. And then Solo and Chewie get in. Boba, steps away from the ship and like just walks off because he's a badass, and he just turns his back and walks off. He said what he needed to say. He gave the message that I'm here. I know where your ship is. I know who you are. I'm watching you. That's it. That would have been badass. 2 seconds. You didn't need all that extra Jabba exposition and digital and all that. You just 2 seconds. Boba Fett. I'm watching you. And that's it. But it is what it is. Greetings, Shanks and Greg. Just woke up for my second win. There you go. Pathfinder. George is the one true god of Star Wars. How would any of us like to have a stranger change the story he worked on hard? Correct. I don't agree with all of his decisions, but he wants it to go in a certain direction. Correct. That's what I always say. It's not about that you have to love every detail of what he did. I never said that. I never said that it's all perfect. But if you can't watch the films and be respectful and appreciative and say, okay, well, that's the story. It is what it is. What you need to be worried about is there continuity? Does it make sense? Does it contradict or retcon itself? Are the characters cool? Are the effects well done? Is the music, the sound, the dialogue, everything? Does it make sense and is it cool? Well, yeah, Star Wars is biggest and baddest fucking films of all time. What else do you want? Get your ego out of it. That's the problem. People want to put their ego in everything. But yeah, I didn't like this, and that wasn't cool, and that wasn't good enough. I would have done it this way. Well, then you didn't like Star Wars to begin with, dude. What you want is it to be what you want it to be. Very well said, Pathfinder. I don't mind the changes that Lucas made in the OT. Yeah, I'm not crazy about all of them, but I'm not like angry about them. Like some people are like, oh, it's not George's franchise anymore. Disney says what's canon now. Whenever I say George Lucas said something, they have to bring up a Disney comic to prove me wrong. Because they're listening to you. That's why it fails, yes. Pathfinder, if you don't know, James is very sarcastic. So, and thanks for being here. Lucas mentioned something about people complaining about the movies he made. He didn't seem to like that. Well, nobody does, but yeah. But you know what? To be honest with you, and I can't speak for George. I don't know him personally, but I've known about the man for many years. Me of all people, I've done documentaries on him. So I know what the guy thinks and how he works for the most part. And I don't think that he's upset that, some people don't like his films. Art is art. This is subjective, and some people just aren't going to like what you do, no matter what you do. It's not my Star Wars has all kinds of people that hate me just because. I can't make everyone happy. It is what it is. But I don't think that Lucas was so concerned that some people just don't like Star Wars. What he was concerned with is that, like he said, it's not anything to do with space or spaceships or lightsabers. That people don't understand what he's showing you and telling you. That people put their opinion and ego, and they think it should be this way or that it's this way, and you're not getting the point or the story of Star Wars. That's what I think he doesn't like. Is that people aren't humble enough to just watch the films and consume them and say, "Oh, that's what he meant. Oh, that's why he's trying to show us." Not that Anakin flew a ship into this and did that. No, why is Anakin behaving this way? What leads him to do certain actions? Where does he end up? That's what he's trying to show you. And people get so caught up on pew, pew, pew and lightsabers, and you're missing the whole point. It's the same thing as a woman, as I always say. Wow, she's got a great ass. And then your mind just forgets everything else. Just, oh, that ass, oh. And you're forgetting that she has a soul, she has a mind, she has a heart. She's a person, and she has a story. And sometimes you just want to have fun. I get it. I'm a man. I get it. But at the end of the day, can you say you love that woman if all you're going by is, oh, her ass is so great? No. Because to truly love her or Star Wars, you have to appreciate what's truly in the inside. Not just the pew, pew, pew. And that's what I think bothered George. Of course, not everybody's going to love his movies. But that you're not giving them a fair chance, that you're not listening to what he's telling you. That's what I think frustrates him. I end up stopping the conversation because there's no getting there to these guys. You ask the impossible. Or is it you want the impossible? I think you ask. Again, Star Wars is not for everyone. No, it's not. It's not. That's another thing. Like, some people get angry with me. Yeah, but I am a Star Wars fan. You hate George Lucas. You hate everything he did in his movies. But you insist, because I love the Clone Wars. That's Dave Filoni, you dumbass. Mandalorian's it's the best Star Wars we ever got. That's not Star Wars. Oh, my God. It's insane. And it's okay if you love The Mandalorian or the sequel trilogy or whatever, but you're not understanding. That's not Star Wars. The thing that you love isn't Star Wars. Yeah, I wouldn't change anything either. Doesn't mean I love every last detail or that I think it's perfect. But if you came to me, if I own Lucasfilm, that's another thing. If I own Lucasfilm, I'm not about to go and start tinkering and editing and changing. No. 1 through 6 does not get touched at all. I'm putting it in a vault with 25 pit bulls at all times, and they're not getting fed but once a month. So they're very hungry and angry for anyone that tries to get by the stock footage. No. I would not alter a single fucking thing of Star Wars. Now, would I, if it's accessible, re-release the original editions? Sure. But I'm not going to go back and edit the special editions. Oh, no. What George said, what is done, is that's it. There's no changing that. That's written in stone, for better or worse. Recently was the only thing that would get changed and deleted and edited is all the bye. Poof. Bye. Rebels, Mando, Resisted, all of it. Bye. That would get deleted day one. J.J. Abrams recently was recorded saying that he learned that it helped. Yeah, I talked about this last week. After he wrecked Star Trek and Star Wars, he learned that he should have a plan. Yeah, well, some people learn late. I would kind of have Death Star 2 be on Mustafar or something, but it was still pretty cool. Well, what do you mean be on Mustafar? You mean like they did Starkiller Base? How it's Ilum the planet? Is that what you mean? Make Mustafar the Death Star too? Is that what you're getting at? I don't know how I feel about that, James. Wow, JJ, now you think you should have a plan now after you destroyed 2 of the greatest franchises? Yeah. Well, you know. They say 2020 is hindsight is 2020. JJ and KK told George Lucas thanks, but no thanks about his treatments. They weren't contractually obligated to use them, but they didn't have a plan. Yeah, there you go. Or they're of their own. No ideas. Nope. Hey JJ, I like what you did with the franchise. Sure, I like the old movies a bit better, but hey, anything more exciting than the Phantom Menace? Also, that guy who gets a lot of credit for Empire Strikes Back co-wrote or something with JJ, Lawrence Kasdan. When it comes to Disney stuff, nothing is a side story. It all has to play a major role now. It should just be episodes 1 through 6. Then everything is a little story in case you want to learn more. I'd make a story about stormtroopers who go to a foreign planet but gets ambushed and has to escape the planet only to find that he has been arrested and is shot on sight with his friends that he made along the way crying. Interesting. The cell with J-Lo, awesome imagery. I loved how the main villain was a god in his own mind. That was a freaky film, but yeah, it was cool. Mandalorian should be a show about Mandalorians and their culture, not an excuse for Rey to tie into everything. It's correct. That would mean you would end up with only 40%. You mean if... I assume you're talking about YouTube, that YouTube takes 30% plus taxes. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. The rule about not having any emotional entanglements. Yes, I got you. Earlier you said, yeah. Solo should be the origin story of Han Solo, not a little way to show how Maul lost his criminal empire. Yeah. Sequel trilogy is quite good, except I thought the start of 1 was boring, but the end was awesome. No, I can't agree with you there. The sequel trilogy was trash, but if you like it. Also, Anakin doesn't like sand because it reminds him of being trapped and fending to survive as a slave on Tatooine. That's part of it. That's a big part of it. What's the deep dive on? I don't like sand. Guess he mentions it to show how he hated Tatooine or something. Well, it wasn't a deep dive on I don't like sand. It was what was it, Clones where he says that? Yeah, right, Clones. It was on Attack of the Clones. The point is, George Lucas is establishing that Anakin has trauma and disdain for Tatooine. Why? Because later, Luke gets taken to Tatooine, and Vader never goes there. And do you remember when, look, sir, it's droids, when he sent down a garrison to chase the escape pod? Vader does not go down to Tatooine. He refuses to go down there. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Tatooine. So therefore, he is establishing in the prequels why. Because he grew up in a desert sand pit, and he hates that place. Not to mention his mother died in his arms in that place. So therefore, Anakin wants nothing to do with Tatooine. It's not that Anakin's scared or couldn't go there. He's Darth Vader, for Christ's sake. But he wants nothing to do with that place. So that therefore establishes that he wouldn't look for Luke or even think to look for Obi-Wan on all places in the galaxy on Tatooine. That's the whole point. Vader never goes there. And guess what's going to happen in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show? Vader's going to be skippity-doo-dying and frolicking around fucking Tatooine and having sword fights with Obi-Wan. That's why he says, I don't like sand. Because of the whole point. And this is George years before even a thought of an Obi-Wan Kenobi show. because George understood his own continuity, and George knew how to establish the story. And what he was doing was bringing you back and tying it in, just like he said, it's poetry, that Anakin hates sand. Why? Because Anakin is never going to go back there. And that's important because of Obi-Wan. Why is it important for Obi-Wan? Because Luke Skywalker, the last Jedi, grows up on Tatooine. Therefore, that kid is safe. Darth Vader's not going to look for him there, or even look for him at all. Rogue One is the only one that tries to be its own side story. It doesn't try to connect to anything else. It is just its own movie that was made if you're interested in how they got the plans. Well, but in a way, it connects to A New Hope. Not directly, but yeah, I mean, it kind of does, right? Because the point of the plans. I see what you're saying, though. I hate Anakin as a kid. I hate Jar Jar. Star Wars is not mature. George said it's for 12-year-olds, and people telling him he's wrong. Yeah. It's coarse, rough, and irritating. Gets everywhere. That's also why he said it. The Clone Wars was originally going to be an anthology series that shows you all the adventures of Anakin and Obi-Wan during the war. Now it's just a way to make Jedi look like assholes. Yeah, you got a point there. Thanks, Dave, for fucking up the Clone Wars. Thanks, Dave, for breaking all of Star Wars. While something is making a film, anything is clear. It's not clear if it's going to work. Lucas made everything under pressure. It's so easy for fans to say, oh, I would do this on your own home. Yep. Everybody seems to think they know better than George, and yet it's his story. How do you feel about Boba Fett's arc from the Clone Wars? The one where he and Aurra Singh try to assassinate. I'm not crazy about it. Because number one, Bosk and Aurra and all them teaching Boba Fett. I like the books where he learned from what he did with Django and on his own, and also he had the notebook from his father. He learned from experience. Second, in lore, that was his father's helmet. He painted his father's helmet. In freaking baloney Dildoni verse, his helmet gets blown up, so now he has another helmet. The whole point was that he had his father's helmet. So I'm not a big fan of it. Don't like it. I get it. He hates Mace Windu because, right? Okay. But to the extent he wouldn't sacrifice his helmet, his father's helmet. If he was that mad about his father, why the hell would he blow up his father's helmet? It's just dumb. Dave Filoni. That's literally Dave Filoni logic. No logic. You understand? It's just dumb. Thank you for subscribing, Whisper. I thought you were subscribed. But I don't like something, George Lucas. I want it to be different. I want it different, and nobody's changing it to suit what I want. I'm getting offended. I reject your violence and demand vindication. Something George Lucas made. Thank you for subscribing. Samuel Littlejohn. I guess your name is that. That's so weird. It looked like the bot was like confused or something, but I guess his name is that. That's funny. Best France ever. I would rather have the final battle on Mustafar, but I still thought the Death Star 2 was awesome. Rather have the final battle be on Mustafar? Well, but isn't it? Or are you talking about OT? I must admit, it would have been kind of cool to see Vader's castle in Mustafar. Yes, Lawrence Kasdan, he helped write that schlock. He sure did. the one that I've shown you guys. Oh, well, you know, we weren't concerned with the canon. We just wanted a free open book to write whatever story we wanted. It wasn't anything about the canon. Oh, I mean, what is wrong with these people? JJ and KK had an agenda, not a plan. They're both a pair of Fox King clown shoes. Yes. That's funny. Hey there, Not My Stories. Just came back quickly, say hi and leave a like. Glad to raid you on Twitch last night. Take care and see you when I see you. Yeah, take care, MJ. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. You used to hang out. Now you're just, too good for me. You just come by for 2 seconds. And yeah, thanks for coming by on Twitch yesterday. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Maul just took over Mandalorian. Obi-Wan, nah, man, I'm going to Utapau to kill General Grievous. Anakin, but Maul's your arch enemy. Why, Obi-Wan? Because of a 15-year-old movie. I believe YouTube is required to report your earnings when a company pays a certain amount. They send out a 1099. They pay creators hundreds of millions. They need to show it. No. Although that might be changing. But no. And I'll talk about it. That sand and Tatooine reason really makes sense. Never thought about it. Yeah, well, anytime I tell that, everybody says, oh shit, my Star Wars. I never thought of that. Really good job of Lucas to tie up those loose ends 20 years later. Yes. This is the thing. And I know that this is that guy says favorite thing. Most people see the dead body. I see the entire crime scene. So when I talk about, when I research, when I look at Star Wars, I'm looking at the entire story. Most people are so isolated and worried about a little detail. Oh, Ahsoka Tano's so awesome. And you're not realizing that in the big picture, she breaks the entire Star Wars universe. She's a big fucking problem. Because you're so isolated on, she's so cool, and Rosario Dawson, and she's awesome, and she's white lightsabers, and blah, 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 blah. And you're not even looking at the big picture. That she's the biggest fucking problem in the entire Star Wars universe. But when you understand and always see the big picture, it's very easy to isolate and understand that little things like, well, why did this happen? Or why was that said? And it's just the way my mind works. I connect all the dots. Because I'm looking from the outside on a big scale, the whole thing. I'm not just looking at, oh, well, this happened and that's cool or not or whatever. No, I'm thinking of when I see something, Dave Filoni, High Republic, all this stuff, immediately I'm thinking of what happened before everything that happened, how does it connect and affect? And how is that going to hurt in the future? What is effect? What ripple is that going to create in the future? So, Ewan saying that he saw 2 stormtroopers 10 years after Rots, no bueno. No bueno. There should not be stormtroopers on Tatooine. Not in that era, not at that time. Now, is it impossible that 2 stormtroopers casually or on a mission or something were on Tatooine? Okay, I'm not saying. But if 1, Disney fucks everything up, so I know they're going to screw that up. And 2, I will remind you, there's a lot of lore that you do not fuck with Jabba's domain. Not even the Empire. The Empire asks permission to start stomping around in Jabba's domain. This is not only established in EU and in lore books, but also the Clone Wars cartoon itself. Count Dooku had to go through this whole thing, remember? And he had to ask permission, and they tried to he tried to make it look like the Jedi stole his little baby Jabba. Do you remember? Is this ringing a bell? And it was like a whole problem. So then he had to ask permission to even go speak to Jabba. And then when he spoke to Jabba, he had to do this whole thing to try to convince him that the Jedi are evil and they took your kid and blah, 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 blah. Because you do not fuck around in the Outer Rim. That's Jabba's domain. You're not supposed to like rice. Dialogue is bad and sounds weird and puts people to sleep. Me. Then why does everyone repeat the sentences word for word? PT hater. The lightsaber duels are nothing but boring political debates. Me. Then how come Anakin and Obi-Wan's duel Mustafar is the greatest lightsaber duel in Star Wars? I wouldn't say it's the greatest, but it is cool. Cosmonaut Variety Hour thought the Phantom Menace I thought the Phantom Menace had no action and was boring as hell. Then Rod says the action he wanted and says it's too long because people are never happy. And again, it's because of ego. They want Star Wars to be what they think it is, what they want it to be. And therefore that tells you they don't truly love Star Wars. Because loving something is not shaping it and changing it into what you want it to be. Loving something is truly appreciating what it is you have. Who's Katana? Is that her name? And why is she a problem? Ahsoka Tano. Ahsoka. You know Ahsoka, don't you? I don't think I like Ahsoka. Sees her with two lightsabers. Ahsoka makes Rots better. I would love to personally ask Dave why Boba thought it would be a good idea to blow up Jango's helmet. Because, you know, Dave Filoni. Because Dave Filoni does exactly what I talk about all the time. Puts his opinion into what he wants Star Wars to be, not what George was. If living Star Wars is wrong, I don't want to be right. I can't argue with you there. I assume you know who Ahsoka Tano is. Assuming you know who she is, she cannot be alive past Order 66. Why? Because the whole point of A New Hope of Star Wars was there are no Jedi. There's Obi-Wan and Yoda, right? Obi-Wan and Yoda are both old, and they're not going to fight Vader. The only Jedi that's left is Luke Skywalker. That's the point. He is the New Hope. That's the whole point of the entire film and OT, is that Luke Skywalker is the last hope for the galaxy, or we're all fucked. So therefore, Ahsoka and no other Jedi can be alive. Because why didn't Ahsoka come help Luke? Why didn't Ahsoka help the rebels? Why didn't Yoda and Ben say, oh, by the way, Luke, now that you're ready to actually train, you should find Ahsoka because she was pretty powerful and she's a good age and she could really help you to take on the Empire. But none of that happens. Why? Because Ahsoka doesn't exist. And by Ahsoka being alive in the OT, it wrecks the entire OT. Because now Luke is not. Luke fails? Oh, well, Ahsoka might take out Vader. You see how it changes? It's just like the force healing bullshit. If you could force heal, well, then why didn't the whole thing change? The entire Star Wars saga changes. Obi-Wan heals Qui-Gon, and now the whole thing is different. Qui-Gon trains Anakin, and he's no longer Vader. And it's the same exact thing. If Ahsoka's alive, then she should have helped. She should have helped the rebels. She should have trained Luke. There's so many things. She can't be alive because there are no Jedi. The point is that Luke is the last chance we've got. That's why Ahsoka's a problem. She breaks the OT. And if you break the OT, you've completely broken Star Wars. I would love to yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. No, don't know who Ahsoka is. Haven't seen all Star Wars. How come she's a problem? Well, I hope I just explained why. And wow, I'm kind of surprised you haven't, but good for you because it's better that you don't know who she is because she's a big fucking mess. I meant in the OT when Luke and Vader fought and Palpatine was trying to corrupt Luke. I thought it would have been better if they did that instead of reusing the Death Star plan, but Death Star 2. Gotcha. Did Disney bring back Ahsoka after Revenge of the Sith? Yes. George Lucas said she dies in Order 66. Why? Because this whole problem, she can't be alive. And Dave Filoni, Cowboy Dave, couldn't let go of his little pet Ahsoka, and he kept her alive. And then she's alive through later events. And then she's even alive after Return of the Jedi in The Mandalorian 5 years after. And still, Luke has no clue who she is. She doesn't know who Luke is. You see how dumb? Ahsoka and Luke don't know who each other are. Especially when Ahsoka grew up right around Yoda and Obi-Wan. The whole thing is fucking dumb. And it makes Star Wars look stupid. That's why. Yes, they brought her. They didn't bring her back. She was always there. She should have died. Death Star 2 was pretty cool. It just confused me that it took 19 years to build the first Death Star and only 4 when it's almost finished. But I still like Death Star 2. It was awesome. Ahsoka, just pet to him. Yeah, okay. I'm going to take a break here. But to answer your question, James, number one, when you build your first prototype of something, it takes so much time and money. Once you get it down and you start building more of them, you're going to do it a lot faster. 2, in lore, not canon, but in lore, Death Star 2 was already being built. Before Death Star 1 was destroyed. So that's one of the main differences is it was already being made, pre-planned. They already had a head start and they knew what they were doing. Now, JJ and Disney tripled down on that nonsense, and Starkiller Base apparently was being built at the same time as the 2 Death Stars. So First Order is not even in existence, but apparently the First Order was building the Starkiller Base back in the Death Star days. Oh boy, Dave Filoni, Pablo Dildo, you guys are fucking idiots. Dude, after Disney started making Star Wars, it sounds like borderline defamation of Lucas. It's not borderline. It's literally what they have done is shit all over George Lucas and Star Wars. And this is why so many people get angry with me or be like, you just hate Disney. Are you into because you're not thinking. Because all you're looking at is what happens in Disney, and you either never saw the original Star Wars or just aren't remembering because the last time you saw it was like 10, 20 years ago, and you're just loosely remembering the story. Because if you actually look at the story and remember and care and connect the dots and piece it together, you're going to say, holy shit, is this Disney stuff stupid? So I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to show you just how stupid. Because, oh boy, was this Bad Batch episode fucking stupid. So let's take a break right here, and I'm going to show you guys. Oh boy. Kathy wants his reputation destroyed. JJ doesn't understand that reputation. Ryan changes the reputation. Dave wants that reputation. There you go. Good. Well said, James. That was a whole lot of reputation there. You get a whole lot of reputation points. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we will continue, and we'll jump into the Bad Batch, which connects to the Dianoga. Actually, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna take a break. We'll come back. I have a quick Andor thing, and then I'm gonna answer those 3 little YouTube comments. I'll spend a few minutes on that, and then we're gonna dive in because the Bad Batch is like the bulk of this, and I have like 15 pages and about 80 pictures to show you. So we're about to dive deep into the Dianoga and Bad Batch. So that's what I'll do. I'll take a break. I'll do the quick YouTube thing and Andor, and then we'll dive into Bad Batch. So hang tight. I'll be back. And if you thought Disney was dumb, well, we're about to take it to a whole new level. Or better said, Dave took it to a whole new level. Because he's not counting on people like me that know and care, and that are going to find it and see it and call him out on it. But if you haven't figured it out, and for those that know, I do the research, and we're going to go down a rabbit hole. So hang tight. I'll be back. I'll be back. Last time I meant to play R2, and I ended up playing the Archives, which the Archives is cool, but for some reason I always get these intermissions mixed up. Here's another. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? So then what is this one? What the frack? This has got to be the Lucas. Has to be. Did I not get rid of the... Okay. Let me look at this real quick, because they're all mixed up for some reason. It's my fault, because I didn't... Let me see real quick with this.
Fade in.
Okay, that's what you just watched. That was the Lucasfilm Archives. All right, so hopefully we got it right. Enjoy some R2. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour.
This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7 foot.
Okay, I see that that's not that. Let me see if I can fix this. For some reason, they're all mixed up. All right, let's try it now. Let's see if this one... Try that again. This should be R2.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien, the behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he'll put me out of business.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. Alrighty. I can hear the birds chirping. Another day at the office for Not My Star Wars. I'm going to munch on some rice and half a pork chop I have left. while we talk about YouTube, real quick, let's get the Andor thing out of the way. It's not really much of anything, but you guys should see that. Yes. Not a big deal, but Forrest Whitaker, Saw Gerrera, is returning. He will be in Andor. Whatever. I guess they're going to do some backstory. I don't like Saw Gerrera. I never cared for his character. I think Forrest Whitaker is a great actor, but I could care less about Saw Gerrera, honestly. But there you have it. And this is because Stellan Skarsgård had mentioned it in an interview, in a Swedish radio interview. Okay, the only other thing here is I think they mentioned Alan Tudyk. Yeah, same is true as Alan Tudyk as K2SO, who will not be showing up in the show, at least at first. Tudyk dropped some hints in an interview with Collider that a snappy robot may make an appearance at some point. Okay. I call bullshit. He said, they're shooting it right now. I'm not in it. But if it stays on the air, stories keep getting told, I'll end up in there, Tudyk said. I call bullshit. Why? D23, I'm pretty sure it was 2019. I just looked at it the other day, but right now I have so much in my head. I believe it was 2019, and Kathleen Kennedy was on the stage with him. And they officially announced he is in the Andor show. Number two, if you watch my documentary, there is a K2 series droid in it. Now, it doesn't mean that it's actually going to be K2SO, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be K2SO. So again, I can only go off the little information that we have, but I call bullshit. He's going to be in it. We saw them filming a droid in the mocap, and they had announced it at D23. Not to mention, it would only make sense that he's in it, and the general consensus from everyone is their favorite character in the Rogue One was K2SO. Disney's aware of this. Now, me personally, Jyn Erso is my favorite character, but K2 was cool. And again, most people who they liked was K2SO. So I'm calling bullshit. He is in the Andor show. Plus, it was stated that it's a one-off. It's not meant to be seasons. It's going to be one big 12 episode thing. Now, a lot of that depends on the success. If it's like a take-off, great show, who knows? Maybe they'll do more. I don't know what else they're going to do. I mean, it's 5 years before Rogue and he dies. But either way, I call bullshit. He's going to be in it. Maybe not the first 3 or 4 episodes or whatever, but he's in it. So anyways, that little piece of news for anyone that cares. Saw Gerrera is coming back. I don't think anyone cares, but there you have it. And it will be Forrest. So however they do that, we'll see. Okay. So, we'll talk about the YouTube stuff for a minute, and then I'll look at some more of your chats, and we'll get into the Bad Batch. I like this. I love Star Wars. Me. What was the name of Anakin's son? Anakin had a son? Luke, dude. The crusty old guy from The Last Jedi is Anakin's son? Yep. And that's the thing. If you are someone that's only watching the Disney stuff, that's how you're going to think. That's how you're going to react and see it. Because you're not taking the time to understand what Star Wars is or was. 2 hours long and has so much going on. Gone with the Wind is 4 hours long and has nothing, and nothing happens. After counting all those fake outs, I realized the Rose of Skywalker is funny. Force Awakens was the very first Star Wars movie to have a woman star in it. According to Mickey Mouseketeers, I like how you tell the most basic facts and people say you're wrong and don't understand anything. Happens to me a lot too. It's been happening to me since I was able to speak. I totally understand. Sometimes they correct me on stuff I already said. The color of the sky is blue. No, it's blue. That's what I just said. Don't be a smartass. The bad bitch. Andor is set before Rebels. Wasn't Saw bald in Rebels? I believe so. How many seasons are they playing? As far as I know, just one. 12 episodes. I thought they were going to do like 7 or something. Also, 7 seasons? I already know Andor's going to die. Yeah, no, it's supposed to just be 12 episodes, 1 season. Imagine Jyn Erso was on the last episode on a side quest. I would be very happy to see my wifey Felicity. Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, and Carrie Fisher all starred in Star Wars. Yes. Okay, so your basic question, assuming you're still here, was, has YouTube changed my life in any way? Financially, no. Not at all. I make nothing for all the editing and the live streaming and things that I do. So no, in that sense, no, it has not changed anything. Now, I didn't come into this expecting anything, and I do this because I love Star Wars, not because I thought I was going to become famous or rich or anything like that. I do it because I love Star Wars, and I respect George Lucas. And a big part of that is just me celebrating Star Wars because I love it. But naturally, a big part of it is I see Disney shitting all over something so beautiful, and it pisses me off. And I'm not going to allow Disney to fill people's heads with nonsense when I know the truth and can state the facts in a educated, researched way. Now, even though it wasn't my motive, nor is it really my motive now, I do a shit ton of research. I do a shit ton of editing because I don't like to just put out a video. Even my small videos, some news comes out. Everyone else gets the news out before me because I take the time to cross-check everything, make sure the information is correct. Plus, I make a video out of it. I don't just come on and record 10 minutes of me talking and there's the news. And I'm not criticizing anyone that does that. A lot of channels that I like do exactly that. But that's not what I do. I make a story, a video out of it. It's edited. It has pictures and references and video clips, and all that takes time. So I can't always put out the news as fast as other people because I actually make a video of it. My live streams, even when I say, okay, it's going to be short, I'm always here 5, 6, 8 hours. And every Friday, I'm here 8, 10, 12 hours. And I used to be here longer. 14, 16. But one, that's so much. And two, YouTube only curates 12 hours. So it makes no sense for me to go over 12 hours because then you can't even see the stream replay, and that's just dumb. I learned that lesson the hard way, especially with the Rinzler love and support stream. Unfortunately, you can't rewatch that because YouTube just won't curate it. So what I'm getting at is I put a lot of love and effort into this, and I make nothing out of it. At the end of the day, I do it for the love. But it sucks to spend a month making a documentary and nobody sees it, and I make nothing off of it. Because I have bills, I have things I want to do. And who wants to do something for a month, put all your love into it, and get nothing out of it? So, with all that said, financially, no, my life has not changed in any which way. However, I never did a whole lot of editing before this. So I learned a lot about it, and I've gotten very good at it. And I have the pleasure of making videos and talking about something that I love so very much. It's been pretty much a part of my life, my entire life. And that many people, at least 12,000, enjoy. So in that sense, it has changed my life because I get to every day work on something that I love so much. And there's people that appreciate it and then want to talk about it with me, because even if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I love talking about Star Wars. Brian Rivers, thanks for becoming a fan. If you're still around, thanks for watching. So, has it changed my life per se? Not really, but I do have the knowledge and the skills and the audience to talk about what I love so very much. And not everybody gets to do that. There's people that make a whole lot more money than I do. Basically, I make nothing anyway, so. But there's not many people that can say I do truly what I love on my own schedule, in my own way. There's nobody telling me. The only pressure or person that tells me what to do is me. Because I try to get videos out and I try to do things, and so the only real pressure is myself. I don't have anybody like, on top of me. You got to get this done. You got to do this. I'm my own critic and boss and all that. So the way that it has changed my life is that I found something I love very, very much to do, based around something that I love very much in my life, and I get to do it my way, and it's in a way that I very much enjoy. So hopefully that answers your question as far as has it changed my life? In general, no, not really. But I've done many things in my life. I did a lot of activism, a lot of helping other people. But none of that has been as rewarding personally and as much fun as doing this. So I hope that answers your question. In ways, yes, it has changed. In many ways, no, not really. And in fact, I sacrifice a lot for this channel. Massive, because when you guys don't see me, I'm all day researching, checking, finding stuff, looking at stuff. I spent all day today doing a ton of research for tonight. In particular, what we're about to talk about, the Bad Batch. Because most people, they watch the episode, they get the gist of it, make a quick video. Oh, well, here's my review. And it's like a 10-minute review, right? Well, this happened and that happened. Like, to me, it's kind of silly. Like, this is what happened in the episode. Well, why not just watch the episode then? Why do I want to sit here and listen to you telling me what happened? Put some put some insight, put some research, put something into it. Why are you just like, oh, this is what happens in this episode? I just think it's silly. But that's what a lot of channels do. Even some of the biggest Star Wars channels. And to me, it's like, what's the point? First of all, just watch it for yourself. Second of all, that's a big channel because all they do is say, hey, this is what happened in the episode. Wouldn't you rather watch somebody that actually teaches you something, shows you something that not everyone else is seeing, that actually researched it? It shows you how it ties and connects to other things. Oh, well, it is what it is. So, again, I don't know much else to say on that. That's basically... Oh, the other thing is, I have 12,000 subscribers, but I don't see most of them. Most of them don't watch my videos, and most of them don't come in my live streams and comment. Now, I know that there's often people that come and watch that just don't say anything. And sometimes big channels come and pop in, I know for a fact, and look at what I'm doing. They don't talk to me. They don't reach out to me. They don't invite me to the channels, but I know they come and they look. That I know for a fact. But what I was going to say is another big thing is I've met a lot of you. I've made new friends. I've made connections. I've met a lot of other YouTubers. So in that sense, it's changed, yeah. Because I have now at least a good sized group of people that want to hang out every Friday or even on other days and talk Star Wars or whatever. Can enjoy spending time with Not My Star Wars. And part of that, I guess, is because of the way I do things, but also because I take the time to talk to you guys. I read all your comments. I listen to what, or at least 95% of them. I listen to what you guys say. I try to learn from you guys as well. So, now, report earnings. No. Chadwick Friday. It was some rice and it was half of a leftover pork chop, if you're still there. And it was damn good. There's this place called Mish Market. Not like right next to me, but close. And it's a farm. And they like literally, you know, it's not a grocery store. Like their farm is what is in the market. So like fresh pork chops and beef and all this. But they do like bundles and stuff. So they have like, you know, you go into a store and there's a glass cases and you can buy like 2 sausage links or a pork chop if you want. But they also have like these bundles, $100. And it's just a big box with all kinds of like pork chop, sausage, London broil, different stuff. And they have like, I don't know, 5 or 10 different packages, and they have like a number or a name. So like package A, and package A has, XXXXX. Package B has this, that, and the other. Package C. So like once a month, I try to go there, which I'm going to go later today. And for example, there was a pack of 3 pork chops, and they were like that thick and nice, like real pork chops. But you can also like buy the whole cow and they'll get all the cuts and everything. Like some people buy the whole, you know what I mean? And put it in their freezer. Or you can get like certain parts or whatever. Stuff like that. So it's local, it's healthy, and amazing, and you get these awesome bundles. So anyway, it's just a little side story there. So YouTube is changing recently, and I, of course, can only go by the experience of my channel, but I've been on YouTube since 2012. I've watched and studied a lot of channels and things. Some channels put out videos that they're transparent about what they make, so I have ideas of what they make. And also channels like vidIQ and stuff like that do what's the word? Not reports. I can't think of the proper word, but they like do reports on other channels because those channels offer them the information and they do like analysis, right? So, a lot of it also depends on what your channel is about. If you're a lawyer, a financial advisor, real estate, those channels make a lot of money. Makeup, make a lot of money. You get a huge percentage on ads. Channels like mine, entertainment, movies, movie reviews, that type of thing, don't tend to make as much money. And some channels make less. It depends on your topic. Gaming, I think, does okay. So, one, it depends on what your channel is about because some channels make much more than others. 2, subscribers mean nothing. It's all about how many views your videos get. Okay, so no, YouTube does not report your earnings. What happens is you get paid and you are responsible for paying your taxes, just like any self-employed person. Now, I haven't ever made a ton of money on YouTube, so I don't know. Ultimately, there's some channels, by the way, that make $1 million plus a month. Most of the bigger channels make about 10K a month. So about 120K a month, or a year, sorry. Once they start to get bigger, they start to make about 30K a month. So a channel 100, 200, 300,000 subscribers is making 10 plus K a month. And then some of the ones that start to get bigger are making like 30K a month. Now this also varies because, for example, Gary of Nerdrotic, he's always doing live streams, different ones, not just Friday Night Tights, but during Friday Night Tights, he's getting 500, 200. I mean, it's insane. He makes thousands of dollars in just super chats every stream. It's insane. And I think that's awesome. I'm not mad at him or jealous or anything like that. Just saying, like, he makes well over $1,000 just in super chats and live streams, and sometimes 2, 3K. I mean, so it varies. Where some people do live streams, and I very rarely get any super chats or tips. Google SWTOR, it's a good game. I just finished playing Star Wars The Old Republic. It's so good. I have been playing it. It is great. Chilling, man. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to be playing KOTOR soon, but yes, KOTOR is cool. So I don't know what a channel that's making $1 million a month, if Google or YouTube is reporting it or what, I don't know. But from what I understand, at least up until recently, and for the time being, you pay your own taxes. You're responsible for that. You're self-employed. Now, recently, like 3 weeks, a month ago, YouTube put out a terms of service change where now our revenue is going to be considered royalties. So this has a few ramifications. That one, not only are they going to take the 30%, but they're also going to charge royalty fees, and then on top of that, we got to pay taxes with the IRS. Now, if you're making $1 million a month, it's a lot of money, but what the hell do you care? But for most of us creators that are lucky, if we're lucky, if we make, let's say, $1,000 a month, which I make about $100 a month. You're getting screwed pretty well. Like anything in the tax world, a little guy always gets fucked. Now, there's ways around certain things. You can do tax write-offs. You can, because if you're self-employed, well, buying stuff for your streams, buying a game console, stuff like that, you can use as write-offs for your company. You review movies, well, every time you go to the theater and buy tickets and popcorn and all that, you can write that off because that's part of, right, you doing the review of the movie. So those types of things. So in ways you can leverage it. For great examples, there's a lot of these Disney channels. These people are traveling constantly, like all the time to Disney, like once a month, several times a month, and they pay the park fee and they buy all the gadgets and toys and expensive drinks and all that because it's all write-offs. And they get tons of views and they get tons of super chats, so they're making all this money, plus they can write off most of everything that they're spending anyway. So their air trip, they stay in a nice hotel, all the best Disney stuff, because they just write it all off. Must be nice. So now with the current or pending change, or what they're currently changing or whatever, there is a good chance that people are going to start getting 1099s because now it's royalties and they're reporting and all this stuff. But traditionally, no. You would get paid and you are responsible for paying tax. You report. Now, the risk is if you have a big channel and the IRS decides to audit you, well, YouTube does have a record. And that's where you could get fucked, because if you made $300,000 and you didn't pay any taxes on it, the IRS can, right, get you. But as far as reporting, no, YouTube didn't do that. Now, again, I'm just a small channel. I can't speak for a channel with 300,000 or 3 million subscribers. But as a general rule, no. I get paid every month, whatever little money that it makes, and I'm responsible for reporting it. Now, this channel in the past 2 years has made a few $100. There's nothing to report. In the future, hopefully it makes a few thousand a month, and then I'll deal with it. But right now, so that should answer the 3 questions. If you would like more elaboration, let me know, but that's basically the story there. Let's catch up on your chats and we'll go into the Bad Batch. Imagine Jyn Erso. Yeah, I would like to see Jyn. I love me my baby Jyn. This I'm not sure what that is. which is French. I figured it is. Okay, I am here. Got you. I don't speak French, but I got you. Google. I kind of figured that. I figured that's what you said. And now I've confirmed that it is French. Maybe JJ is secretly a genius who fooled us all and wanted to see our reaction and to the movie and get pissed off for 2 years until we finally start noticing more things until we realize it's a comedy. Maybe. It sure is a big joke. I know that. The real comedy was in JJ's head, seeing how we would react to a movie that ruined so much and is full of stupidity. JJ has done it. He made the best Star Wars movie and we fell for it. It's secretly a way to see all of our overreactions to everything wrong until we laugh at it. The Rise of Skywalker isn't the conclusion to Star Wars. It's an ambitious cinematic masterpiece. There you go. The Rise of Skywalker is comedic gold that was made for pissing people off, only for us to laugh at those reactions. The Rise of Skywalker has done something no other film before it has done. That's for sure. This movie truly has a subtle complexity that I see now. The movie is art. It's right up there with 2001. Godfather, Jurassic Park, Wizard of Oz as one of the greatest. Or you could just say it fucking sucks. I think that's the correct answer. Your regulars and subs really appreciate all your hard work, dedication, and live streams. God bless, brother, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Adaptive. I truly appreciate it, dude. I really do. As I've told you guys before, I'm not someone that needs validation and needs to prove anything. I do this because I love it and I have the knowledge to share and I have the patience and the skill to do so. That's not to say that I don't appreciate when you guys tell me things. I'm just saying that I'm not the type of person that's like, nobody says anything or likes me, so I'm not going to do it. I do this because I care. But I do appreciate it. And I genuinely do it for the love, because I can promise you I don't make any kind of money doing this. What do you do then if not YouTube? This is what I do. Those reviews don't give their opinions. They just tell what happens. Yep. Like having to report tips. By the way, the only way that I can make the Andor documentary or the Skywalker legacy or give the news as thoroughly as I can is because 24/7, this is what I do. When I'm going to show you with the Bad Batch, I spent all day researching, getting screenshots, checking stuff. And the only way that you can do that is if you dedicate all of your energy to that. Most YouTubers don't. They just try to find the most efficient way to just put out videos, do the least amount of work. And I'm not mad at them. They probably do it the smarter way. A lot of them make money and I don't. But it's like I've always said, I look at the end game. 5-10 years from now, nobody's going to remember their little video review. But my videos will be there. They're the ones that are have weight, that were actually a video that's edited. So no one's going to care about someone that was just talking 5 years from now. Now, a lot of channels don't care about that. They're just like, right now, how many views can I get? And I get it. I'm not mad at them. I'm not saying they're wrong. All I'm saying is I always look at the long game, because what I'm doing is curating history and facts and information so that you, your kids, your grandkids can look back and say, oh, okay, I understand. That's what happened. That's how it worked. Not just, hey, this article came out and this rumor was here and that's what happened. That's great in the moment, but it's not going to hold water. My videos are designed for ever, for longevity, for what is it they say? Green, right? Green videos or whatever. That so yeah, they just tell what happens exactly. which, you know, some people like that, but to me it's just silly. Like, why not just watch the episode? And some people are like, I'm busy and I don't have time, or, well, but then how interested are you in that thing anyways? And maybe you're not. Maybe you're just loosely curious of like what's happening in Loki, so you just watch people that are like, oh, this happened and that, and that's it. And that's maybe entertaining to you or whatever. That's like, again, to me, it's like, just watch the episode. Now, guys like Az, I love, because he tells you what happened, but he also like puts his opinion and why it's dumb, and he explains it, and like this connects to that, and you know, he doesn't do the research like I do, but he's well versed in some of this stuff. Like his Bat Whammon videos, I love. They're great. I don't watch all of them, but I think they're great because he puts emotion and it makes you laugh, and he's just crazy, and you know, and he tells you what happens in the episode, but he puts something into it. He's like putting his opinion on it and his thoughts and his knowledge into it. It's not just like, okay, this happened and then this happened and that happened, and it's like, okay, well, I could have just watched the episode for that. So yeah, it very much is like that. That sucks. I don't know which part, but yes, YouTube's rules. Yeah. Do a series of major parts in YouTube's history. That'd be interesting. They got plenty of history. By the way, YouTube gets 2 billion views a day, and they pay out. They make several billion a year, and they pay out. I forget the number. As a matter of fact, VidIQ just mentioned it the other day, but at least a few billion a year they pay out. There's creators that make $1 million a month or $1 million a year, but there's little creators that make $1 million a month. There's some people that make a lot of freaking money, and some people make 10,000, 30,000. Bro, if I could make 10,000 a month on YouTube, holy shit. I wouldn't care if my channel got bigger or made more. I would be so happy. I would be so happy if I could get this channel to 5K a month. That's not to say I would not try or be more ambitious, but if I could get this channel to 5K a month, I would never think about or worry about anything. We'll see. Right now, I can't even get it to a few hundred a month, so we'll see. YouTube starts off as a promising group, then it turns into this untrustworthy empire. Most corporations do. Palpatine's been living inside a trapezoid for 30 years until he resurrects his Star Destroyers. Yes. Doug Walker makes Nostalgic Critic. There's just videos about him talking about movies, and for some reason this guy acts like it's art. A lot of easy paths, but special things take effort. Yeah. You are right. I hate reviews that just tell you the entire episode. Yeah. Well, I don't mind if you tell me the episode, but put something in it. How does it connect to other things? Why does this matter or not? Like, you know, some history, some lore, why it connects. You know, how does this affect that? What's going to happen next episode? You know. But if you're just going to literally tell me, well, this is what happened today, and you know, I don't get it. And a lot of those videos get tons of views. I don't get it. My sister says Loki's good. I feel like I will disagree with her. Well, all I can tell you is all the news and channels I've seen say it's total shit. So you always go to the rabbit hole so we can understand the whole context. Yep. Hey, look, it's Batgirl. I had such a crush on her and Grace and Robin growing up. Oh, wait, no, it's Batwoman. Yes. Batwoman. I'm a bit of a YouTube historian myself. Why don't you should do videos about that? Kylo Ren finds a Jolly Rancher. Rey now has a lightsaber, and yet she still carries that damn staff with her everywhere she goes. Yeah. Either make the staff into dual lightsabers or drop the stupid ass staff. It's just. But again, Disney's not using logic or using what makes sense or thinking. They're just like, oh, well, that's Rey's outfit, so make sure she's got her staff. Even though she's the bestest ever and has a freaking yellow lightsaber. What the hell does she need that staff for? I watched Loki, but I have to watch it again because I wasn't paying attention. It wasn't that thrilling. Yeah, I've heard it's not very thrilling. Okay. Let's look at the Bad Batch. So I have roughly 20 source articles we're going to look at, and I think it was 85 pictures. No worries. Most of it is just look at it for a second and keep going. It's not going to be all that. Some of it I will go into depth, but most of it is just quick reference. So then. All right. The bad bitch, as James says. As James likes to call it. So this will basically consist of a recap of the most recent episode and me pointing out the nonsensical mess that it is. Okay. I know some of you have watched Bad Batch, some of you haven't, so I'm going to try to be conscious of both. But to give you an idea, Bad Batch are a bunch of defective clones. They should be a bunch of fuck-ups, but it turns out they're all mutants, and they're all special, and they all have powers, and they're all great, and they're all special, and they're all better than everybody. Apparently, they're better than entire armies, this little group of misfits. All right. There's one clone who, remember, clones come from Jango Fett, is a little blonde girl, but she's a clone of Jango Fett. Okay, well, fine. She's a defect. Okay, whatever, fine. So, Bad Batch was in Clone Wars Season 7. They had a few episodes. They got their own show. And in the show, they meet Omega, who's the little girl that's the clone. And she gets tied up with them. And they're going around the galaxy with this little girl. Fine. Okay. That's the basic synopsis for anyone that hasn't seen or understand Bad Batch. All right. So for most of you that do have at least an idea and of what the Bad Batch is, we're going to go from there. Dances with Wolves, thank you for watching. Okay. So this episode is called Battle Scars. I don't remember every detail of the episode because a lot of it doesn't matter anyways, but the pictures are going to recap the most important parts. All right. So they're in space. They're getting chased, I believe, by TIE fighters. I don't even remember now, but they're getting chased and shot at. Okay. Why? Because they have that crate. You see that crate there. All right. You see she's strapped in like in an amusement park that's like the seatbelt, the bar that holds you in, right? Okay. Just before this, Wrecker, who's the big muscle knucklehead, had, do you see this here? Click this down on this cage, just like it is on Omega. Well, he had clicked it down to hold this cage in. Here you can see it has an electric lock. There's this little lizard creature in here. They had locked it down so the cage is in the seat and doesn't move around or fly around or whatever. All right. They're getting chased while they set up to go to hyperspace. But wait a minute, hyperspace skipping. You can just go. Anyways, they're getting ready for hyperspace. and they're getting shot at. One of the shots rattles the ship, and this locked thing that isn't supposed to open, because the whole point of it is that it's locked down to save you like a roller coaster, just pops up. They're having a conversation. She's here, Wrecker's here. I forget exactly what to say, and they're like, man, these guys won't leave us alone, Wrecker says. And then she says, well, we did steal from them. And then Tech up front says, well, technically they stole it. We're just intercepting it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this thing is locked in. They're getting shot at. The ship takes a hit, and then look, this thing that's supposed to stay locked, because that's the whole point of it, just goes up and unlocks, because, Dave Filoni. Because we don't know how to write stories, so we just got to make shit happen. So this thing just pops up. The cage naturally falls and hits on the floor. Ruby, I guess, is the lizard inside. Okay, there's Wrecker, the big meathead. Naturally, as soon as this cage hits the floor, what happens? The electronic lock fails and it opens right up. I mean, what's the point of having this seatbelt, and what's the point of having an electronic lock when it's just going to open anyways? Dave Filoni. Okay, this little lizard doesn't like run away or hide, or it jumps and it gets on Wrecker's face. And he's saying, get it off, get it off, get it off. Okay, number one, Dave Filoni, can you be a little more original? Because it's not a face hugger. It's not fucking aliens, dude. Which this episode is so trying to be aliens. But here we are with the unoriginality and poor storytelling. Oh, look, the little lizard's stuck on his face. It's not sucking him or anything. It's just on his face, and he's freaking out. This big-ass dude is freaking out over this stupid little lizard that somehow, for whatever reason, wants to stick to his face. It doesn't try to bite his ankle or run away or hide or no, it jumps and sticks to his face. Get it off, this big dude. Now, this big tough guy, wasn't he the one that in Clone Wars, their gunship crashed and Cody was stuck inside, and he by himself lifted up a fucking gunship? He, as you can see, he picks it up and puts it on his shoulder so then he can press it. And he pushes the gunship. A gunship. You see this? Are you guys? Let me make sure, because there's delay. Okay, yes. He pushes a gunship up by himself. Again, this is thousands of pounds, a massive ship. It's not a Star Destroyer, but it's a fucking gunship. In fact, he pushes it up so hard. Remember, okay, this edge, our right, but you always, whenever you refer to ships and vehicles, you look from the pilot's view. So from the pilot's view, the left side of the ship was flat here. Okay, that's what he's pushing. You see here, this is laying down. Okay, that was this side of the ship. So not only does he get under it by himself, bench it by himself, pushes it to the point it stands upright by himself, but he pushes the fucking thing so hard that it flips the fuck over onto the other side. A gunship, thousands of pounds. This big, tough, ridiculous ape is freaking out over a little lizard that's on his face. Now, I get it. Nobody likes something on their face, but the point here is this guy, 1 second is the Hulk. The next second, he's this big, blundering idiot. And they just constantly do go through this with the Bad Batch. Constantly, Wrecker. Constantly. He's doing these amazing things, and then the next second, he's like a little kid. Oh, my God. Flips a fucking gunship. This is the same Wrecker that was punching and wrestling and jumping and went straight for, not running away from or force a fight. He went straight for a Rancor. So as you can see, the Rancor is holding him, but he's holding the Rancor, makes it shut its mouth. He punches it in the head. He's wrestling with it, jumps on top and rides it, throws a huge boulder at it. This guy that's terrified of a little lizard called Ruby. So they're in space. The lizard gets loose. They end up getting, of course, Omega captures the lizard again. No problem. She's not scared. It's not a big deal. He's freaked out, but she just, puts the cage over it, captures the little lizard, puts it back in the cage. Finally, they set up navigation for hyperspace. Boom, they escape. Typical Star Wars, right? They escape through hyperspace. Fine. They go back to Sid, who's the green barkeep mission person that pays them to do missions. And they're here at her place. Now, here you can see they're at a bar. What do you see here? Oh, look, member berries. It's IG-88's head from Star Wars A New Hope Cantina. Not all cantinas are the same, Dave Filoni. Dexter Jettster's Diner is not the same as the cantina, Dave Filoni. The bars in Coruscant are not the same as the New Hope Cantina, Dave Filoni. By the way, I would like to call this segment Disney is fucking dumb, a.k.a. The Bad Batch is nonsensical, a.k.a. Did Dave Filoni ever watch Star Wars before? So here we are. They're at Sid's place, and look, it's IG-88. Member berries. Now, in the previous episode, we saw that the Martez sisters say, oh, well, our contact knows, and they get the information because, it's important for their contact to get to fight the Empire. At the last of the episode, they showed the back of someone, and a lot of us thought it was Bail Organa. Well, it was Rex. Here's Rex. Now, I haven't mentioned Rex lately because I just have been implying it by what I've been telling you about Ahsoka. But to be clear, now we see Rex. And what have I been telling you? You will see Grogu, you will see Ahsoka, and you will see Vader in this show. And here's another confirmation because there's Rex. Ahsoka is coming. Trust and believe. So Rex, there's parts I'm going to leave out because it's just unimportant. Rex is in the bar. That's all you need to know. So he says, hey, guys, whatever. And they're like, oh, Rex. And then he says, oh, good to see you too, Wrecker. And again, the guy that was terrified of the little lizard picks up Rex and picks him up, like he's a ragdoll. Now, the clones are all pretty good-sized dudes. But Wrecker is much bigger and much stronger than all of them. So here you can see he picks up Rex. Fine, whatever. Good to see you. IG-88. So then they sit down to have a drink and talk. And one of the things that Rex says, I guess you could say, I've been keeping a low profile. Oh, really? Like these guys have been? You look like 1.2 million other clones. You have short military hair. And you have the nerve to be wearing your fucking clone armor with notches in it and radio communication, but you're keeping a low profile. Dude, keeping a low profile is growing out your hair, getting out of this freaking clone trooper suit with your fucking notches showing, and wear a wig or growing your hair, wearing glasses, a hat, a hood. And here you are looking like 1.2 million other fucking clones with notches on your thing. And you, of all people, Rex, are well known. But I'm keeping a low profile. How did you find us? How did you know we'd be here? Oh, Trace and Rafa Martez told me that they had known about some clones and how to find you guys. The Martez sisters. So, number one, Martez sisters are back. Dave Filoni with his SJW, virtue signaling bullshit. He's going to save Star Wars. Okay. There's the contact, Rex, which it really is Rex their contact? Is Rex their friend? No, we know who their friend in contact is. Ahsoka Tano. They met Rex how? Ahsoka Tano. Who are we going to see very soon in the next episodes? Ahsoka Tano. Trace and Rafa are the contact that got Rex to find the clones, and here we are. They're all together. Or the Bad Batch, because he's a clone, right? All right. Then they have a conversation, and it comes up about their inhibitor chips. We've discussed the chips. I don't believe that they ever had chips, but we're going to play along the Dildoniverse. You're telling me you haven't removed your chips? So he's like, holy shit. Now, I get his concern, by all means. But they make this whole thing about it's so important that the chips, right? Those chips make you a threat to everyone around you, even her. So again, I understand Rex doesn't have his chip. He's a good dude, and he's worried about Omega. Fine. But he's not like, hey, guys, your chips are a problem. Let's try to fix the solution. Let's find a way to get them out of your head. How can I help you? No, he's reaching for his gun, saying, you guys are a threat. And I get his concern, but it's like, dude, they're protecting this girl, and you're like, getting ready to blast at them. He doesn't say, well, how can we help? Or how can we figure this out? Or how can we get the chips out? No, he's just like, oh, I'm going to pull my gun. You can see him reaching here, and they show it where he's reaching for his pistol, his blaster. So it takes Hunter, not Rex, who knows better and is calmer and all that. It takes Hunter to say, well, how do we get him out? Why didn't Rex say, hey, I can help you. Let's get your chips out. No, he's like, I'm ready to shoot you. Okay, so how do we get him out? Rex says, well, let me get back to you on that. And he leaves. So then later, the Bad Batch show up on some planet. I forget the name. And they meet Rex. Once again, Rex is keeping a low profile from the Empire. Here he is in his goddamn freaking old clone suit with his clone helmet with notches on it, very distinctive blue. We know this is Rex, with or without his helmet. Every other clone knows that this is Clone Captain Rex, but he's keeping a low profile. Just like these knuckle fucks that are all keeping a low profile in their custom black clone suits and helmets, and Rambo with the one character in all of Star Wars that has a goddamn bandana on his head with a skull on it and a half white and a half black face, but they're all keeping a low profile. Mr. Robot Hand, Echo, who everybody else knows as well, they're all keeping a low profile. Okay, Dave Filoni. So they land in this hangar and meet Rex. By the way, member Barry, look, it's a Y-Wing. Now, it's been a while since I've watched Clone Wars, but I don't remember them being Y-Wings in that era or in that show. I could be wrong. I have a lot of things in my head, and Clone Wars I don't pay a whole lot of attention to for a while. So, but either way, member Barry is a Y-Wing. Fine. By the way, they came in from the top. They flew down and landed. So then they all get together and they go off on this planet. All right. This shot is not only to give you an idea, but I thought it was actually a pretty cool shot. As you can see, a bunch of Star Destroyers, or I believe they're a Venator class, the Jedi cruisers, as Rex calls them in this. The original Star Destroyers, there's tons of them broken down or crashed, right? Because there must have been some big battle. You can see them all crashed and wrecked. Now you can see they're all rusted and fucked up and broken and half buried and, kind of like Jakku, Rey, whatever. Okay. This shit has been here for a while. Not decades, but the Clone Wars is 3 years long. But, you could say at least a year. It's all rusted and crashed and messed up, and it's like a graveyard. Anyways, this is a cool shot, but to give you kind of idea of the environment they're in this big graveyard of freaking Star Destroyers. I'm sure there's other ships and stuff in here too, but all right. So they get to a point and they hear something, and Rex is like, they control this entire planet, because one of them's like, who's that? What are they? So then Tech puts down his little visor thing and a scanner or whatever and is looking. And this is actually looks pretty cool. I like this binocular view. And you see these two dudes on a little floating platform. It's the Scrapper Guild. And Rex is like, they run and control everything here. And, you know, like this big deal. These two freaking dudes. Now, I get it. If they spot you or you try to shoot one and the other one gets on the radio, you could be screwed. They could call a bunch of help or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's two scrapper dudes. And they're all like, oh. Anyways. So there's the Scrapper Guild. All right. So they go inside one of the broken down Star Destroyers, and it's a lot like The Force Awakens. Rey inside the Star Destroyer, all wrecked and all that mess. Okay. They're on a platform here. And I believe Rex comes up with the idea. One of them says, hey, Wrecker, grab that cable. And he's like, what are we going to do with it? Well, obviously. So anyways, they managed to get this cable, this big yellow cable. There's other cables, but this yellow cable was like wrapped up here, kind of like a hose. So Wrecker grabs the cable. They manage to somehow get it across and make a rope to go across. Fine. The clone's going across. Fine. This is Omega, a 10-year-old girl with spindly arms and legs over a ridiculous chasm. They don't tie her to one of themselves. They don't put her on as a backpack or have her like sit on their belly and then they go across. No, this little 10-year-old girl on her own goes across this chasm on a rope, which is a skill she's never done before, but also, why the hell would you let a kid do that? But Omega, she's special. So Omega by herself, plus the weight of that bow thing, goes across the rope, no problem. Not scared, not worried, nothing goes wrong. She's perfectly able, with her spindly arms, to go across this chasm. Okay, Dave Filoni. They all get across. Wrecker's the last one. He's apparently scared of heights because he didn't want to go. But they're like, come on, dude. So he gets on. Naturally, he's heavier and bigger. And the cable starts to like bend and, you know, pull. And you can see, oh, boy. And it even like bounces down once. He's like, oh, that was close. And then it bounces down again. And it just totally goes. Okay, as you can see, they're all across. Dumb, big head here. So naturally, the cable snaps or comes loose, whatever the case. It's here. You can see the cable. It swings down. Here's Wrecker falling. Screams, grunts. Wrecker. Okay. On the way down, he doesn't grab it, but it like gets tangled up in his legs. All right. So he falls down, and it gets wrapped around his leg, and that's what keeps him from hitting the water. Now, you don't get a real good perception, but as you can see, you see this. And if you've seen the Rise of Skywalker, when she was crawling around the Death Star, that was massive. Force Awakens, when Rey was scavenging, that was massive chasms and drops. Well, if you watch the episode or you look here, you can see it's massive drop. It's not like a 5 or 10 foot thing. It's like way down. So, first of all, falling that height and the cable being around your leg, one, it probably would have just ripped your leg off. Two, if nothing else, it's going to like take your leg out of joint. We'll play along. We'll say that this cable, which I believe is an electrical cable, but this cable has a little bit of stretch to it, like a bungee. So we'll say that it absorbed the shock of him falling. We'll play along. Bullshit. You see his helmet. Their helmets don't have seals. It's just a fucking bucket on his head. His helmet should have fell off. No, it's stuck right there. As I've shown you guys and told you guys in the past, stormtroopers had helmets that would seal. That's why a properly made fan film, they show you that they turn the helmet and then take it off, or they put it on a little bit sideways and it locks, and then there's the seal, because stormtroopers have a little air containment unit, air filtration unit on the back, and they're meant to have a sealed helmet where they can breathe, even in space. Most every other character in Star Wars, it's just a bucket on their head. Bad Batch all the time just takes on and off their helmets. Mando, same thing, on and off their helmets. And if you watch my Andor documentary, you see that the shore trooper just slips on the helmet, but also when he goes over the railing, it's like flopping all around. His helmet should have came off. But Dave Filoni. Now, tentacles come out and grab him. Here you can see he's upside down, right? There's the cable around his leg. And it tells you it's a Dianoga. Wrecker grunts and shouts. And it's wrapping around him. The Dianoga is the trash compactor monster from A New Hope. Most of you will remember the eye that pops out of the junk. Now, this is a big, deep pool. Remember that. And, wow, it's got these two big tentacles. Okay, fine. It wraps him up, pulls him into the water. He's underwater for a moment, and then for whatever reason, he gets free and pops back up. You don't see an explosion. You don't hear any blaster fire. Nothing. He just like gets free. Not just loose, but he gets totally free of the Dianoga for no unexplained reason and starts to climb back up the cable. Now, why would a big monster with huge tentacles that's holding you just let you go? You didn't do anything apparently to free yourself that we know of, and yet here you are, you pop up to the surface and you start climbing up the cable. We will talk about the difference in the trash compactor in a moment. But this particular Dianoga has no reason to let loose of Wrecker. So he gets loose, starts climbing up, and of course now the Dianoga comes after him again. And look, it's got 1, 2, 3, like 4 different huge tentacles. Okay, fine. It wraps him up again as he's trying to crawl up or climb up the cable. Here you can see again. It wraps him up. I believe there's 4 tentacles. Wraps them all up. Dianoga roars. And naturally pulls him back down. He breaks loose. At one point he has a knife and he like cuts loose. I think it was earlier, but it might be here. Anyways, he gets pulled underwater. He manages to get free again for no apparent reason and starts climbing up. And then the Dianoga shows itself. Not only does it have massive tentacles, but look at this fucking thing. It's like a Rathtar. It's this big mouth. It's huge. Now, think of the size of this. It's in a huge pool or bottom of a Star Destroyer. This thing is fucking massive. So are the tentacles. There's a Dianoga. He's trying to climb up. It's trying to grab him again. The others, remember, were up on the platform because they already crossed. Okay, so they start shooting down. They shoot at the mouth of the area of the Dianoga, which then, hurts it, scares it. It lets go of the tentacles and goes underwater to hide. And Wrecker climbs up, and they actually are pulling up the cable too. And he gets up on the platform, and they save him. Now, the most important part is here is the Dianoga. Star Wars: A New Hope. Dave Filoni, have you watched Star Wars? Here's the tentacle. Okay, it's good size, and it has like these sucker things like this does. See? Fine. These look a little bit bigger, but okay, it's got a good size tentacle. Now, we don't know how many tentacles it has, but we know it has this one big one. So you assume it's got at least one, and you figure, it probably has 2. It's not, why would it have just one? But okay. Luke's like, did you see that? Something just passed by my leg. Okay. This is what we know of the Dianoga. It's an eyeball that pops up and has a tentacle. We all know this creature. So the head pops back down, and then moments later, these little tentacles wrap around Luke's leg, pull him down. Now look at Luke. The surface of this is at his ankle. Luke gets pulled underwater. At one point, he pops back up. Okay, here's a big tentacle. You can see the suckers, and there's a big tentacle. And then there's this little thing around his neck. My assumption is, I don't know if he has other little tentacles, which you have to think he does because it wraps his leg. But what I'm guessing is that the Dianoga has like a fat tentacle that starts to get skinnier, and towards the point, it's like a much smaller one. So my assumption here is that the big tentacle is wrapped around Luke, and then the tip of the tentacle is the smaller tentacles here. It's one tentacle like wrapped around 3 times, and it gets thinner towards the point. That's my presumption. Leia says, grab a hold of this. Right? This is when he pops out of the water. Leia's trying to help him. Or that's Han there. Leia's like here. Okay. Luke's like, shoot it, blast it. And Han's like, where? And Luke says, anywhere. Okay, so you can see Han is helping Luke up. Again, big tentacle. It's obviously wraps around, and comes here, and it's getting smaller towards the tip. Fine. And Luke actually still has his blaster. All right. Han is helping him up. Here, you can see Han is helping him up, and Luke manages to get to his feet. Now, he doesn't get to stand totally straight up. It's still around his neck and his body, so it's pulling him down. But he has enough strength, and the Dianoga isn't that strong because he's able to get up. Han does help him, but it's still, Luke gets to his feet, and he's still wrapped up. So it's not that strong because he wouldn't be able to get to his feet like that. Pulls him back under and disappears. Now, I showed you a minute ago, Luke was up to his ankle. Han is under his knees. So the depth of this trash compactor ain't but a few inches, a foot tops. So you hear the clanking of some doors or whatever, right? And then what happened? I don't know. It just let me go and disappeared. Right. Because the Dianoga knows this is the trash compactor, and it knows that sound. And it knows that when that sound happens, it's because it's going to squish this room. So the Dianoga knows enough to get the fuck out of there. There's a reason it let go. Because it knows the freaking doors are going to shut in and it's going to get squished. Unlike Wreckers, where it just let him go for no reason. Okay. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Because here's where we're going to start diving in. Batgirl, Loki. I have to get some sleep. Thank you again, NotMySTARWARS, for everything you do, and I'm already looking forward to Wednesday and Friday. Yeah, I appreciate Adaptive. Looks like Wednesdays I might move to Tuesdays, so keep an eye. I'm pretty sure I'm going to move that now to Tuesday, and maybe even Monday, but I'm thinking about Tuesdays. So be aware. Those videos that tell what happens are recaps, not really reviews. Yes. She wears the same suit in every movie except in The Force Awakens it's tan. In The Last Jedi it's gray, and The Rise of Skywalker it's white. Wait, it can't be white. That's racist. What the hell was that opening scene? But them getting chased in Bad Batch? Hunter's power, scent. Wrecker's power, strength. Echo's power, cyborg. Tech's power, computers. Crosshair's power, sniper. Omega power, girl. Yes. Yes, correct. Hunter, does he have scent or sense? I'm not sure what you mean, but his key thing is that he can sense electromagnetic waves across an entire planet. Okay, Dave Filoni. I swear these 80 stereotypes are back. Oh, wait, Crosshair is not with them anymore. We haven't seen him since episode 2, and he hasn't done anything. Yes. Episode 2, episode 1. I don't think you even see him in episode 2, do you? Or maybe. Maybe. Meet Rambo, he's Rambo. Meet Nerd, he's Nerd. Meet Big Guy, he's Big. Meet Robot, he's a Robot. Meet Emo, he's Emo. The Bad Batch is a fucking joke, for fuck's sake. Oh, yes, and it gets better. It's stupid crack. Wrecker also talks like he's mentally defective. Yes, he does. Meet Girl, she's a girl. Omega has the same accent as the others, but pronounces all their names with I's. Hunta Ichu Rika Tich. So the Bad Batch is just going to stick around that old lady and do jobs for her. Apparently, that's what they're going to do. You didn't turn in your bounty last night. The office is now closed. Slams on Tech's hand. Dave is really disappointing. Yes. Even more disappointing than my daughter. How Rex is keeping a low profile using the same armor. At least he should grow a beard. I mean, something. It's ridiculous. Not to mention that people would just naturally, but he's a fugitive. I know that apparently they think he's dead, but I'm pretty sure one or two of them saw him escape. I would have to look back at season 7, but I'm pretty sure one or two clones saw them escape. Not to mention Maul as well. And oh, by the way, we'll probably be seeing Maul too. I caught her dressing herself like a boy and trying to not to act feminine. They pissed me off. I want to make over too. She couldn't have done this with me. Come on, my kids hate me. Lol. Oh, just 3 days. The Marchoy sisters are key to everything. Just 3 days, Ahsoka knows how to defeat the Empire in the dark times. We don't even know how the galaxy feels about the Empire. Now Rex is a traitor. Yes. In real Star Wars, Rex would be day 1 of the Order. Be dead? I think dead on day 1 of Order 66 with that suit. Yes. Everybody would be looking for him, and everybody would know what he looks like. Oh, well, now my kids are out of my house. They're living with my daughter's friend that she likes to kiss for some reason. I just realized something about her friend. Y-Wing appeared on season 1 when the Republic attacked the Malevolence. Okay. She took my PS4 with her, so okay, I'm pissed. Now the girl does not have blessing to marry my daughter. My kids hate me. I thought they were going to wear the starship that Rex was on in the Clone Wars. Yeah, I don't know. That I don't know. What do you think makes the least amount of sense? Probably Rise of Skywalker. Ironically. How much would you like to bet that if you take that hat off to Dave's head, that his brain will go back to normal? Possibly. Praising the bad bitch and Dave Diltoni. We no longer live on planet Earth. We live in an alternate universe where people's brains go numb. Everyone who watches Not My Star Wars is safe. There you go. Why else would the show be boring as hell and people still watching it? Yeah, he was in episode 2. Anyways, Bad Bitch is a show about what you shouldn't do if you're wanted. Correct. Okay, so all right. So before we continue with what happened to the Bad Batch, let's talk about the Dianoga. Now, I showed you that the trash compactor is like inches, 1 foot at best, of water. That what you see of the Dianoga is the eye that comes out and a tentacle. The trash compactor is like a foot tall of water, guys. Did you see the creature that was holding on to Wrecker? That massive Rathtar looking thing? Would that sit in a foot water? No, obviously not. Hey, Dave, have you ever watched Star Wars? I don't think you have. So, me, as the researcher, I said, let me be fair. Let me look at what references there are for a Dianoga. So here we're going to look at some articles for reference. Beginning with Dianoga. This is what they're claiming is the Dianoga. It's got the eyeball here on the backside and a bunch of big tentacles. Okay, so that mouth that you saw that was looking up at Wrecker, well, apparently this eye is on the backside of it. That tells me that that water must have been really freaking deep, because for the eye to not be hitting the floor. Now, on the flip side of that, if in A New Hope the eyeball popped up, look at the size of this fucking thing. That was in a foot of water. Has anyone at Lucasfilm watched Star Wars? Here's another reference picture of the Dianoga. This massive thing with all these tentacles in this size, that was in the 1 foot of water, the 6 inches of water in the trash compactor. Okay. Most specimens grow to approximately 5 or 6 meters. Here, 3 to 10 meters height and length. 3 meters, guys, is 10 feet. So 10 meters is 30 feet. Are you going to tell me that the creature in A New Hope trash compactor was 10 or more feet in size? Also in height, in a foot of water? Has anyone at Lucasfilm watched Star Wars? So these renditions are something new, because that ain't George Lucas Star Wars. I checked both Canon and Legends. Same images. There's the eye from A New Hope. Now, there's not really any very pertinent information here, other than, well, there was a little bit of fun stuff I'll read to you. I've seen these things before. Last time I ran into one was a trash compactor. It nearly got me. Luke Skywalker. There's no source. Originated on the planet Vadran. Discovered by the Hutts prior to the formation of the Galactic Republic. Not the Galactic Empire, but the Galactic Republic. So a long freaking time ago. Creatures evolved a form of natural camouflage to disguise themselves and avoid the planet's large predators. Their bodies would become transparent when unfed, and conversely, were known to change to reflect the color of the food they had eaten. This was achieved by diverting small portions of digested food into a series of ducts underneath the creature's skin, which would appear to affect the color of the Dianoga's flesh. The Dianoga that's trying to eat Wrecker is what? Pink. Like this. Now, inside a broken down Star Destroyer on a barren planet that's a junkyard of ships, how much food is that Dianoga eating? Well, probably nothing. So it would be starving, and it should be transparent. But again, Disney doesn't know their own lore, and it was pink, as if it had eaten. Dave Filoni. And keep in mind that this that I'm reading to you is Disney. This ain't George Lucas. So as usual, they can't stick to their own laws, rules, stories. It should be transparent. Okay, whatever. Over many millennia, Dianoga migrated from Vadran, whatever, by stowing away aboard garbage ships in their microscopic larval forms, and could be commonly found in trash compactors, garbage pits, and sewers across the galaxy, living off any present organic matter. I don't think there's any organic matter in that broken down Star Destroyer. Their primary scavengers only pose a threat to living creatures when starving or threatened. Because of their penchant for living in and feeding on organic waste, Dianoga were sometimes referred to as garbage squids, sewer squids, or trash monsters. Okay. Only posed a threat to living creatures when starving or threatened. Wrecker falls down with the cables hanging there. Dianoga should not be threatened. So therefore it must be starving, because why else would it attack Wrecker? If you're being consistent here with your own laws, Disney, then it shouldn't have attacked unless it was very hungry. And if it's very hungry, it hasn't eaten. And what happens to a Dianoga when it doesn't eat, according to Disney? It's transparent, not pink. Dave Filoni. Have you watched your own shit? Never mind, have you watched Star Wars? Apparently not. Now, the link to this is in the description. I'm not going to read all of it, but just a couple quick parts. They could prove useful since they served to rid waste of biological material, leaving behind salvageable minerals and metals. Only when a Dianoga grew too large was it usually considered a threat, especially in urban areas such as Galactic City on Coruscant. Indeed, 22 BBY, which is during the Clone Wars, Coruscant's Desrini district experienced a Dianoga infestation following an incident with a misfiring garbage launcher. Up to 25 residents were reported to have been attacked by the scavengers, and it was believed the creatures would quickly spread to neighboring districts. The presence of a single Dianoga was often cause for alarm, since the creatures were self-fertilizing hermaphrodites and could quickly multiply to pose a larger problem. One Dianoga was known to have boarded the first Death Star and made its home in one of the space station's garbage compactors. Blah, blah, blah. We know the story, but there you go. Also, apparently, there was Dash Rendar in the sewers beneath Prince Shisor's palace. He had to fight a full-grown Dianoga, which was at least 10 meters long, so about 30 feet. Okay. Now notice, there's little to no sources for any of this. All right? You know there's a source because there's a number. There's only 4 references. All right. Behind the scenes, and this is totally hearsay. The revised draft of Star Wars Episode 4 New Hope mentions the creature as Dianoga. The original Kenner toy for the Death Star playset, designed by Tim Effler, included a Dianoga in its trash compactor. The soft rubber form resembled a green mutant shark with an eye stalk protruding from its nose and its fins ending with tentacles. In the final film, George Lucas was reportedly less impressed with the delivered Dianoga effect, having envisioned something bigger and more ominous. Okay, I don't disbelieve that, but there's no source. I've never heard that before. And why would George Lucas want something bigger when they're in 1 foot of standing water? Does that make much sense to you? No. Now, I, as always, do research, went through all of this, all these mentions of the Dianoga, and here's the sources to the so-called information above. I looked through all of it in Canon and Legends. All right, there was a lot. I have about 20 of them. So, anything after October 30, 2012, I discarded. Why? Because that's Disney phony, Dildoni, Bilboni. Those references I took out because Disney doesn't know what the fuck they're doing anyways. Irrelevant. Non-canon. And I wasn't going to waste my time with them. I went through every article to see when they were, and the ones that I saw that were after 2012 are out of this list. So I saved any references that were George Lucas era. StarWars.com by Amy Redliff. October 26, 2017. Creature feature. 8 things you might not know about the Dianoga. So, official StarWars.com. That's what the Dianoga looks like. They talk about this book, which we will look at again in a moment. Their delicious delicacy, apparently. There was music, blah, blah, blah. Disappeared because it was one of the places where the ship where it could feel like it was at home. Ultimate Star Wars, the creatures like to make their way into bilges of starships and stow away in the garbage. Average size of 23 feet long. It's amazing they don't get noticed. Yeah, well, in a foot of water, I don't think you're going to have a creature that's 23 feet long and 10 feet high. He was a puppet. Mark Hamill jokes. Early names, it was Dianoga or Dianogu. Here's the trash compactor, by the way. Lucas scaled down the part of the Dianoga would play. Special production and mechanical effects supervisor John Steer said that he crafted a bigger monster, but only used the tentacles as Lucas decided to combine the original bigger Dianoga encounter with the trash compactor scene. That meant Steer's monster got cut down from a full body to a single tentacle. The iconic head was added in the 11th hour. Phil Tippett and John Berg sculpted the Dianoga's eye stalk as fast as they could and filmed it on the stage at ILM. The debris in the model puddle of garbage included pieces from the exploded Death Star and X-Wings. Okay. So even if George wanted a huge creature, and apparently there was a scene where they had an encounter with the Dianoga, but then that got condensed into the trash compactor. Regardless of what George had planned in the background, what he wanted in the background, what is canon and must be adhered to is what is on the screen. And on the screen, we see an eyeball and a tentacle that pop out of a foot of water. So no, it could not be 10 feet tall, and no, it couldn't be 20, 30 feet long, because we see the trash compactor and we see the depth of the water. So regardless of what George notes he had, what he intended, that he wasn't happy, that he wanted it to be bigger, what is canon is an eyeball in a foot of water. So no, it cannot be this big, pink, massive thing that Dave Filoni made in The Bad Batch, because canon shows you what it is in the film. The Death Star Dianoga had a name, Ami. Captured from her home and brought to the Death Star during her first attempt at escaping her new home, Ami killed a couple of stormtroopers and was eventually moved from her enclosed space into the trash compactor, where she memorized the routine of the closing walls and found a safe place to hide. Now, do you remember the Wikipedia I read a minute ago said, oh, one of them managed to stow away onto the Death Star and made a home? Well, StarWars.com is telling you that she was captured from her home and brought to the Death Star and had a fucking name. Okay, so StarWars.com, Dianoga. After Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Chewbacca rescued Princess Leia from her cell at the Death Star, they sought out the safety of one of the battle station's trash compactors. It was a perilous refuge. The garbage masher was home to a tentacled carnivore known as a Dianoga. The slimy monster poked an eye stalk above the surface of the garbage to see what had invaded its abode, and then attacked, dragging Luke under the surface to drown him so he could become a meal later. Fortunately for Luke, the Dianoga let go of him and disappeared. Unfortunately for all of the Rebel heroes, the creature fled because it sensed the walls were about to move, crushing anything in their path. So again, like I said earlier, and as we all know, but I will factually state it and show you that the reason that this Dianoga let Luke go is because it heard the clanking of the doors or locks or whatever, and that clanking told it that the crash compactor is going to activate and squish the walls. It was scared. It let Luke go. In the Bad Batch, there's no reason for Wrecker to get free from that Dianoga. It should have choked him, strangled him, kept him underwater, drowned his ass, and ate it. Especially when it's a big fucking Rathtar mouth. Dave Filoni, have you watched Star Wars?
So, as I told you, both Canon and Legends, I checked every last one of those sources and references to see, is this for real? Is there a picture? Is there something? I went through well over 50 articles, and I discarded anything that was 2012, late 22, or October 30th or later. October 30th, 2012 or later was discarded because that's Disney's mumbo jumbo. We're looking for true Star Wars canon. July 12th, 1977, the first Marvel Comics. There is a reference, but I don't have this comic book, so I can't say for sure. I suspect there's not a picture of a Dianoga in this comic. It's just mentioned. As you can see here, didn't you see that? Dianoga search. There is no result for Dianoga. So if anything, in 77, they mentioned it. Garbage compactor, okay? Yeah, it says that they jump into the garbage compactor and all that, but do they actually show a picture of the Dianoga? I really doubt it. Now, I can't say for sure because I don't have that comic book, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. July 12th, 1977. The next appearance is the Story of the Faithful Wookiee, the holiday special Boba Fett cartoon. Now, I have seen it like about a year ago or months ago, but it's been a minute. Well, I don't remember no Dianoga in that cartoon. Now, I'll have to go back and watch it again, I guess, but I don't recall any Dianoga or eyeball or tentacle in this cartoon. I could be mistaken, but I don't think so. January 1989. Scavenger Hunt. Role-playing adventure game. Okay, a lot of these adventure games had a guide, and there would be images of creatures or playing cards that would have like an image and description of a creature. But I can't verify it because I don't have this Scavenger Hunt from 1989. If someone has it and wants to show me the picture of a Dianoga, but I really very much doubt there's a picture of a Dianoga in this role-playing game. 1990, Escape from the Death Star, same type of different situation. Role-playing adventure board game. So in the reference book, perhaps there's a Dianoga. More than likely, you see how they're showing you pictures. They show you the tentacle or the eyeball. Again, I don't have the book, so I can't tell you for sure. I'm pretty sure there's not that big Rathtar Dianoga in that book. February 15th, 1995, Star Wars Dark Forces. Again, a reference to a Dianoga. I haven't played that game in years, but I don't recall there being a Dianoga. And again, I could be wrong, but I don't recall. May through October of 96. Shadows of the Empire. Awesome comic. I don't recall any Dianoga in there, but again, if someone has the book and wants to look through the images and show me an image of that pink Rathtar, okay. March 13th, 97. Star Wars, a storybook. Scholastic. I really doubt, other than the eye, you see a big pink Rathtar Dianoga. July 7, 1997. Galaxy of Fear, Ghost of the Jedi. 5th book in the Young Readers Star Wars Galaxy of Fear series. Most of the EU books don't have images in them. So I very much doubt there's a picture of the Dianoga in this old-ass Ghost of the Jedi. It probably doesn't even have any pictures in it, from what I recall. February 17th, 98. Star Wars Jedi Knight, Mysteries of the Sith. Expansion pack for Dark Forces 2. I don't know. Was there a Rathtar in there? I can't say. It's been a long time, but I suspect there wasn't. Or at best, it's the head. It's a tentacle. They don't show you a big pink Rathtar. July 1st, 98. Star Wars Journal, The Fight for Justice. Junior novel. Most likely. No images in this book. July 6, 98. X-Wing Iron Fist. Book 6, an exciting series. Again, most of these novels, these books, these junior books, do not have illustrations. Late September, early October, 98. Star Wars Behind the Magic. CD-ROM released in 98. Okay, I actually have that video. I did not have time today to look through it for the Dianoga, but from my memory, I don't recall them showing anything but the eyeball. Not a big giant Rathtar. Anyways, I'm showing you all of this so that, one, you see that there is no true reference, but two, if anyone has this stuff, by all means, send me a picture, show me a video link, whatever. I do need to look through. I do have this Behind the Magic. I need to look through. I just didn't have time today for that. December 16, 98. Star Wars Republic. Simply known as Star Wars for 45 issues, was a series of comics published by Dark Horse. There's no reference to Dianoga on the page. There's pencilers, inkers, letters, cover artists. Huh. There's pencilers and inkers, but I don't know that there's actual artists. I would think so if it's comics. Gotta be, right? Yeah, probably. All right, so this one I have no clue. I can't reference or say because I don't remember this at all, and I don't have it to check. So I can't confirm or deny if there's an actual Dianoga inside of here, inside of one of these comics. I kind of doubt it, but okay. May 24th, 1999. Star Wars Episode 1, The Gungan Frontier. Video game by Lucas Learning. Players must introduce organisms to the Naboo moon and attempt to develop a stable ecosystem capable of supporting Gungan colonization. I don't know how a Dianoga would help that, but okay. Now, according to them, the only reference that even comes close is there's a create a critter where you create creatures to inhabit the planet. Outside of that, there's no reference to a Dianoga. Without seeing the actual game, I can't say, but here's what the map looks like. I can't imagine that a big pink Rathtar was there. November 1999. Star Wars Union, Mara Jade, Luke Skywalker. By the way, this is what Mara Jade looks like. Long, flowing, gorgeous red hair, tits, ass, thighs, hips. She's a voluptuous, curvy redhead. And everyone's proposing these like skinny little things for Mara Jade. And no, this is Mara Jade. Jessica Rabbit. The only girl that could pull that off, honestly, is like we said the other day, Scarlett Johansson. She could probably pull off she's got the body to pull off Mara Jade. Plus, she's believable as an action. She could do it. But all these other girls they're proposing are not what Mara Jade looks like. All right. Dark Horse. This comic's all about Luke and Mara, and I very much doubt they show a Dianoga in there. But once again, I don't have it, so I can't say. May 1st, 2000. Episode 1, Adventures 9, Rescue in the Core. Very little info here, but why a Dianoga would be in the Episode 1 Adventures of Naboo with Jar Jar Binks doesn't make much sense now, does it? StarWars.com or the HoloNet News. This is May 12th, 2002. There is a small reference. What do you mean bookmark added? I didn't tell you to do that. Here, on Coruscant, where stone mites were first discovered among the lower levels of the southern underground, the anthropod population was kept in check by predators such as Duracrete slugs and Dianogas. On other worlds which lacked such predators, the mites have flourished. Okay, so they mentioned Dianogas. Okay, whatever. June 12th, 2002. Here's the same where I read to you earlier. Desrini plagued by Dianogas. Compounding the Desrini district's hardships following last month's refuse cannon misfire, the growing garbage pile up in the lower levels has attracted huge numbers of Dianogas. Health and civic officials have confirmed that at least 25 of the district's homeless population have been attacked and killed by the rapidly growing scavengers. Social activists on the behalf of the homeless warn that all Dianogas are likely to spread to neighboring areas with garbage problems, including the Cocoa District. Now, look here. It's the eye with a tentacle. Does that look like a 10-foot high, 30-foot long Rathtar? No. It's an eye with a tentacle. September 4th, 2002, Empire 1, Betrayal, Part 1. Series of comics by Dark Horse. Betrayal. Why would be talking about a Dianoga? It mentions Coruscant, the Death Star here. Wilhuff Tarkin to Death Star, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so again, there's no direct reference without seeing the comic. I don't know if there's an image in there, but somehow I'm pretty sure there's not a big pink Rathtar Dianoga inside of that comic. Pieces in 2002 was one of the references. It's Living Force campaign. It's almost interactive adventure. Not even clear. Is this like a board game? Was it at Disney? I don't know. All I know, this was one of the references, 2002, and there ain't shit here. All right, we're almost done. Republic 49, Sacrifice, January 22nd, 2003. Series of comics. The first issue of Republic to be labeled as Clone Wars comics. So basically, Around the Clone Wars era, there's supposedly a mention of the Dianoga. Once again, without the book, I can't say for sure if there's a picture of that in there, but I really doubt it. April 2003, Boba Fett, Maze of Deception. This is a junior novel. If you like Boba Fett, if you like bounty hunters, or you actually just want to read a pretty cool story, it's a junior novel. It's an easy, light read. But this was a cool story. Maze of Deception. Not only do you have Boba and Slave One, you have Aura Singh, the connection, but you also have here Sand Hill, who is from I've told you guys, the banking clan that helps fund the CIS, the Separatist Army. This is a very cool story. Just people sometimes ask me, what books do you recommend? This is probably very inexpensive. It's a light read because it's a junior novel, but it's really good. And they show a lot of connection between Aura and Boba Fett. April 2003. Now, I read this book. I love this book. There ain't no fucking pink Rathtar image or reference in this book. I know that for a fact because I love this story. February 16th, 2006. Star Wars Empire War. Many of you will know this. Real-time RTS game that takes place in Star Wars universe. Now, it's been a long shit time since I've seen this game. But I don't remember no pink Rathtar Dianogas in this game. October 24th, 2006. Star Wars Empire War Forces of Corruption. An expansion to Empire War. Again, long time. But I'm pretty sure there was no pink Rathtar Dianogas in there. October 31st, 2006. The New Essential Guide to Alien Species. Okay, I mentioned this earlier. We'll actually come back to this one. But it's in 2006. There's only like 3 or 4 left. August 28th, 2009. The game, The Force Unleashed. It's been a while since I played that game. But I don't remember no Dianoga, and I certainly don't remember some big pink Rathtar creature running around in The Force Awakens. Or The Force Unleashed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think so. As you can see, there's no reference to Dianoga on the page. August 18th, 2010. Star Wars Legacy comic book series. Is there a reference to the Dianoga? Perhaps. But is there a big picture of the pink Rathtar Dianoga? I very much doubt it that book had any pictures. Never mind a Rathtar. Let's see if there's anything here. Darth Krayt, Darth Talon. Look at that. Nile. So anyways, cool series. Asherad hit. Nice. Darth Krayt. So there's no reference and no image of a Dianoga there. Scholastic, May 1st, 2011. Head-to-head tag teams, 30 mind-blowing team-ups you've never seen. Why there would be a Rathtar there, I have no clue. It's Scholastic for kids, and it's your boy, Pablo Dildo. So, We already can't trust his bullshit. We already know that regardless of what he says a Dianoga is supposed to look like is incorrect. So we can throw that one away. Pablo Dildo. This is what Disney and Filoni are claiming a Rathtar Dianoga looks like. We saw it in the Bad Batch. This mouth is what you saw. This eye apparently is underneath it. That same creature that was in a foot of water in A New Hope. Behind the magic, I need to double check. I'm pretty sure there's no Dianoga in there. Okay, out of all that stuff that I showed you, most of it has no solid proof of anything, and none of it was canon. It was all comics, EU, all of that. New Essential Guide to Alien Species, October 31st, 2006. While this would be a secondary canon, the essential guides, encyclopedias, dictionaries, those you can take, at least at the time, were meant to be canon because they're not a story. It's essential guide of specifics about characters or weapons or ships. They were meant to be canon because they're just factual references to those things as opposed to stories written by someone else. There is a Dianoga reference. I can't see what it is. If someone has this book, please look up Dianoga and let me know what you see. I'm pretty sure all you're going to see is the eyeball and or tentacle. There you go. This is the one out of all of that that I would trust to be, okay, trying to be canon. That George Lucas maybe signed off on, yes, that's what the Dianoga looks like. The other ones are all comics, EU stuff that other people made. So if anyone has the New Essential Guide to Alien Species, you let me know. That's the only one I would really trust anyways. Okay. Behind the magic that I'm going to say for myself to look. This is what Dave Filoni and Mickey Mouse claim a Dianoga looks like. Now, over the years, we all had an impression of what the Dianoga looks like. You saw the eye, you saw the tentacle, and you all could imagine it different ways, like some sort of squid, octopus. Maybe a lot of you kind of envisioned this. Maybe a lot of you envisioned something different. Remember that this is pink, and so it is in Bad Batch, but in A New Hope, it's pretty much brown. We all have our own perceptions and formulation of ideas and things, so it's very possible that you might have imagined this or something completely different. Everyone's mind is going to imagine the Dianoga in a certain way. I would actually be interested to hear what you guys thought it looked like. But I can tell you what I always thought, or at least pretty much knew what the Dianoga looked like. Dianoga with the Death Star playset, vintage Kenner, Star Wars 1978. I remember this toy, and this to me is what was the Dianoga. Now, it's a Kenner toy. It's not necessarily that this is canon and what it was supposed to be, but if Lucasfilm and Kenner went to the trouble of making this toy in 78 because of the movie in 77, well, I think we can pretty much trust this is what the what the Dianoga is supposed to look like. And this is what I always knew it to look like. This could potentially be in a foot of water. Now, it's a little bit funky and weird, but at least it makes sense. And it's not this big pink Rathtar. So here you can barely see there's like teeth here. 2 tentacles, a fin, there's the eye. Okay, I'll show you a few angles. Here is like what it was like in the front. Here is the other side. Here is looking down from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4 tentacles. There's the eye and a fin. And then underneath, like I showed you here, and I said there's like teeth here. It was basically something like a shark mouth. Okay, so here is the two wing type tentacles, right? These guys. And then here in front, right below, is this shark type mouth. Now, George Lucas might have changed his mind a dozen times. George Lucas might have said, nah, that's not what it looks like. All I know is that I don't have a solid reference as to what George Lucas said this thing looked like. And I do remember, as a kid, seeing this and all my life believing that this is what a Dianoga is. And considering it was official from Star Wars, Lucasfilm, George Lucas, and Kenner, that's what a Dianoga is. Not a pink fucking Rathtar that's 10 feet tall and 30 feet long. Dave Filoni, have you ever watched Star Wars? Now, this I thought was really cool because it was an old memory I had forgotten about. And I know a lot of you have never seen this thing before. James, I'm pretty willing to bet you ain't never seen this before. That's what the Dianoga looks like. Okay. I'm going to catch up on some of your chats, and then we're going to go through the rest of the Bad Batch stuff, and I'm getting tired. So, and we're at 8 hours. So I'm going to keep moving here. Let me look at your chats, and then we'll finish up the Bad Batch. Looks like there's not too much. James, you're a trip. People are praising the bad bitch and Dave Dildoni. Why else would the show be boring as hell without and people still watching it? He was in episode 2. Good Morning West. Show about what you don't want to do if you're wanted. Roy Soywalker. When you said, look at this fucking thing, I jumped and thought I was watching a scary documentary. I think I'm starting to get delusional. That means more jokes from me. What was this? The Rose of Soywalker is so bad it's funny. The Last Jedi is so bad it makes me pour gasoline all over my body while setting off a match. No, they haven't. Only 2 people at Lucasfilm has seen Star Wars, and it was 20 years ago. Yes, apparently. You have to believe in the Disney magic, I suppose so. The only Disney magic I see is Kathleen Kennedy pissing on wall statue. I wish Dee Pensek was here because I would love to see if he remembers the Dianoga like I do. I bet he does. The thing would have died of starvation, but it's Disney and no one dies. Yes. I thought I heard you say green mutant porn. Kind of is. They just flew from Stupid Town. Dildoni Vision presents fan fictions of yesteryear and tomorrow. Dianoga 2.0, yes. Actually, you're both right and wrong. Phone died. I'm back at 45%. The illustrations from these books were small, little 1-by-1 portraits of the main characters of the story. A lot of these books I can't confirm all on my end. Looking quickly, they are the same images as what was shown in the official character guide. An awesome book to have from glory days of Star Wars. Yeah, I would love to look in that character guide and see what the who's it, what's it, Dianoga looks like. It should be very small. Tentacles in the eye. Tentacles in the eye. Disney is making the design complicated. Correct. Here's the thing. Again, I will remind you guys that regardless of what George intended, regardless of what George said, regardless of what's in George's notes, at the end of the day, what it is the canon, what it is supposed to be, is what we saw. 1 foot of water, an eye, and a tentacle. It can't be this massive thing. Remember the design. It's the big Rathtar mouth you see that's trying to get Wrecker, and underneath that is the eye. So if it's the eye is popping up in the trash compactor, it means it's upside down. Now, in a foot of water, that thing can't like swim and flip. That means the big mouth thing is on the floor of the trash compactor, should be sticking up out of the water, and the eye would be out anyways. But okay, it's short enough to sit in a foot of water, and the eye pops up and looks around. Doesn't even make sense. The mouth is at the bottom, and it's just sitting on the floor of the trash compactor like that, with all those tentacles and all that. Is bullshit. I'm calling total bullshit. Now, what Dave Filoni does, because I know his dumb ass, he thinks he's clever. Oh, they won't know it. This is a deep cut. Only those real Star Wars fans are going to know that this is what the Dianoga looked like in George's notes. And I'm going to be so clever and look so cool because people aren't going to know what it is. But the ones that really know Star Wars are going to be like, oh, wow, Dave Filoni, you're the man, because you knew about the Rathtar note that George Lucas made like 45 years ago. Instead of respecting and following the goddamn canon. Instead of watching the movie, Dave, because obviously you haven't seen it in 35 years, and remembering what the fuck a goddamn Dianoga looks like. And if you're Mr. Deep Cut, like I am, you would remember the toy. Dumb dick. Stop trying to be fancy and cute, Dave Filoni. You're making a fool of yourself. That big pink Rathtar is not a Dianoga. That was some note somewhere that is irrelevant. You must follow the canon. Something that Dave Filoni has a big fucking problem with. So, regardless of he saw some note, it's in the vault, it was in some character guide, you must follow the canon. And a canon, right? No way that thing is the Dianoga in the garbage in the trash compactor. Period. Now, of course, Dave would say, but that's just a baby one. They grow up to this, and in this reference note, and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear it. Canon. You don't understand canon, Dave Filoni. I would love to see that reference book, especially the character one. But even if that book depicts the Dianoga as we see it, it's irrelevant, as most of those dictionaries and visual guides end up being, because later on, George Lucas retcons those things. And what do I always tell you guys? And what is the truth and the facts? 1 through 6, what you see on the big screen is canon. Not EU, not reference guides, not Dildoni saying, not the Pablo Dildo thinking, not this or the other, or them trying to retcon things now. No, 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 no. There is one only canon, 1 through 6. And when you deviate from that, you are decanonized. Dave Filoni decanonized himself again in the Bad Batch with a pink Rathtar, trying to be clever, creating a Dianoga. Fail, Dave Filoni. Big fucking fail. This is what a Dianoga is. And you might like it, you might hate it. It does look a little ridiculous, and it's green. But this is what George Lucas approved as the Death Star toy. This is the Dianoga. If he was so unhappy with it, he would have made a big pink Rathtar mouth. And he didn't. This is an official Kenner Death Star playset Dianoga. So Dave Filoni, you think you're fucking slick, and you're not. Because there's guys like me that know Star Wars better than you do. Do you see the Dianoga right now? I'm talking smack. No, let me share it again. Because I'm talking smack and not showing you. You saw it, but just... This is the Dianoga. Not Filoni's baloney. This is a Dianoga. And again, if there's a reference book that shows it and all that, I would love to see it. But at the end of the day, it's irrelevant because it's about what is canon. Canon is 1 through 6 on the big screen. Anything that contradicts that is bullshit. And there ain't no fucking way that a big pink Rathtar mouth sarlacc underwater pink creature was in that trash compactor. Nobody can argue that. Phony, baloney, macaroni, Filoni. You always think you're so fucking clever. Oh, they won't know. This reference, only like 3 guys that really know Star Wars are going to know. And you want to be so freaking cute all the time instead of adhering to canon that at the end of the day, you make a fool of yourself. One more time. That's what the Dianoga looks like. Sorry, Dave. You fucked up again. And that concludes the first half of Has Dave Filoni ever watched Star Wars before? I don't think he has. And if he did, he was like 13, like 30 some years ago. And he thinks he's so clever and he's so smart and he doesn't need to look. I remember this is what it was, and I saw a deep cut sketch art in the archives, and we're going to freak them all out and show them, wow, look how cool I am. You dumb dick. You fucking dumbass. Ugh, Dave. Okay. I need a quick break. We are on picture 38 of 85. Trust me, most of them are like 2 seconds reference. We got right through it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll come back. I'll show you the rest of the stupidity of Disney, a.k.a. Dave Filoni. Have you ever watched Star Wars? And we'll start to wrap up. I need to stretch out real quick and take a quick break. But I'll be back 5-10 minutes, and we'll get through the Bad Batch. There's plenty more stupidity to show you. Shadows of the Empire 64 game had the best design. Man, I wish I could remember what it looked like. I would have to see it, bro. And again, to be clear here. Whoa, where did my browser go? My whole browser like freaking closed down. I thought I lost everything. I'm not saying that I think that little green shark thing is awesome or perfect or the best possible design. What happened to my thing here? My browser got a little crazy there. Okay. It's not. Why are you doing that? Stop that. Okay. It's not that I'm trying to argue, well, this is the best design, or this is the best thing, or it's supposed to be green because it was brown in A New Hope, or that it should have a shark mouth like that. I'm not saying any of that. Understand that, guys. I objectively and neutrally, as I do all my research and all my reporting, it ain't my decision. It's not your decision. And it certainly isn't bonehead, airhead, dildo, fucking Dave Filoni, Dave Dildoni's idea. It is what is canon. And the only thing that fits canon is that little green toy that was approved by George Lucas, was part of the official Death Star set, and that's literally the only thing that could fit in that 1 foot of water. So it's not even, I'm not saying that like, oh, I love it, that's why I want it to be. No, it has nothing to do with it. It looks pretty silly, that green shark thing. But that's what fits canon, and that's what George Lucas officially made. Because the toys, he very much was on top of. The EU and stuff, not so much. Now, did he sit down and pen it? No. Did someone create it? He even said the artist's name that made it. But that toy was official as the Death Star set. And that is the only design that would fit in a foot of fucking water in the trash compactor and make sense. That other Rathtar looking squid thing, that actually looks cooler. That looks badass. But it doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense in canon. And as I showed you those images, it's Dave Filoni like, I'm so clever, man. I'm so cool. I'm going to show them reference photos of the Dianoga. They never got to see it before, and they're going to be blown away because they didn't know it's this big pink Rathtar thing. Meanwhile, Dave, have you watched Star Wars before? Because that wouldn't fit in a foot of water. You dumb motherfucker. I'll be back after a short break, and we will conclude the second half of Disney Star Wars is fucking dumb. The Bad Batch is nonsensical, a.k.a. Hey, Dave Filoni, have you ever watched Star Wars? Love you guys. Appreciate the support and hanging with me. Enjoy some true knowledge from the maker. And I'll see you in a few minutes.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father. And then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story. The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to, and the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems. And in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic.
which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore.
So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you know, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. Only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's you know, how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
I want to stress it one more time because it's important. The Dianoga is not my opinion. It's not that I like that little green shark thing. It is what it is. It is the only thing that fits within the canon, and it is an official toy by Kenner. For George Lucas, for all his flaws and mistakes as a human being, one thing he never got, or one thing he always got right, was continuity. I have issued this challenge many times, and I will issue it again. I challenge anyone on God's green earth to find a continuity mistake in 1 through 6. You cannot, because George Lucas was meticulous. Are those movies perfect? No. Are there little production mistakes, like a scene in Luke's garage where 3PO has a dent in his butt, and later in the throughout the movies, it's not there? That's a production mistake. Anthony Daniels sat on something, leaned on something, dented the suit, they caught it, and they fixed it. That's not a continuity error. That's a production error. It happens on all movies, and it was 1977, for God's sake, on the most advanced film ever made. But continuity, not once did George Lucas make a mistake. How does Princess Leia recognize Padme? She was a baby. She doesn't recognize Padme. She remembers Breya. Why doesn't Obi-Wan recognize the droids? 3PO and R2 were not his droids. And guess what? There's a million others of those same droids all throughout the Star Wars galaxy. And he hadn't seen either one of them for 19 years, for that matter. Every time someone has a question or a doubt on the continuity, there is an answer, there is an explanation, and it's not some far-fetched, ridiculous thing. It makes perfect sense. Everything that George Lucas did fit, has an explanation, and makes sense. Unlike Disney, well, all of it is a big, freaking huge mess. There are no errors in Star Wars when it comes to canon and continuity. And George Lucas himself, if he was here, he might say, well, actually, I did want the Dianoga to be this big creature and this and that, but it didn't fit in the film. It didn't make sense. And my intention was that. But that is irrelevant behind the scenes. The only thing that counts, the only thing that matters is what we see. Canon. And as far as Canon's concerned, the Dianoga is that little green shark thing. Okay, I have some errands to run today, so let's finish up. There's not a lot left. I'll get through this Bad Batch, then I'm going to close out. We're already at 9 hours anyways, and I have to take a quick nap, and I have a bunch of stuff to do today. But we're going to finish up this Bad Batch stuff, and I don't go out of my way to disprove Disney or Filoni. They do it on their own. It's just that simple. They do this on their own. It should be very small, tentacles in the eye. Yes. Shadows of the Emperor, best design. Yeah, I would love to see that. If you find a picture or something, let me know. I would love to see that. Your health takes priority, man. Take whatever time you need. I don't know how you do streams for this long. A true Jedi. Well, this is what I do. I appreciate it. I still think Filoni is a phony. Filoni. Like the dialogue between Yoda and Windu, which did we defeat? The Master or the Apprentice, Kennedy or Filoni? Well, we don't know. I think they're both around still. Phony Filoni, yes. Stupid joke to help the mood. What did Lando say to Chewbacca when he took control of the Falcon? Look, Chewie, no hands. No hands. Yes, no hands. Okay, so let's get through this Bad Batch, and we'll wrap up. Let me look over here real quick. Where are we at? What do we got? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so they shoot at the Rathtar at the Dianoga. It lets go. Wrecker climbs up, and they're all pulling him up on the cable. They get him up onto the platform. He's like, hanging. Okay. They save him. Fine. He gets up. They start walking through the broken down Star Destroyer. The point of them being in the Star Destroyer is to find a medical lab where they can remove the inhibitor chips. Because obviously Rex had gone through this. Now, I would have to go back and look at, I think it was in season 7, right? Where they removed Rex's chip. I don't think it's earlier. It's been a minute. But I don't recall that this is the same place they did it. I don't know where they did it. Coruscant or probably somewhere in the Republic maybe on a ship where they had controlled. Maybe it was on a Star Destroyer. I don't remember. But regardless of the fact, they're here in this broken down Star Destroyer. Now, I showed you the graveyard of ships. The shit's all rusted and dead and rained on and broken. There shouldn't be any electricity. There shouldn't be any kind of functioning stuff. Everything should be rusted and seized and messed up. But Dave Filoni. They come into this med lab. Echo says, I'll calibrate the surgical pod. He, of course, plugs right here, the typical Star Wars input panel. I forget what these are called right now. Plugs in his robot arm, right? And of course, it starts spinning, no problem. And the lights start coming on. There shouldn't be any power. Now, if they had taken 2 seconds, Dave Filoni, to be like, hey, I'll find the generator, I'll find the fuse box, or Rex, since he seems to be familiar with this place, went and said, hey, I'll turn on the power. Okay, but no, Echo just comes along, twirls the wheel, and look, the lights come on. Everything's working fine. A medical lab with the energy to remove inhibitor chips. It's just fine. Now, remember when they came in and they were worried about the salvage guild and those guys, they don't want to be spotted. They don't hear anything. They don't hear the gunfire of them shooting at the Dianoga. They don't see that the lights are coming on in this Star Destroyer. Okay, Dave Filoni, because we're all children, we're going to play your little Dildoni game because we're fucking dumb. And because kids are dumb, Dave. So Echo turns on the power just like that in a ship that should have no power because it's been broken down for how long? All the power generators, everything would have been broken, smashed, leaked. All right, whatever. Here you can see electricity pulsing, all the display. Look, all perfectly fine. No crack in the display, nothing. Look, all bright, pretty. Oh, look, Republic. Yay. All the buttons function. Everything's fine. The rust, the dirt, the oil, all that didn't bother it. It's all working fine. Okay, so Wrecker's having these constant headaches, and right now he's like, oh, and they're like, we got to get these chips out, and what's wrong with Wrecker, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a reference mentioned where Hunter says, we couldn't save the general, but at least we helped the Padawan escape. They're referring to the planet, I think is Corral, in the beginning, where Depa Balaba gets killed, and they retcon themselves, and dumbass Freddie Prince, Caleb escapes, right? Hunter lets him escape. Why are they making this reference? We're probably going to see Caleb again. And they're also making this reference because just like Ahsoka, oh, well, he survives till later, even though he should have been dead in Order 66. But okay, Dave Filoni. Anyways, know that this dialogue is here for a reason. It's reminding you and setting you up for Caleb / Kanan / Freddy dumbass coming. So Wrecker finally snaps. The chip kicks in. Now, we've had this discussion before. I really doubt that they have inhibitor chips. They were just programmed. First problem. Second problem. What, it's delayed all of a sudden, like weeks, days later, the chip kicks in? No. The chip would have kicked in when the order was made. And if it didn't kick in, then it's just not going to work. But, okay, days later, weeks later, whenever this is, all of a sudden Wrecker's chip activates. Nobody else's, but Wrecker's chip just takes over. You now, Voyeur, thanks for stopping in the stream. Appreciate it. So, Wrecker snaps. Grabs... this is Tech, I believe? Yes. You're in direct violation of Order 66. This eye, too, is really freaking annoying, but whatever. So he tosses Tech, and he gets knocked out. Right immediately, Wrecker bends down. You can see his hand, and here's his other hand grabbing for the helmet. He's grabbing his blaster and his helmet. Now, keep in mind, all the other Bad Batch are right there, including Rex. And rather than them kicking the gun away, or all of them jumping on him and tackling him, stunning him, wrapping him up with a rope or something, throwing something. No, they just sit there and look at him, knock out tech, pick up his rifle and his helmet. Rex is standing right next to him and doesn't stun him. You know what he's going to do. You see his behavior. And he literally just said, "You're in violation of Order 66. You must be dealt with." And they're all just standing there. These elite mutant, special, better than an Imperial Army Bad Batch are just fucking standing there watching him. So he grabs his helmet and his blaster. Now, this is a small thing, but not only, look, Rex is right there watching him. It's so stupid. Nobody does anything, but also keep in mind, he's got his blaster in his right hand and his helmet in his left hand. Now, you yourself, imagine, you bend over to pick them up and you're standing up. Not only did they not show him like putting his helmet on, it's just there, but think of how he's grabbing it and how he would put it on. Most of the time, you see these guys, they need the two hands and they put their bucket on. He, with the one hand, left hand, weak hand, managed to put it on perfectly straight and is just, realistically, you would use both hands. But outside of that, if you were to manage to like flip it with one hand and get it on your head, which would be awkward, it's not a baseball cap. It's a bucket that goes over your head. He just puts it on straight. No, if anything, it would be like a little bit crooked and he'd have to adjust it. And, you know, it's silly that he's picking up both a blaster and a helmet and just gets it on. Okay, whatever. He's taken on and off his helmet 1,000 times. We'll let him get away with it. Rex is just standing there watching him. The Bad Batch are all just standing there watching him. The mighty clone Captain Rex finally decides to react. He pulls out his blaster. Now, I'm not sure if it's an actual blaster / stun gun or it's just a stun gun, but regardless of whatever, he goes 5 minutes later after watching Wrecker. He should have stunned him when he was down. Decides to shoot. You can see here the stun ring. He misses. And Wrecker slaps the blaster out of Echo's hand. The blaster goes flying. With so much force and through the air, they show it where it's flying through the air. It goes through these lights, or I don't know if they're blinds or whatever. It's glass. I'm assuming these are lights. It goes through the lights and into the wall. Now, could you cut open the wall or put your hand in there and get it out, or eventually? Sure, maybe. But it goes into this wall behind the lights, and probably from its weight would fall, tumble down into the wall. So it's not easily accessible. Could you get it out, cut it out, break out the wall, get it out, stick your arm in there? Yes. But at the moment, this shit went through the freaking thing, is in the wall, and probably went down the wall. He's not getting to that blaster anytime soon, especially with conflict going on. So then Wrecker naturally starts shooting at them, and they all jump behind this piece of cover. Now, as you can see, this piece of cover is like just barely over their heads. It's not even real cover. He'll destroy the equipment if we don't get him out of here. Okay. Wrecker is literally, you see him, he's right here. This is that wall that they're hiding behind. It's not even tall enough to provide cover. All Wrecker has to do is take 1 or 2 steps and point down and just shoot all of them. It's not even cover. It's like this low-ass wall. And you can't hit any of them, can't hit anything. Nobody gets hurt. They're just hiding behind this little thing. Okay. So Hunter gets this big canister that has gas or whatever in it, throws it at Wrecker. Wrecker shoots it. It blows. It distracts them. They all run out of the room. The idea is to make Wrecker chase them out of the room so he's not blowing up the medical lab. Okay, fine. Destroying the medical lab. No problem. Whatever. They're out in the hallway. Wrecker comes out. He's shooting at a bunch of shit. Guess what? Rex comes from out of the corner, and what does he have? His fucking stun gun thing again. You can see the ring here. 2 seconds ago, it was in the goddamn wall. It was behind the light and stuck in the wall. And here we are. Oh, look, magically, my blaster's back, and I'm shooting at you. Holy shit, Dave Filoni. So, the stun thing, I guess he jukes and he misses. And he's going to shoot at Rex. Hunter, from the side, throws his blade. As you can see, here's the blade flipping in the air. You can see that it's going to hit the rifle. Now, this is a very sharp and electric blade. So, if nothing else, it should stick into, cut, or probably cut in half this rifle. Here's the blade. It hits, knocks the rifle out of his hand, and the blade flips. The blade comes down, and like I said, it's very sharp because it goes through the fucking hull of the goddamn Death Star. And not even like throwing it down with force. He threw it horizontally. It bounces, and just with its own weight comes down, happens to land blade first, and it goes into the hull of the Star Destroyer. So it should have cut and damaged Wrecker's gun. Now, I'm not sure if the intention is this is a vibroblade. I don't believe so, because a vibroblade tends to have like a blue glowing, almost looks like a shield around it. This is like some sort of electronic blade. I don't know exactly. Dave Filoni, I guess, only knows. But the point here is that this thing is electric, and it cuts through the damn hull of the Star Destroyer. It should have cut Wrecker's gun, and it should have shocked it and damaged it, if nothing else. So at that point, Echo pops up. He has a canister. He's going to try to hit Wrecker with it. Wrecker catches him, grabs him by the head, I guess with his right arm, grabs him by the face, and tosses him at Rex. Rex is trying to shoot, and he ends up shooting Echo and stunning him, and Echo lands on Rex and knocks him out. So Echo's knocked out because he's stunned, and Rex gets knocked back and hits his head and gets knocked out. So then Hunter picks up one. It's hard to see here, but you'll see it in the next frame. Another one of these big canisters. These canisters are all just laying around. I don't know what's going on there, but picks up one of these big canisters and starts whacking Wrecker in the head with these massive canisters, 3 times, in fact. He whacks him in the head. That helmet should go pop right off. No, it doesn't. It just hits him in the face. It doesn't get dented. It doesn't get scratched. It's not Beskar. That helmet should get messed up. No, he pops him in the head 3 freaking times. He's not knocked out or stunned. He's not hurt. His head isn't ringing like a bell, and the helmet stays on. All good. Okay. Here, you can see he winds up. He has the big canister. Boom. It's going to hit him again. Finally, 3rd time he hits him, and guess what? The helmet pops off, which it should have popped off a long time ago, because, again, it's just a loose bucket on your head. It's not sealed, attached, doesn't have a ring, a lock, a clamp. It's just a loose bucket on your head. Finally, it knocks off. Okay, boom. So they have a little talk, and actually what happens is Hunter's like, snap out of it, and he jumps on the back of Wrecker and is like kind of trying to headlock him or sleeper hold type of thing. Wrecker, then turns and then backs into the wall, knocks Hunter loose, and then grabs him, and he starts choking him. All clones in violation of Order 66 shall be terminated. Okay. So he's choking Hunter. Probably would end up killing him, obviously. Then there's a blaster fire. You see the sparks, but where I caught the screenshot, you can see the burn hole. Hunter was getting it. Well, you can see here, he's got a hand around his neck. He's getting choked out. Hunter doesn't do anything, punch him, hit him, nothing. He's just sitting there getting choked. There's the blaster that distracts Wrecker. So naturally, they cut, and Wrecker looks back, and look who it is. Little Omega, of course. Now, where's her bow? That seems to have vanished for whatever dumb reason, but okay. And look at this rifle. Now, as someone in the military and someone that knows firearms, some of you may not. Some of you have maybe never even picked up a pistol. But let me tell you something. All firearms are very hard metal, and they're heavy. And even a pistol, I mean, unless it's like a little 38 or something, even like a Glock 9, if you hold your arm out for a little bit, you're going to see that your arm is going to get tired, that it's going to get shaky. A grown man is going to feel the weight of just a pistol. Never mind a big, thick, look how big and tall and ridiculous this rifle is. You are going to feel what it is to hold that weapon, especially if you're holding it for a while. I'm sorry, but a 10-year-old girl with these spindly arms wouldn't even be able to pick that up. Never mind be holding it and shooting it. How does she know how to fire it? Where's the safety? How does she even know how to pick it up and hold it? It's ridiculous. Okay, she picks up a fucking assault rifle and shoots, not only shoots it, but with the accuracy of to the side to distract Wrecker, not accidentally shoot something or hit Hunter, blow his head off. No, she just, with great accuracy, shoots to the side to distract Wrecker. This little 10-year-old girl, and it could be a boy, it doesn't matter. This little 10-year-old girl with spindly arms is holding and firing this rifle, which she has never touched before and shouldn't know anything about, and has the accuracy to shoot next to both of their heads. Right, Dave Filoni. So Wrecker turns around, he's pissed off, and starts chasing her. Again, look at the size of this freaking rifle. It's as big as she is, literally. And she's running around carrying it. She wouldn't even be able to pick that thing up, never mind running around and shooting it. Wrecker starts chasing her down the hall of the Star Destroyer. She gets to an end of the hall, and she's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And again, look at the size of this damn blaster. It's bigger than she is, but she's just holding it. It's all good. So then she gets to the end of the hallway, and there's this little opening. As you can see, you see her crawling through. She doesn't have the rifle because she set it down out here and crawled through the hole. Here you can see her. Here's her butt, right? She's crawling through the hole. Now, notice here, all there is this little square hole. You can see there's all this debris and stuff. Here, all there is this little square hole. There's debris and all kinds of stuff blocking the door. All there is a little door that she can happen to fit through. The rifle, in fact, if you look closely, is here. And she went through it barehanded, empty-fisted. Here's Wrecker's leg, I believe. All right. He then, of course, ducks down and tries to swipe for her, right? And she just gets in far enough to where he doesn't get her. Notice again, there's only this little square hole. She gets in the room. She's backing up. She looks around. This closet in particular, she gets back, sits down, and she looks at this closet. And that's, of course, to draw your attention so that you believe she's going to hide in this closet room thing. Fine, whatever. Now look at the door. It's not that little square opening. You can see the teeth of the grooves of the door that go down, and that the door is off the ground, that there's a gap here all the way across. It's not just a little square where she crawled in. There's no debris. It's just a door jam. 2 fucking seconds ago, she's crawling through a small square. Now the damn door is ajar. So naturally, as the door has all that space under it, what does Wrecker do? He puts his hands under it, and he's going to lift up the door. And here you go. Now, granted, I caught this the door was actually about here. It was a little bit lower, but there was a gap there, like all the way across, and he could get both hands underneath it. As you can see, one hand, two hands. And what does he do? Yanks up and opens the door. Because he's so strong that this rusted out, no power, heavy ass door, he can just lift. Fine, whatever. This is the least of the problems. The problem is there was only a small square gap here, and now all of a sudden there's this whole cleared out. See, there's no debris, there's no nothing there. It's just this door that he lifts up. Because we're children and we're stupid, right, Dave? Here's that closet again, that room that she looks at, and you figure she's going to hide there. Okay, so Wrecker comes in and is looking for her. And by the way, you see, I caught this because of the sparks, the smoke, the dark hallway, the broken doors. It's Alien. It's Dave Filoni trying to do fucking Alien. Can you do something original instead of so cliche, Dave Filoni? So, over here is that closet. And you assume you don't see her yet. You figure they showed the closet and you're like, oh, she's there. He's going to find her. But really, then they cut and she's here. Now, she has the rifle in her freaking hand again. 2 seconds ago, she left it outside the door, crawled through a square hole. Then it becomes an old door with a gap in it. And she's got the rifle in her freaking hand. Oh, Lord. So he looks at that little closet. She's not there. She thinks, oh, I'm safe now. He walks around and he finds her hidden under this desk. Scares her, gets her rifle. But Wrecker, we're friends, she says. And Wrecker says, good soldiers follow orders. And he's about to shoot her with that rifle that she left outside the door, but then magically has it here. Because he didn't come in with that rifle. You saw him here. He just opened the door. He takes her rifle, the one that was outside. So it looks like he's going to shoot her, which I guess he was going to, Order 66. But by the way, why is he going after Omega? She's not a clone trooper. Now, they do explain it that he says, well, you know, you're conspiring and you need to be taken out because you're conspiring with the clones, blah, blah, blah. But, one, if you're analyzing anything, what the hell? She's a little girl. What threat is she? You need to go after the clones. Bad Batch. What are you worried about this little girl for? And two, according to Dave Filoni, when the inhibitor chip takes control, you have no control over your actions. You're not thinking. You're not analyzing. You're just taking out targets. Well, how are you rationalizing that she's conspiring with the Bad Batch if you've got no cognizance and you can't analyze anything because you're under Order 66? You should only be blatantly going after Jedi or traitors to the Republic, being any clones that don't defect. You wouldn't be messing with Omega. But okay, Dave Filoni obviously can't keep his story straight or his own logic. And by the way, Dave, have you ever watched Star Wars before? So then a big blue ring hits him. He gets stunned from behind. Blaster fire, groans. Just as he's going to shoot, right? The cliffhanger, he's right there about to get shot. And then, of course, Rex stuns him from behind. None of the others are doing anything or able to do anything, but Rex manages to come with the stun gun and gets him. And there you can see he's rubbing his head because, like I said, he bumped the wall and was stunned. Okay. So naturally, he saves Omega just at the right moment. All right. Somehow they get this big galoot Hulk back to the lab and in the machine. I don't know how, but I guess they all picked him up and carried him, whatever. Okay, he's in the machine. How convenient that this medical lab is in this broken down Star Destroyer, and it has the ability to remove inhibitor chips, but okay. So they put him through the process. Tech, of course, is doing the thing to get his chip out. Fine. This is when he comes out. He even says he's alive because Omega says, like, why isn't he up? What's the matter? Or something like that. And Tech says, oh, no, he's fine. He's alive. We just have to wait for him to wake up. Now, look at what they're showing you. The inhibitor chip. This is after the operation. He's alive, and they're showing you the chip. Now, I tried to find it earlier, but I was in a rush to start the stream, and I already was running late. But I couldn't find the early. There's like in another episode where they show him talking about the chip and that he was scanning, and they saw. I don't know if it was in season 7, but I think it was in Bad Batch, where they show him. Yeah, it had to be in Bad Batch because they didn't know about the chip. So I couldn't find the spot exactly. I was out of time. But this is the same thing you see several episodes before where they are scanning the damn chip. It's been removed. He's alive. He's laying on the bed, but there's the chip. Anyways, so Wrecker finally comes through. Echo's like, I'm staying here with Echo. Omega stays with him the whole time. He finally wakes up. It's like, hey, kid, what's the matter? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, there you see he has the bandage. They had it removed. Fine. Now, number one, any kind of like brain surgery, you're risking like your brain being totally freaking done, damaged, lose all your memory, you become a retard, even though he pretty much is a retard. But okay, it's Star Wars, high technology, fine. And I don't expect him to show a brain surgery in Star Wars, but if nothing else, inside of this medical portal thing, why not show like a drill, a needle, something, a knife, like extending inside the pod to show you, okay, they're going to remove the chip. Really, what they should be doing is not removing these chips. They should somehow be short-circuiting them. Furthermore, to go back, Crosshair, they shock him with something, remember, to intensify the chip and reactivate it. So why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you like fizzle out the chip rather than cut someone's head open, go through their brain matter, and risk complete damage? Furthermore, if the chip is here in the middle of his head, you would have to go into his brain, right? Like the center of his brain, grab it and extrude it. You're going to destroy all the brain matter around. These chips are put in them from childbirth. But, you know, Dave Filoni, this is the problem. Dave wanted to create this inhibitor chip shit, and now he was stuck. How do I get it out? So now you got to break all kinds of logic and rules, and they're just removing the chips without any brain damage. Okay, Dave. So then they're like, who's next? Whatever. Tech. Do they show him here? Well, you don't see it as much, but he has hair. So they did do this part good. It actually looks pretty cool. You can see the stubble and stuff. His head is shaved, and naturally he got his chip removed, and there's the bandage for Tech. This shot was just because it looked cool and to show you that he got his chip out too. The presumption is they all got their chips out. Fine. So then, although Rambo, you don't see his head shaved or, interesting. Anyways, you can see here Rex's scar from the... Now, this scar was there from the beginning when they were in the bar, and I don't remember when, but I'm pretty sure in season 7 we see where Rex gets his chip removed. So, Rex is outside. Hunter comes out, and they have a little conversation. I figured I'd find you out here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they have a little conversation. I don't remember it word for word. Here are the key points. Not all of it. We're here. Others out there too. In other words, they're talking about, the Republic's gone and this and that. And Rex is like, well, no, there's others out here. There's rebels. We're fighting and whatever. Then he says, your squad skills would be a tremendous asset to the Republic, right? To the rebellion. Couple lines later, Hunter's like, things aren't like before. Our priorities have shifted. And Rex even says, like, to what? What's the priority? And he says, I don't know, the kid. We got to watch after the kid. Okay. Now, both of them in clone suits standing outside. What about the Salvage Guild? Aren't you guys worried? Well, anyways, they're standing out here. I'm laying low from the Empire in my full clone suit with my rank pauldron. So then he says, okay, well, when you sort things out, let me know where you're land, because he's like, hey, you can help us out in the rebellion. Now, instead of Rex saying, hey, a Jedi survived, Ahsoka Tano, you've probably heard of her, but she's pretty badass, and there's a rebellion. Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, and a bunch of others have already started a rebellion because obviously the Emperor's evil and killed all the Jedi. You guys need to pack up and come with me now. We need to hook up with Ahsoka and try to help the rebellion and save the galaxy. No, you guys go babysit. Just let me know what you guys end up doing. Why wouldn't Rex be like, hey guys, you need to come with me? So Rex is like, all right, well, peace, I'm out. And he starts walking off into the mist. Just leaves them. Why didn't they all leave together? Why aren't they sticking together? Why aren't they all going to the same place? No. Rex is like, all right, well, peace, I'm out. You got your chips out, so fine. Now, do you remember back at the beginning of the episode that the whole reason Rex went to the bar and sought them out was to find them? Because the Martez sisters told him he was there, but yet now he's leaving for... What was the point of that you went there to find them in the first place? Apparently no reason. Because you didn't know about the chips, you found out about the chips afterwards. So we shifted from he got contact from the Martez sisters, went to go find them, has this conversation as if to like recruit them, talk to them, find out what's going on. Hey, let's go, Ahsoka, rebellion. No. It turns into this whole inhibitor chip nonsense. They take out the chips, and Rex is like, okay, well, peace. I just came, on a whim to say hi, and I'm out. I didn't have a purpose. There wasn't a goal. I don't need you to come with me. No, well, I found you guys. Okay, I'm out. It's so stupid. What was the point of you coming in the first place? Risking getting spotted and caught, making all this mess. What's the fucking... Oh my god, their storytelling is so ridiculous at Disney. It's fucking ridiculous. So Rex is like, I'm out. Then Hunter says, well, if you're in a bind, you know how to reach us. Well, why are you guys separating? By the way, Rex, why did you come to find us? Oh, just so I could say hey. It's so stupid. So then he leaves. Oh, my goodness. So as Rex is leaving, they show Hunter spotted in binoculars. Well, of course, you're standing outside. You're making blaster noise. You're turning on lights. You're doing all this extra shit, using medical facilities. You're putting out energy and radio waves and noise and vibrations. So he gets spotted. Wow, surprise, surprise. And guess who it is? It's the Salvage Guild. I like their suits and masks. Anyways, and these binoculars are cool. The Scrapper Guild. So then he says, intruders confirmed on the Jedi cruiser. That's who. I thought it was Rex. Yeah, it was him that says it. On the Jedi cruiser. Notify the Empire. So you just went through all this to just get fucking spotted anyways. And I guess now the Empire is going to come in the next episode to give them whole hell in this abandoned Star Destroyer. So you went through all that to just get spotted and do that mess. For no reason. Why did Rex even show up? Well, we don't know. He just stopped by to say hello. It's just so stupid. Okay, so that ends the Bad Batch stupidity. Another ridiculous, lame-ass episode. All right. Cid, C-I-D, is this character. Now you're catching on. I knew I was recognizing her voice, and I'm like, who is that? Cid is Rhea Perlman. Now, some of you may not know who that is, but Rhea Perlman is Danny DeVito's wife. She has curly black hair, and she was in Cheers. I can't remember her name right now on Cheers, but she worked with Sam, the bartender. She was one of the bartenders or waitress. Rhea Perlman is very famous. She's been in many movies. She's a comedian, not like a stand-up, but she was known like in films as a comedic relief, and she's been in many, many things over the years. Rhea Perlman is Cid. So I thought that was interesting because once you find out that it's Rhea, you're like, oh, that's the voice. Yes, it's Rhea Perlman. If you don't know who she is, Google her. She was on Cheers, is where she's most known for. She's also done a lot of movies. There's the Dave's Dianoga that was in a foot of water in the trash compactor. This nonsense. This Rathtar Sarlacc pit mouth. Now, when I say nonsense, again, I want to stress, this thing looks pretty cool. I like it as a creature, but it doesn't fit in canon. And boy, does that look like a Rathtar to me. I wonder where they got the Rathtar concept from. Okay. Dave, have you ever watched Star Wars? I wonder. All right. That pretty much concludes everything. There is a little something I want to show you. And we'll finish up. I'll read your chats and we'll close out. Doomcock put out a video today, or I guess it was yesterday at this point. As always, Doomcock is a lot of rumors. We don't know the sources, and we can't verify that they're true. But many times he's right, and as I always say, I don't believe that he makes this shit up. He just reports what he is being told. So I can't say that these particular numbers are fact. But they make sense, and they sure match up. So in his video, and again, the dates, I don't have the specific dates. He said around the week, this time, but doing through deduction of what he said and what matches, he said that the Bad Batch is not doing well. That it's not getting views. Now keep in mind, Disney Plus has 65 plus million subscribers. Now, last count, they said they had about 100 million. But that is also including ESPN Plus and Hulu. So really what they have, Disney Plus, actual Bad Batch, is about 65 million subscribers. According to Doomcock's source, around May, it had to have been the May 21st episode called Cornered. That is the Fennec Shan. Remember where I said, oh, it's just Attack of the Clones, Anakin and Obi-Wan chasing Zam Wesell. That episode where they're flying around the city, which might as well be Coruscant, and she might as well be Zam Wesell because there's all the same effects, sound effects, plot, all of it. It's freaking Attack of the Clones. The speeder chase. Fennec Shand is introduced. They do the whole thing of her chasing and trying to get Omega. Okay, May 21st. That show supposedly had under 500,000 views. Now, to some of you, that might sound like a lot, especially to like a YouTube channel. But to Disney Plus, that the only Star Wars that's going on right now with 65 plus million subscribers got 500,000 views. Under 500,000. The following week, May 28th, Rampage, which was the one with Moochie, the baby Rancor. Remember, they capture the Rancor and take it back to Sid, who gives it to Bib Fortuna and takes it to Jabba. The baby Rancor episode got under 500,000 views. June 1st, decommissioned, which was last week, the Martez sisters. You didn't learn your lesson, did you, in Clone Wars Season 7? And you gotta bring them back, didn't you, Davey boy? You didn't want to listen. You want to do your little SJW bullshit. And you brought back the Martez sisters. That episode, Decommissioned, had 312,000 views. Because we all remember the Martez sisters, and we told you we don't like that nonsense. But did you listen, Dave? No. And he got 312,000 views for it. Naturally, the Martez sisters is going to drop heavily, right, from the 500K. But Dave don't want to listen. Dave wants to do his pets, and Dave thinks he's slick and he's cute. And there you have it. It matches up pretty much perfectly. Now, again, these numbers are speculation, they're rumor, but they sure fit and they sure make sense. Especially that last episode, Martez sisters had a huge drop of 200,000 viewers out of 65 plus million subscribers. It got 300,000 views. I know many YouTubers with that or more views. And this is Star Wars, Disney Lucasfilm in 2021, with all the marketing and power and studios and technology, and Bad Batch is failing. Disney Plus is failing. So back to the earlier comment, no, Disney ain't making no money off of Star Wars. They're barely getting views. Let's read your chats and I'm going to wrap her up. Oh, look, I saw someone pop in. I saw a familiar face. I will get to you in a moment. Oh, believe the Disney magic, Wes. Pissing on Walt's statue. Would have died of starvation. Yeah. Pathfinder, I can't confirm. Empire, best design. Floney is a phony. Yes. Okay. Dead Girls. Hello there. Hey guys, you're all good. This is so bad. Sounds funny. Been watching since the Dianoga part. There you go. Oh, good. I'm glad you caught. And D, I see you're here too. I hope that was the main thing I wanted you to hear was the Dianoga nonsense. And as a matter of fact, D, if you're here, confirm because I want to show you a picture real quick. Pathfinder, good night or good morning. Thanks for coming in, man. Good to see you, Dead Girls. Roberto. Oh, hello, Dead Girls. We were wondering about you many hours ago. Yes, we always want to know where Dead Girls is at. And Danai is still missing in action. I truly hope that those two are okay. Good to see you. Thanks. Hey, Dead Girls. I told you you're a celebrity here. I don't see any point on Omega's character. These are dark times. We should be able to see a unique perspective on the universe and characters, just like the Dark Horse comics of the Dark Times. Yes, we should. But this is his new pet, Omega. And wait till you see at the end. What connection is she gonna have or do? Or she's like Snoke's donor or something. It's gonna be something so fucking stupid. But Dave thinks he's so clever. When will Ahsoka come to the Bad Batch? I don't know specifically, but I'd say any time now, because we've seen the Martez, now we've seen Rex. Anytime now. Probably they'll do like 2-3 more episodes. They'll do some more little side missions, and then they're gonna bump into Rex. And oh, look, it's Ahsoka. She's coming though. You're gonna see her. She's coming. Bail or Mon Mothma. I would assume those two you're not gonna see till like the last episode or last 2-3 episodes. They're gonna be like the closing of like, oh look, we built the rebellion thanks to Ahsoka Tano. By the way, watch now. Ahsoka's gonna be this huge catalyst to start the rebellion. Oh, God, Dave. I already know it. And probably they're going to be inspired by it because you're going to see Grogu. He's going to go there, guys. He's going to go there. Bail Organa and yeah. Phantom Menace is calling him out though, or out thoughts. Yeah, they're starting to. I've been doing it. You're here, okay. Will Cody show up? I think he might. Somebody was asking me that last week. It's hard to say, but I think he might. It's a good chance. But what I have been telling you, and you can take this to the bank. You're going to see Grogu, you're going to see Ahsoka, and you're going to see Darth Vader. Prepare yourselves because they are coming. I can guarantee you that. All right. D, do you remember this? Have you ever seen this? I don't know how much you caught of the Dianoga conversation, if you caught any of it, but basically there's a ridiculous Dianoga in the Bad Batch that looks like a Rathtar, a Sarlacc pit mouth. It's just this whole ridiculous thing. It's this huge monster that's 10 feet tall and 30 feet long, but yet in the trash compactor, the water is 1 foot deep. It's under the knees of Han Solo, and at one point it's at the ankles of Luke Skywalker. But we're supposed to expect to believe that this huge creature is in the trash compactor. Anyways, if you watch the replay, or I don't know how long you've been around, you will see what I'm talking about. But I wanted to ask you what your image or thought of what the Dianoga always looked like, and do you recall this? Because this is how I always knew the Dianoga. This toy by Kenner from the Death Star set. Does this ring a bell? Do you remember seeing this? Here's the eye, tentacles. It had a fin. And down here are these teeth. I'll show you different angles. Here's from the other side. There's from the back. 4 tentacles. And then this is that, what I showed you here, the teeth, the mouth underneath. It looks kind of like a shark. Do you recall this? Because this is the reference that I've had for 44 years of what a Dianoga is. Well, 43 years. Does this ring a bell? Do you remember this toy? Will Cody show up? There's a good chance. Overlord DVD is getting called out by the fandom. Okay, I got you. I thought you meant something else. I thought you meant Dave Filoni. Yeah, a lot of people are calling him out, and a lot of people always have. And again, I'm not saying that that is fact what he said. All I'm saying is that that is what he's reporting, and I believe that Doomcock doesn't just make this shit up. He's telling us what someone's telling him. That's what I believe. Now, on the same token, he clearly says it's rumors. So anybody that's going on and being like, well, that's what it is, you're being foolish. Because he's even telling you it's a rumor. But those numbers very much line up to what's going on with Disney Plus and how nonsensical Bad Batch is. Again, like I said before I even read those numbers, I cannot confirm them as being real or that's fact. But they sure sound right. They sure match up. The Kenner toy, I still have mine. Okay, there you go. As I said earlier, I wish D was around because I bet he would remember this thing. That is the Dianoga. Mike Zero and Overlord DVD have the same content. They are entertainers. I can't totally argue that. I don't know if the same content, but yes. Anyways, I can't worry about what they do. I do what I do. I do the research. I report the facts. I don't do rumors. I don't do theories. I don't do speculation. I don't do none of that. Unless you ask me, hey, what's your opinion on this? Then okay. But outside of that, I don't do it. Maybe I can show you a quick picture. I think I should have it right here, actually. Yeah. This that's so awesome. You have that. For some reason, I was like, he's totally going to know this. You have it. That's amazing. Because that's the Dianoga that I know. This is what Disney phony baloney claim is the Dianoga, in case you didn't catch it earlier. This is what it is. This is what would fit in canon, and this is an actual toy. This is what Mickey Mouse, Disney, and phony baloney say is the Rathtar. This creature that was in a foot of water in the trash compactor with a giant mouth on the floor underneath this eye with all these tentacles. Here you have it again. What that is that's where the concept of the Rathtar came from, is this nonsensical art. And if you watch the replay, you'll see. But I went through like 30 references because down here, they have all these references, right, for the Dianoga. So what I did is I went through all of them. I eliminated all of them that were from October 30th, 2012 forward, right? I just took those out because that's Disney stuff. And I went through one by one all these references. Not one of them shows a solid picture or reference or proof that this is a Dianoga. That little toy you have, and this, which is canon, in a 1 foot of standing water trash compactor, only the little green guy fits. The little shark mouth. So anyways, this is what Disney's claiming. This Rathtar Sarlacc pit ridiculous thing. It's cool. I like the design. It's not that I don't like it, but this obviously was not in the trash compactor in A New Hope. So, oh boy, Dave Filoni, man, I tell you. He's got an imagination, that's for sure. Supposedly it's in the Behind the Magic DVD-ROM, which I have a MP4 copy of. I got to look through it real quick again, but I don't remember there being a Dianoga there, but I'd have to look. That's awesome you have it. Bad Batch versus Rebels versus Clone Wars. Not sure what you mean. Which one do I like, or I can tell you they're all trash. They're all nonsensical, ridiculous, Dave Phony, baloney nonsense, and I don't like any of them. Does that answer your question? Star Wars Resistance TV show is trash. Yes. Love the Star Wars Kenner toys. Absolutely. The new Tejon Kenner toy. No, I haven't. Don't know. Oh, Tarkin. No, I don't know. A new Dark Kenner Tarkin. No. Sounds awesome though. Yeah, Tarkin. Stan Solo makes new Kenner toys. Is that a channel, a website? Stan Solo? Ooh. Going on 10 hours. All right. Well, that is all the news that I had, especially that Bad Batch nonsense. Oh, Lord. Tarkin. Stan Solo. I don't know him. Stan Solo is an indie toy maker. Okay, cool. Check out his website. Yeah, I will do. I don't know. I'll jot that down, and later today, after I run my errands, I will take a look. Sounds interesting. Take care, everyone. Have a nice week. Stay safe. You too, Dead Girls. Always nice to see you. I'm probably going to move my YouNow streams to Tuesdays as opposed to Wednesdays, so keep an eye. I would love to see you over there. And, of course, I will always do the Fridays over here. Videos are going to slow down a bit. I'm trying to figure out where to put my efforts. I'm probably going to do a gaming stream once a week, a YouNow stream, and then I'll always do my Friday big show. So just a heads up. I send you a big hug. It's always nice to see you. Take care. Seen the new Cara Dune Lego figure? Yes, I have. Which is ironic because is she back? Is she not? I don't believe she would ever come back, but it's just funny. I think Disney realized, like, oh shit, we shouldn't have done that. It's so stupid. They're so damn dumb. Do you know of RS prop makers in the UK? I'm pretty sure I do, but I would have to take a look to be sure. But I'm pretty sure I do. Why? What about them? Or just in general? By the way, I don't know that I mentioned it, but I saw you sent me an email with you said, here's a video for you to check out just for fun. What was it? Something about the Death Star or something? Right now I'm so tired. And as always, I have a million things in my head. So I can't pinpoint what it was. But I think it was not the Death Star, but a Star Destroyer. Like a cross-section or there was something. Whatever it is, right now I can't, my brain is jelly. But I do remember that I watched it, and it was very cool. I very much enjoyed it. I can't remember what it was, but I do remember I very much liked it. It was cool. They just in general, they make some impressive stuff. Yeah, the name rings a bell, but I'll take a re-peek. See what they're talking about. Black Series Star Wars. Generally, they're badass. Most of them are really awesome. I really wish I had a Black Series Boba Fett. And they're about to release a Fennec Shand, a Boba, a Mayfeld. Who was the other character? Fennec, Boba, Mayfeld. There was some like Stormtrooper variant, and then there was another main character. I don't think it was Grief Karga. I can't remember now. But anyways, in general, Black Series is pretty awesome. Rogue 2 movie idea of getting the second Death Star plans. Thoughts? I know you like Rogue One. Rogue's okay, but you can't do that because in canon, the Bothans already got the Death Star plans, so that wouldn't fit. Bothan lives matter. So yeah. That movie wouldn't make any sense. Unless it was all about the Bothans. But as far as creating a new narrative as to how the plans happened, no, that would break canon. Well, yeah, that would break canon because Jedi, it is canon. So. Yep. All right. I'm pretty tired. My eyes are hurting. I did get through all the news, and in particular today, I got to get up in a few hours. I'm going to take a little nap, and I have some errands to run. So I do need to get a little bit of sleep. And then later I'm going to come home and just be out for hours. But yeah, Black Series are always awesome. At least the majority of them. Trying to think if there's any other important things to talk about at the moment. No, I don't think so. I've been gibbering for 10 hours. Well, catch the replay. Yeah, cool. I talked all about it earlier, Finn. Watch the replay. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so tired right now to even get back into that. But most of those rumors are nonsense and never going to happen. That I can tell you. And again, they're rumors. But what? For example, like Bosk is in the series, and I always like Bosk. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I don't know that it's the thing is, if you go back to the part of my stream where I talk about it, which is right towards the beginning. Well, it's actually around the 2-hour mark because we spent about 2 hours in chat, and then I get into the first news, which is the Mandalorian. Right around the 2-hour mark. Oh man, I don't want to recap all of it right now, but basically, Book of Boba Fett is Mandalorian 2.5. Season 3 of Mandalorian has not even begun pre-production. And it's looking like Boba Fett is going to take over. It's just going to become what the Mandalorian is. Mandalorian's probably not going to happen in Season 3. It's just going to be the Book of Boba Fett. With that said, there's indicators, including the source, which was Collider, was saying that it's going to be a cameo show again. A bunch of guest appearances and spinoffs, and so it's the same nonsense. And I mentioned that because there's the Bosk rumor, and I could see Bosk and Bo-Katan and all these characters are going to come through Book of Boba Fett. Saw Gerrera and Andor rumor. Well, I don't think it's a rumor. Stellan Skarsgård said that he did some stuff with Forrest Whitaker that Saw Gerrera's in it. So, To me, no big news. I never cared for Saw Gerrera. Forrest Whitaker is a great actor. It's nothing against him. I just Saw Gerrera to me was always pretty dorky. So again, that I talked about it for a bit earlier in the stream. So all right, yeah, my highs are heavy. A cameo cavalcade for Book of Boba Fett. Yeah, that's what it's going to become. It's going to be Mandalorian all over again. They're already hinting at it and talking about it, and I don't know why Disney is just I just don't know what to say anymore. All right, guys. Not only am I exhausted, but I do need to get a little bit of rest. So I'm going to cut it out. I appreciate your support and for stopping by. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Most likely Tuesday, I will do a YouNow stream. I'm going to try to do a gaming stream, one gaming stream, the YouNow stream, and the Friday big show. Every week, I'm going to try to do 3 streams. We'll see how that works, what days and whatever. I think the gaming stream is just going to be like when I'm free and feel like playing. But the YouNow will probably be, I'm going to try Tuesday nights. I need a little more space between the 2 streams. I'm freaking exhausted. Plus, I think it will do better on Tuesdays than Wednesdays. Wednesdays aren't great on YouNow. And yeah, we'll keep pushing on. Mandalorian Chapter 2 will be out soon. Very, very soon. And we'll keep on pushing. So, thank you as always for stopping in. I appreciate your support and watching and hanging. Have a good day, Wes. Have a great day, D. Thank you so much. I didn't even mention the book. There was so much other stuff to talk about. Next week, I will bring up the book, and we'll see what else pops up in Star Wars land and in the Mickey Mouse Club. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Whew, I am freaking burnt. You guys have a great weekend.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
I wouldn't plan a trip to Alderaan. Remember that always the most important thing is the canon, the continuity. Do things fit and make sense? If they don't fit in 1 through 6, it's not canon. And if it's not canon, I mean, to each his own. If you like non-canon nonsense, hey, I don't tell anybody what to watch. But if you care about Star Wars, story, what it really is, it's all about canon. You must adhere to the canon. You must stay in line with the canon. You must respect and improve the canon. Not pick at it, mix it up, kick it around. It must be solid, firm, foundation of everything, and maintained. And Disney hasn't been able to do that. So I will talk to you guys after.
After. After what? After.
After. Never forget.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Because Jimmy said so. And as always,
please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Oh boy. All right, guys. I'm so tired I can't find my outro right now. Okay. I'll see you soon. If not sooner, next Friday. I'm sure I'll have something to talk about. If there's nothing to talk about, we will finally do Jedi Part 2. But I figured let that one happen when it happens and when I'm well rested. But otherwise, we'll keep ears and eyes open. We'll see what happens. Another week in Disneyland. Anything's possible. And we will talk more about it. So, have a great weekend. See you soon. May the Force be with you.
Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.